Mage, start as a master of magical potions. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Transforming a Vampire Viscount and Building a Vampire Community. In the Tuval family, almost all the servants of the Tuval family were replaced by vampires. Because even the Count of Tuval and the eldest son of the Count of Tuval, Quint Tuval, had been transformed into vampires. Quint Tuval, with the help of the vampire transformation, took the opportunity to become a legendary knight, corresponding to the power level of a first-ring wizard. At this moment, in the reception room of the Tuval family, all the windows were drawn with heavy woolen curtains. Not even a ray of light could shine in, and all the candles and lights were extinguished. Sunan looked at the people of the Tuval family and said, "I'm glad that you can adapt to the life of a vampire so quickly. I'm even happier that the vampires contaminated by the energy world, who were transformed from humans into new vampires, turned out to be pure-blooded vampires. In theory, this phenomenon is not easy to happen. Because your vampire bloodline has been contaminated, as long as the transformation is carried out, your new vampire offspring should be in the state of cross-blood eyes. I see, your branch has some backup plans." The faces of the vampires of the Tuval family all changed. The seating arrangement of the vampires of the Tuval family is very interesting. Originally, the little ghosts, Count Tuval of the Tuval family, and Quint Tuval, actually sat in the main seat, and the vampire elder who transformed them sat on Quint Tuval's left. Count Tuval sat on Quint Tuval's right. The rest were senior vampire cadres, sitting together with the Tuval family. That is to say, even if Sunan did not interfere with this blood clan, they already had a rebellious heart against the energy world. It is worth mentioning that Sunan saw his old acquaintance Vanessa Van Helsing here. Vanessa stood behind Quint Tuval, and it seemed that they had become allies. However, the main situation was occupied by Quint Tuval, who became a legendary knight. Although he was relatively low in the blood clan generation, because he became a legendary knight, he had the power equivalent to a first-ring wizard and a 5-star warlock. Coupled with the power of the blood clan, he has become the host and has become the leader of the two blood clans. Quint Tuval looked at Sunan with curiosity and scrutiny. The vampire elder, Methuselah, on his left-hand side angrily accused Sunan. "Did you let that vampire poison us?" Then, the people of the Tuval family pulled up Ron, who was tied up with reins and even his teeth were tied up. Ron was hypnotized before, so he did this. So he looked at Sunan in confusion. Even when the vampire of Tuval untied the reins on his mouth, he just looked at Sunan in confusion. "Do we know each other?" Sunan smiled. The vampires of the Tuval family all widened their eyes and looked at each other. But if Ron didn't know Sunan, why did he lead them to Sunan Peter? Is this vampire lying? In an instant, in the reception room, the vampires of the Tuval family began to feel that the situation was out of control. Methuselah immediately looked at Ron angrily and said, "Ron, you no longer have the power of a warlock, and your status is lower than that of our ordinary vampire elders. Are you still stubborn and lying here? If you don't admit it, I will use the daylight punishment to make you." Sunan suddenly smiled and laughed out loud. "Methuselah, your words are ridiculous. You don't have to force him like this. Because I was the one who asked him to put the wolf poison in your body, so now all of you are infected with wolf poison. Every moonlit night, you will be in agony. It's that simple." The vampires of the Tuval family all changed their faces and looked at Sunan with fierce eyes. Quint Tuval also said, "Then, Count Peter, what do you want in exchange for our detoxification?" Methuselah was also stunned for a moment and said to Sunan, "You dare to admit it in public?" Sunan directly ignored Quint so that he could see clearly his true status as a legendary knight. "Why should I deny it? There is no point in denying it. Because the difference in power between you and me is so great that I don't need to think about how to defend against you. I just need to observe you and then record your weaknesses and strengths. In addition, as the leader of all the Dark Knight clan, an immortal lord who is more advanced than the immortal king, you must all submit to me. Wolfsbane is my gift to you, and today, you will all submit to me." Sunan looked at Vanessa Van Helsing. My servant, I'm very happy that you have the idea of bringing these vampires to me. Methuselah and the Tuval family immediately looked at Vanessa. In their incredulous eyes, Vanessa knelt on one knee to Sunan. The first moment she saw Sunan, she felt the unfathomable magic pressure on Sunan and knew what choice to make. Besides, she had this idea in mind. Vanessa Van Helsing knelt down to Sunan and said, "Great immortal lord, you will be the only leader of the vampire clan. All vampires should naturally obey your orders and must not have any second thoughts. Thank you for cleaning the impurities in my blood." Methuselah was furious. "Vanessa, you didn't say that to me before. We are allies. Allies who unite together around the immortal King Quint." Quint also had an ugly face. Vanessa glanced at Methuselah and Quint Tuval with contempt. "Do you know how ridiculous what you said is? Everything you are proud of is absurd in front of this existence. The so-called immortal king can only submit to this person. He is the real immortal lord who controls vampires and werewolves." Methuselah and Quint were about to speak when Sunan suddenly stood up. Immediately, the vampires in the living room stood up vigilantly and prepared for defense, but Sunan ignored them. Instead, he took out a bottle of 5 times sublimated vampire Viscount potion and said to the vampires in the room, "I know. Because of Quint Tuval, you think you can be sold at a high price and remain independent. Then, let me crush your unrealistic fantasy." Count Tuval's face changed drastically, and he protected Quint. "Count Peter, what do you want to do?" Sunan glanced at him, like a god above the clouds, overlooking the ants on the surface. "You ask me what I want to do? This question is ridiculous. Does it mean that, as long as I answer you, you can really understand what I'm doing? Then I tell you, I'm showing you what power is." Sunan poured a bottle of vampire Viscount potion into Cole's mouth and chanted a spell. "Fight for me, stay away from death. The corpse will be resurrected immediately, and respond to me immediately in the name of my vampire master." Cole was wrapped in a layer of blood magic, which turned into a blood coffin. As soon as the blood coffin appeared, the whole room was shrouded in the magic pressure of blood magic. There was a force that was constantly transforming Cole's body, making him produce a magic pressure shell, and letting him embark on the same path as the werewolf warrior. It's just that the data of the werewolf hunter will be more balanced, and the most powerful main attribute of the vampire Viscount is speed. Originally, digesting the 5 times sublimation potion was something that Cole's qualifications could not do at all. So Sunan didn't have much expectation for Cole at first. He wanted to find a vampire with enough qualifications to become his first vampire Viscount. But until Sunan discovered that the Milkard ring could help people digest potions during his daily testing experiments on the Milkard ring every morning. Because when digesting the potion, the impurities produced by the connection between the potion and the user are also chaotic, so the Milkard ring will also absorb this chaos. So Sunan found a second wonderful use for the Milkard ring. Sunan raised his right hand and pressed the Milkard ring worn on the middle finger of his right hand into the blood coffin that wrapped Cole. The chaotic impurities on Cole, who was almost unable to digest the potion and was about to fall into self-destruction, were all absorbed into the Milkard ring. Milkard seemed very happy and made a satisfied sound. He seemed to have gained an unusual amount of power in this swallowing. Milkard even responded to Sunan. "As long as you let me eat this delicacy often, I can even sincerely help you become a second ring wizard. This is so delicious." Before it finished speaking, Sunan used 3 bottles of 4-star warlock blood essence that he had extracted to inject into the Milkard ring, offsetting its growth. However, this also made Sunan's 4-star warlock blood essence used up. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel first. Read at 69 book bar. So, you still have to go out hunting more often at night. Otherwise, the warlock blood will soon be used up. Milkard's power was weakened, and he could not get rid of the 100-year sleeping curse, so he could only sleep again. 10 minutes later, Cole tore the blood coffin and walked out. His physique became stronger, like a bodybuilder, and his azure eyes were as beautiful as crushed diamond dust. On his right hand, there appeared a blood-colored key circle mark composed of 3 blood-colored keys overlapping each other. The vampire Viscount has a deeper connection with the sun through the magic potion, so the mark of blood-colored scorching sun appeared on the back of his hand. This means that the immortality of the vampire has been further improved. Sunan scanned Cole's current data. All his attributes are 20, but only the speed is already 50. In other words, the legendary knight of the same level can't beat the vampire viscount at all. The vampire viscount has a speed that is increased to 50. This speed allows him to kill a legendary knight at will in battle. Moreover, Cole also has a first level hypnosis technique, force deep hypnosis cognition. Cole took a step forward at this moment, and suddenly, the magic pressure generated by the magic pressure shell pressed the two vampires in the whole room to be unable to move. Even the vampire elder Methuselah was unable to move. He was shocked. Methuselah himself is also at the level of a half-step formal wizard. In fact, he is not inferior to the legendary knight of Quint of the Tuval family. It's just that he is used to retreating to the second line and never being a leader. At this moment, Methuselah looked at Sunan with a fiery look. With only a bottle of magic potion, Cole broke through the mental limit of 100 and became a first level creature. Cole knelt on one knee to Sunan and said, "Thank you, Master, for giving me new power. I will serve you forever, and even death cannot stop me from this obligation." Sunan sat back in his seat, tapping his fingers on the table in silence, waiting for the vampires to digest the shock of what they had just seen. Moreover, Sunan directly changed his state to that of a werewolf hunter and unceremoniously displayed his magic pressure of more than 405. The terrible magic pressure even made some low-level vampires faint and fall to the ground, unable to breathe, and turned into zombies. Some vampires also began to vomit the blood they had sucked before because of this magic pressure. In front of this violent magic pressure, the seat under Quint Tuval's buttocks could not even remain intact, and it directly broke with a bang. Quint sat on the ground with his buttocks. At this moment, all his fantasies were shattered by this terrifying magic pressure. He has never been qualified to be equal to Sunan Peter. The two sides have never been on the same level. All the vampires changed their attitudes. They were afraid of Sunan's terrifying power, which was even greater than the power displayed by the blind monk. They also envied the benefits of Sunan Peter turning a vampire into a one-ring creature. In front of such power, Quint Tuval, a genius who became a legendary knight by relying on the blood of the vampires, also became dim. It seemed that he became mediocre and nothing special. Methuselah took the initiative to stand up with difficulty and knelt down to Sunan and said, "I know. You are our vampire lord." The remaining vampires, including those of the Tuval family, even Count Tuval and Quint Tuval, all knelt down to Sunan and expressed their submission. Sunan used both kindness and force to subdue them. Sunan waved his hand, and the magic power immediately enveloped them, and then extracted the blood of the energy world from their bodies, turning all the 37 vampires present back into pure-blooded vampires. Sunan looked at Methuselah. How many vampires are there on the side of the blind king who have defected to the energy world? Methuselah immediately said, "Respected vampire king, your orders are laws to me, and I will answer you truthfully." Sunan frowned and interrupted him. "No need to add modifiers before your words. I like concise answers." Methuselah immediately changed his tone, figuring out Sunan's preferences, and said, "Master, this group of vampires is the largest vampire team under the blind king. In addition to the cadres you see here, there are 118 ordinary vampires outside. But there are some vampires with extraordinary talents. They have become vampire warlocks and are not under my control. There are probably dozens of these vampires still under the blind king. In addition, there were a total of 5 vampire clans that defected to the energy world. 2 of them have been destroyed for various reasons. That is to say, there are now a total of 3 vampire clans, and now mine and Vanessa's are both under your command." Sunan understood. "Then now, you are all under Cole's jurisdiction. As his viscount and subject. Cole, the vampire territory I awarded you is an invisible territory. From now on, the vampire societies in the Stormwind region can be under your jurisdiction. In the future, I will divide some vampire community territories in the whole world. Cole, now you are also a formal member of the Peter family." Cole said in surprise, "Thank you, Master." Vanessa Van Helsing looked at Cole with complicated eyes and clenched her fists. Damn, this vampire that she once looked down on has now become a more powerful existence than her. Even become her leader. She was wrong before. She should not have hesitated when she was in the Atlas Mountains. She should have immediately joined Sunan. Maybe Cole's position is hers now. In fact, her idea is correct. Sunan found Cole as his experimental subject because he couldn't wait for Vanessa for the time being and ended up pushing him to the position of Vampire Viscount. Chapter 277 Becoming a Senior First Ring Wizard. Count Tuval wanted to gain some benefits. He gritted his teeth and said to Sunan, "My great master, I took the initiative to contact you. I brought the Tuval family and the vampire group of Methuselah to you. I don't want to emphasize my contribution. It is my greatest honor to do anything for the master, but..." Sunan glanced at him and said, "The Tuval family and the vampire group of Methuselah are separated. Your Tuval family, Methuselah, and Vanessa will lead different vampire groups respectively." Sunan took out 4 bottles of vampire baron potion and handed them to them. "Drink it. Become my vampire baron, and then transform all the vampires under your command again. But I want to remind you that, after drinking this potion, the object of your recognition of ancestors will be me. Next, it will not be so easy to get rid of it. This is more powerful than the constraints of the energy world on you." The first one to drink it was Methuselah. This old vampire was so cunning that he didn't hesitate at all. He was cunning and even suspicious enough to think that this was a test from Sunan. If they hesitated a little, Sunan would kill them the next moment. Moreover, Methuselah wanted to use Sunan's power to become a one-ring creature and become an immortal king. He, who was originally an old soul, did not have this hope. Next came Vanessa, then Count Tuval, and finally Quint Tuval. They were stronger than Cole and had a stronger foundation than Cole at that time, so they digested the potion much faster than Cole. After they digested the potion, the first one to express loyalty to Sunan was Quint Tuval, who had always been dissatisfied with Sunan. Quint Tuval said to Sunan, "Master, I finally feel your power more effectively." He looked at Sunan with a look of loyalty, partly because of the effect of recognizing his ancestors, partly because he was a knight and it was easy for him to be loyal to his benefactor. The last reason was that he felt the magic power of Sunan more effectively during the process of digesting the potion just now. He surrendered to this powerful magic. The cold and ominous magic pressed him so hard that he couldn't breathe. At the same time, in this magic, as if a volcano suddenly erupted, a blood magic suddenly appeared. This blood magic was like the sun, full of active energy, nourishing his body and mind. The werewolf curse transformation potion will amplify the first emotion when it is transformed 10 times. The vampire curse transformation potion transforms the object of ancestry into Sunan Peter and strengthens the loyalty of ancestry 10 times. From the results, the cost of the vampire curse transformation potion seems to be lower. After all, loyalty is a precious asset. But the werewolf curse transformation potion can transform ordinary hounds, so it is actually cheaper to make a werewolf. To make the vampire viscount potion, Sunan needs a lot of refined wolf poison and a ring of wolf poison jade. The production requires the spirituality of the patron saint before the vampire viscount potion can be made. Similarly, the werewolf hunter potion requires the blood of the ancestor. The production requires the spirituality of the patron saint. Sunan now wants to steal the spirit of the patron saint from Borgia, or try to replicate the spirit of the patron saint. However, to figure this out, Sunan estimates that he may need the level of a second ring wizard. After all, the vampires have re-identified with him. Sunan tapped the table with his fingers. In this case, don't reveal your identity for the time being, whether the energy world suspects you or not. If the energy world has any contact with you, you must respond to me through the wolf pack effect as soon as possible. Sunan connected the 4 vampire barons to the wolf pack effect, but restricted their authority. They could not hear other communications in the wolf pack, and could only receive Sunan's orders, or they reported to Sunan individually, and they formed a group to communicate. This is equivalent to giving them a vampire group. At the same time, the vampire Cole was also among them, as the leader of the vampire group. Sunan left the Tuval family. For a period of time, he would lead the wolf pack to hunt every night. 2 weeks later, Sunan drank a bottle of Warlock's hemastasis that he had recently refined and raised his mental power to 500. In this way, he officially became a senior first ring wizard. At the same time, He had constructed 2 new first ring potion magics, first ring, potion removal spell, and first ring, potion throwing spell. However, after his mental power was raised to 500, Sunan drank a bottle of ordinary warlock's blood, and found that his mental power increased at a slower rate, only increasing by 0.2, and if he continued to take it, the increase would be even less. However, it didn't matter. Sunan looked at the blood essence of the 5-star warlock on the temporary laboratory table in the rented villa area, and began to think. You can use this bottle of blood essence to refine the 6-time sublimation of the advanced warlock blood magic potion. By then, I can quickly push my mental power to 600. My current brown force field defense is about 30 times higher than the minimum defense field strength. According to speculation, if my mental power is increased to 600, the maximum defense strength of my brown shield will be about 50 times the minimum defense field strength. This is the gap between a half-step second ring wizard and the weakest first ring wizard. Sunan looked at Vasilan. Recently, his wolf pack hunted the 9 strongholds of the warlocks at night, so he now has a total of 57 3-star warlock captives and 3 4-star warlock captives. Each warlock was imprisoned in the first layer of the subspace of the Boneland, wearing a slave collar infused with the wrath of the fire demon, and the body was injected with wolf poison. Therefore, Sunan gave some of the warlock blood potion he refined to Vasilan, and Vasilan's mental power had reached 500 at this time. Sunan wanted to get a better set of magic inheritance for Vasilan, otherwise it would be difficult to perfectly exert Vasilan's current power. In the past 2 weeks, no matter how Kingberry ordered, he used static control to control the situation, and just kept capturing and hunting warlocks in Stormwind Castle. At the same time, in the past 2 weeks, his 10 ordinary Death Knights each obtained his 3 sublimated intermediate Death Knight potions, and became intermediate Death Knights. Sunan planned to wait for a while, to let them all become high-level Death Knights. Then these Death Knights, who were equivalent to first-class wizard apprentices, would be equivalent to reaching the end of the road. At the same time, Sunan's arcane swarm in the sewer of Stormwind Castle finally iterated out a good one, the ability to obtain some of the enemy's spiritual characteristics by devouring the enemy's flesh and blood. But now the number of iterations is not enough, so it is necessary to constantly let the swarm fight the warlocks and iterate enough generations. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel, completely inherited and evolved the ability to devour the enemy's spiritual characteristics. Now, Sunan is probably in a state of strategic balance with the energy world. Sunan's insect swarm and wolf pack are causing damage in the sewers and at night respectively. Because of the door, the number of warlocks has become particularly large, so they can afford to consume. They have already pushed back 7 waves of insect swarms, but every time they are eliminated, the insect swarms will come back. Even if they arrange warlocks to monitor the sewer system, it is meaningless. Because the wolf pack's target is the high-star warlocks, if they monitor the entire Stormwind Castle's 2 million level sewer system, the population at its peak, the actual population is only a few 100,000 now, it will lead to too much dispersion. And Sunan can easily let the mutant wolf group capture these scattered high-star warlocks. Now, Sunan guessed that the main target of the energy world did not seem to be on him. So for them, he is an additional factor that has been attacking them from behind, so the energy world still focuses on their own plans. Even though Sunan destroyed the entire gate plan, the energy world still did not turn against him, and he did not need to use an H reversal spell to retreat. From this incident, it can be seen that the so-called gate plan, which is the plan known by the 10 3-star warlock demon hunters, is completely just a cover to attract people's attention. In the laboratory, Sunan said to Vasilian, "Recently, I have been too obsessed with capturing warlocks, and I didn't realize that the gate plan was a cover. I think that plan should be used to attract the attention of the Storm Church. Of course, if it succeeds, it will be great. It's a plan that can fail." Vasilian said to Sunan, "Master, it's not too late for us to find out now. After all, improving our own strength is far more important than destroying other people's plans. Because of the gate plan, a large number of warlocks are scattered all over Stormwind Castle, and we can capture them at will." Sunan smiled and said, so when I could completely destroy this plan, I deliberately didn't destroy it immediately to see if the blind monk would continue with that plan. Unfortunately, the last warlock spy they had in the rebuilt Caldora Church also withdrew. It seemed that they were unwilling to let me go fishing. Sunan thought, in this way, it will take some trouble to capture 4-star and 5-star warlocks and refine more advanced warlock blood. No, I have to find a way to force them out. Sunan thought of the recent successful selection of the princess, and the new princess was the young daughter of a baron in one of the scattered baron territories of the Storm Kingdom in Asia Minor. Probably because no high-ranking nobles dared to give their daughters to the current King Barry. Therefore, as a king, he could only marry the daughter of mere baron. Sunan was thinking, if he attacked the queen, would the energy world send high-level warlocks to protect the queen? Sunan shook his head and gave up. The main reason was that the palace of Stormwind Castle was now the base camp of the energy world. He didn't want to go head to head with the blind monk group now. The premise of the all-in is that you have been forced into a desperate situation, or you are sure of winning. Sunan is still collecting information about the energy world. He plans to transform the 9 mutant werewolf deacons into shadow werewolf deacons before the mutant werewolf messengers, enhance their reconnaissance capabilities, find the gathering place of warlocks in Stormwind Castle, and understand the steps of the energy world. Of course, there are still a large number of warlocks in the underground sewers. After all, the sewers of Stormwind Castle are a huge and complex world. Chapter 278 God-Killing Plan. Inside the Storm Palace, the blind monk has become the king's hand and is wearing the clothes of the prime minister. The blind nun is the minister of finance of the Storm Kingdom and is wearing the corresponding clothes of the minister of finance. At the same time, the current military commander of the Storm Kingdom is the blind knight under the command of the King of Blindness. The current chief justice of the Storm Kingdom is the blind chief justice under the command of the King of Blindness, and the chief officer in charge of the palace guard is the blind swordsman. After King Barry's 1.5 months of tossing, the entire upper echelons of the Storm Kingdom have been cleansed by him and replaced with his own people. Of course, Prime Minister Cavendish is an accident. King Barry was surprised to find that Prime Minister Cavendish's power in the Storm Kingdom was almost like a tortoise shell, and he could not use the royal power or assassination to disintegrate it. Prime Minister Cavendish's power can actually suppress the royal power under normal circumstances. It's just that now, the energy world is doing things unscrupulously. At this time, these people are in a meeting, discussing how the current plan is being implemented. Generally speaking, the person in charge of the plan is still the blind monk. King Barry is just a semi-vassal of the blind king, and the blind monk is the direct descendant. The blind monk listened to everyone's progress report and nodded. The situation is going relatively smoothly. Although there are 2 things that have not been handled properly. One is Sunan Peter, and the other is Prime Minister Cavendish, who may be related to the Power Movement Wizarding organization. The door ritual we set up in Stormwind Castle was originally intended to distract the Church of the Storm, or even force the seriously injured saint to take action again and completely consume his remaining vitality. After all, our real ritual needs to be performed on the poor new queen. Even if the door ritual is opened, the God of Storms will find a way to close it again. Only by killing the God of Storms can we completely solve all future troubles and completely invade this world. The blind monk pondered. We want to destroy the God of Storms and directly attack his kingdom of God. It is something that we cannot do with our current resources. But if the God of Storms can use the saint to descend into this world, we can use the artifact of the King of Blindness. After defeating him, we can restrict most of the main consciousness of the God of Storms to the body of the saint. The blind monk said, so we need to weaken the saint as much as possible. We need to provoke the Storm Church, show our infiltration of the Storm Church, let the Storm Saint be unable to suppress his anger, and then take action. And there is only one possibility, let the Storm God come, the blasphemous ceremony. That is the only record in history that forced the righteous God to take action. Let our blind queen and the blind king ascend the throne together. But Sunan Peter destroyed our plan. He is a cancer. The blind monk gritted his teeth. Although our real plan went very smoothly. But the plan to further expand the results of the war was destroyed by the outsider Sunan Peter. But if we want to encircle and suppress him, there are too many resources to be allocated. and I'm not sure if our large-scale battle with him will give the Storm Church an opportunity. King Berry sat on the throne and said, "So, let me take action. As long as I stand beside him, death will befall him." The blind monk looked at King Barry. "Your Majesty, the blind king only allows you to take action against the saints and the knights of the hand of the gods who may be in the Church of Storms. Sunan, I will take care of it. If you take action in advance, our trump card will be exposed. Now we haven't figured out the trump card of the Church of Storms." The blind monk said, "Moreover, as Stormwind Castle has become a city of criminals, morality and common sense have been destroyed, and our strength is stronger than before. It only takes another month for my group of monks to recover to the level of being able to function as 6-star warlocks. This is why I'm waiting. After all, art needs a long time to settle before it can be understood by the world. The process of understanding is long. There is no need to rush. Our blasphemous ritual will take at least half a year to complete, so there is more than enough time to deal with Sunan Peter on the eve of the plan." King Berry sighed. "Then I'm really bored. In fact, as long as I take action, I can basically kill ordinary first ring wizards. You really should be faster, so that the magic tide can recover to the level that can accommodate second ring wizards." The blind monk looked at King Berry and said, "If the god-slaying plan succeeds this time, let alone recovering to the level of the second ring, even recovering to the level of the third ring is fine. This is the core of the god-slaying plan. By killing the god of storms, some areas will be in turmoil, and the energy world will further invade this land, and then make the environment here more suitable for us. Our king, if you can kill the god of storms, I think you should be relieved." King Berry's face suddenly showed a serious and angry look. "Blind monk, no matter what you know, it is a dangerous information that may harm you. You'd better not say anything. The hatred between the god of storms and me must be avenged. Your plan is very much in line with my appetite. I want to make the god of storms cry in front of me." The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar first publishes a novel. 69 Book Bar reads, "The blind monk performed an elegant etiquette on him. At the same time, among this group of blind beings, the only human was the chief priest in the palace of the Kingdom of Storm. He looked at the people around him in panic. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand what you are saying? How can you say so many treasonous things?" The next moment, his chest was pierced from behind, and the blind chief priest in the chief priest robe smiled grimly and lifted him up from behind. "This feeling is so good. It turns out that I don't need qualifications and background at all. I can become the chief priest of the court. Lion Valencia, you die. If you die, I will be the chief priest. This is what I can get by joining them." In this way, the entire court high level is full of people from the warlock group, and the royal power is liberated to the greatest extent. At the same time, King Berry suddenly raised his mouth with a malicious look and said to the blind monk and the blind nun, "By the way, because of the tradition of the Storm royal family, today is the day when the queen returns to her family, and she will stay with her family all day today. His family is in the Anatolian Peninsula, so now his family lives in a manor in the inner city, next to Sunan Peter. It was arranged by Prime Minister Cavendish. The reason why I didn't say it in time is that I always feel that this is just an insignificant matter. Monks and nuns, you can't even handle this matter, right? Why not hand over the command to me?" The blind monk turned his head to look at King Barry, with anger flashing in his eyes. "Not good." The blind nun was a little distracted by the arcane swarm recently, and when she heard this, she also felt bad. Isn't this a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Chapter 279, Reshaping Personality, Terrifying Hypnosis Magic. In the manor next to Sunan, the new queen was an innocent 18-year-old girl, more elegant and quiet. When she heard that Sunan was coming to visit her, she was surprised, but she immediately adjusted her state to the best level. The new queen said to Sunan, who was sitting at the long table in front of her, "Thank you, Lord Earl, for your condolences. I'm really honored. In the palace, I don't know why, I always feel too depressed. The maids around me are different from the maids around other nobles. They don't like to talk to me. They always stare at me with their eyes straight. Are all the queen's maids like this? I really don't understand. Everyone has their own troubles, don't they? The queen has her own troubles, and the common people have their own troubles. Sunan glanced at Cole behind him, and Cole immediately walked over to look into the queen's eyes and started hypnosis. At the same time, Sunan crushed 10 ether stones to strengthen this first level hypnosis magic. Cole said to the queen, "You and Sunan Peter hit it off right away and had a great time talking to each other. Count Sunan Peter has become your hope in the dull and depressing life in the palace. You have a very strong attachment to him. You always try to communicate with him, even if the letters are blocked by others. When someone tries to search your memory will be confused and reset to its original state. This is a joint spell by Sunan and Cole, so this hypnosis has a safety mechanism. That is, whenever the content of the hypnosis is questioned, the queen's memory will be immediately restarted and restored to the initial state after being hypnotized by herself. This can bring a lot of trouble to the energy world to the greatest extent. If you are lucky, you can even interfere with the real plan of the energy world. After all, the queen in front of them is obviously the core figure of their real plan." Cole said, "After I finish speaking, you take a nap on the table, but it doesn't matter. You regard Sunan Peter as your best friend." The new queen lay on the long table, as if no one was around, and soon her breathing became slow and long, and she fell asleep. Sunan looked at her sleeping body, smiled, and said to Cole, "It seems that someone deliberately arranged her for me, and there must be some internal strife within the Warlock group. I guess there is a struggle for leadership among them." The arcane superintuitive ring on the index finger of Sunan's right hand flickered and emitted a magical aura. In Sunan's mind, he thought of Cavendish. Soon, the queen's new wife raised her head from the table. She showed a trace of doubt, then looked at Sunan and said shamefully, I really shouldn't have fallen asleep in front of the guests. This is so rude. But I don't know what happened today. I'm very sleepy. Maybe it's because I'm with ill Sunan, and I'm very relaxed." Sunan smiled indifferently. "Everyone gets tired sometimes." The new queen sighed. "What did I say before, King? Well, you are my good friend. I will tell you directly, dear Count Peter. The king would rather be with 10 women on the wedding night than satisfy me. I always feel that he is indifferent to me, and sometimes the look he gives me becomes very playful. I feel very depressed when I'm with him, and all my thoughts become very negative." Sunan suddenly realized something. From the conversation just now, the queen kept emphasizing that she was very depressed. So one of the core plans of the energy world is probably related to the queen's mood. If my guess is correct, then I have a way to delay the real plan of the energy world and take advantage of this time to go to the Bulgar area. Because in more than half a month, the werewolf hunter Wolf 3 finally found the entrance to the wizard ruins of the Golden Wizard during his daily search. Although it seems that there is already a wizard family who has discovered the entrance to the ruins in advance and has begun to plunder some resources of the wizard ruins. Therefore, the best way to prevent the real plan of the energy world and create time for yourself to obtain more magic resources, in turn enhance your own strength, and preferably reach the mental limit of 600, or even find a way to break through the second ring wizard. Therefore, Sunan looked at Cole again. The poor new queen, her memory had just been tampered with, and now, Cole launched a second, forced deep hypnosis cognition on her. Sunan's lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. At the same time, Cole said according to Sunan's instructions, "From today on, you will be very happy." The queen was in a hypnotic state and subconsciously said, "Why should I be happy?" Sunan smiled. "Do you need to use logic to convince yourself? But happiness that requires logic to convince yourself is never real happiness. Real happiness is happiness without reason." It seems that the energy world has found a queen who is easily depressed and thoughtful this time. Cole received Sunan's order and said, "From today on, whenever you think of Sunan Peter, you will be happy because you have a confidant who understands your mind, can agree with your views, and will be indignant with you. Every time you are sad, you will think of him. Before your will collapses, you will try every means to find him. Before you find him, your will not collapse." Sunan crushed the 10 pieces of featherstone in his hand and strengthened this one ring hypnosis magic. The new queen murmured to herself, "Before I meet Sunan, I will never collapse." Sunan looked at Cole and said, "This is not enough. because the warlock may use some methods to directly interfere with her mind and accelerate her depression if this also meets the requirements of the ritual. However, fortunately, we have enough time today because of some people. Go on. I will use hypnosis to strengthen all her cognitive abilities so that she will always be happy and optimistic and disgust the energy world. Cole laughed, and he continued to use hypnosis magic on the new queen, while Sunan used other magic to strengthen this hypnosis. Cole said to the new queen, if someone wants to disturb your memory will be reset later, and you will not be affected. If someone wants to kill you, at the critical moment, you will think of your family. You will do everything you can to survive. You will never commit suicide and you will never give up your life. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Cole was a little out of breath when reading it at 69 Book Bar, because as the hypnosis went deeper, he was modifying the logic in the queen's mind more and more. He was like a logic correction knife, carefully adding some new logic frameworks, while trying not to destroy all the logic frameworks of the queen, a mortal, in order to make the gloomy queen completely change her personality and become an optimistic and cheerful queen. Of course, even if Cole had this kind of ability, he might not be able to use it so well. At most, he could perform some short-term command hypnosis on the enemy, while Sunan was reshaping the queen's personality through more precise and careful logic supplements. After adjoining the logical framework more than a dozen times, the queen's eyes changed a little bit. She no longer looked like a gloomy girl, but a girl who looked lively, cheerful, and carefree. Suddenly, the door of this room and the manor rented by the queen's family opened. A blind monk dressed as the king's hand and a blind man dressed as the chancellor of finance pushed the queen's father aside and walked in. The queen's father thought everything was normal. The queen is just talking to a friend. Sunan smiled and looked at the blind monk and the blind nun who broke in. Are you two pretending to be a monkey recently? Why are you wearing costumes? Sunan looked at the blind man and said, what is 123 plus 564? The blind nun was stunned for a moment. Sunan raised his eyebrows and spread his hands. You are the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Are you trying to make me laugh by wearing this costume? The blind man was so angry that she was shaking. She was now in a normal human state, and even her eyes were not covered with blind cloth. She was about to attack Sunan, but the blind monk grabbed her fist. The blind nun looked at the blind monk in astonishment. Sunan looked at the blind man and said calmly, be careful, nun. If you attack me, it means declaring war on me now. The consequences will be serious. The blind monk glanced at Sunan, then looked at the queen, and whispered, we are only here to greet the queen this time. Your Majesty, you can go back. Your Majesty is already in the palace, waiting anxiously. Lord Count Peter, I don't think you want to stop the royal newlyweds from meeting, right? Sunan spread his hands. Of course I'm not going to stop it. This is not my wife. The blind man was so angry that she was shaking again. Chapter 280 The Golden Wizard's Ghostly Ghost. Before the new queen followed the blind monk and left her manor, she suddenly turned back to look at Sunan. Lord Sunan, can we meet again in the future? Sunan said calmly, of course. I can go to the palace to see you at any time, but I have something to do recently. Let's meet in the palace next time. The new queen cheered and jumped for joy. The core of her new personality was Sunan, so her eyes were full of joy. That's great. We can meet often in the future. It's a pity that Lord Count Peter still has a lot of things to deal with. Then I look forward to meeting you in the palace next time. The palace is really too boring. The blind monk and the blind man paused for a moment, and the two beings looked at each other. They were almost certain that Sunan had done something, but they were not sure what it was. The blind man used her spiritual ability to communicate with the blind monk in the spiritual field. After returning, arrange a series of examinations for the queen, and increase the number of sorcerers in the dark room of this queen's bedroom to create a desperate bride as soon as possible. The blind monk reminded her in the spiritual realm, don't discuss this matter in front of Sunan Peter. I'm not sure if he can enter our spiritual realm. Sunan looked up at him, and the blind monk quickly took the queen back. At the same time, the intelligent brain gave Sunan a response. It has been determined that there are special communication channels between energy creatures. They can resonate and communicate at the energy frequency, but they still need to continue to communicate in order to determine the energy resonance frequency when they communicate and get their communication information. However, in any case, the energy world is now facing the new personality of the queen, and they have something to do. Sunan arranged some work for Warwick, asking them to patrol the entire manor and not let the warlock come to set fire again. Sunan was too lazy to see this trick again. Then, Sunan went to the north side of the inner city of Stormwind Castle, to Baron Eric's home, because he suddenly found that the Golden Wizard might have something to do with him. In other words, the Golden Wizard might be the wizard who killed his original father. The old Baron of Baron Eric's family was a comrade in arms of his original father. He also participated in the Bulgar War. For some inexplicable reasons, he rotted all over after returning home. The difference is that after that incident, Baron Eric's family suddenly had a lot of gold for some reason, and then made a fortune. Sunan looked at the frantically struggling golden ghost and the Bay Tree stabilizing potion. This was a head-falling evil spirit that his werewolf deacon group found and captured on the edge of the territory on the third day after Wolf 3 confirmed the remains of the Golden Wizard. This evil spirit would repeatedly ask his subjects if they knew him and would kill people randomly. Since this evil spirit had been wandering outside the territory of Earl Peter, it had not found Sunan, so Sunan did not discover its existence. This kind of evil spirit curse method is head-falling curse. In the castle's Pera, in the underground dungeon of the Peter family castle, the third to last room, according to Sunan's instructions, a bag of gold coins was dug out of the dungeon. Pera discovered that there was a letter inside the bag of gold coins, which was clearly written to Sunan Peter, or the original body. Sunan asked Pera to read the letter in the dungeon. Pera said, "Sunan Peter, my dear son. My father's father had no territory to inherit, and even no property, in the Peter family. So he brought his son to the Storm Kingdom, and created a great cause here. In my generation, we should have gone to a higher level, but who knew that I fell into a crack in the ground on the battlefield of Bulgar. We saw countless wealth and a warning on the wealth. This is an unequal exchange. If you want to take away the gold coins of the Golden Wizard, you have to pay something more valuable than the gold coins, that is, your life. But we were too greedy at the time, and the curse came true. But my father wanted to leave you the last wealth before he died. I took the curse and I have paid the corresponding reward. All this pure gold is given to you. I will definitely help you." In the wolf pack effect, Sunan sat in the carriage and smiled bitterly. In fact, this is a gambler's behavior. The bag of gold that Pera found was indeed a lot. The stock of gold was very rare. Even in the underground Rye domain, the current daily mining volume was only about half a ton. The bag of gold that Pera found in his own dungeon was more than a ton. This was a huge fortune. When he mortgaged money to the Storm royal family, the gold coins he borrowed were less than a quarter of a ton. As a result, he created the central commercial town, Maple Leaf Town. No wonder old Baron Peter, old Earl Peter refused to hand over the gold coins. Of course, he had been cursed by the black magic at that time, so it was impossible to stop the transaction. In the carriage, Sunan looked at the golden black magic ghost trapped in the potion by himself. Not an equal exchange. In the form of a transaction, the cost of the black magic curse is reduced, and after the black magic curse is successful, the golden ghost is used to bring back the other party's life. From this point, it can be seen that the magic path of the Golden Wizard is life can be traded. As a golden necromancer, he has his own understanding of magic. Soon, the carriage stopped at the door of the dilapidated Baron Eric's house. The family's house was already dilapidated. The glass on the windows and even the aluminum panels on the roof had all been removed, and the whole house looked shabby. After Baron Eric's family made a fortune for about 3 years, their family squandered all their property. Instead, it led to their family bankruptcy, and their descendants were unfilial, so that they had to pawn and sell their family property all day long to make a living, and even relied on the title of Baron to cheat for food and drink. After all, the Storm royal family and the Storm church would never let a court honorary Baron family get to that point, which would make the common people feel that the nobility and their beliefs were cheap. Not long ago, the young Baron Eric, who was in his early 20s, fell seriously ill and fell in front of the bed. It was not until Warwick found their information in Stormwind Castle, when he was investigating the Golden Wizard. According to the Oak Wizard, there is at least one Second Ring Wizard Tower and a complete set of manufacturing information for the Second Ring Wizard Tower in the Wizard Ruins of the Golden Wizard. This is also the main reason why Sunan set his sights on the ruins of the Golden Wizard. Moreover, since the Golden Wizard, as a half-step Second Ring Wizard, already has a Second Ring Wizard Tower, he must have a solution to break through the Second Ring and stabilize the entropy increase. Even if that solution is unsuccessful, it is useful for Sunan, as long as it is recorded in the intelligent brain and becomes data. Sunan walked into the ancestral home of Baron Eric's family, and Blom calmly kicked away the garbage in front of Sunan in Baron Eric's house. Baron Eric's family now has almost no servants, only a skinny old servant. The old servant became very nervous when he saw Sunan and the Earl's family emblem. Sunan can still use the Earl's family emblem because the Storm Church vetoed the royal decree to deprive Sunan of his noble title. The old servant saluted Sunan nervously and took Sunan to Baron Eric's bedside. As soon as the old servant opened the door, Sunan smelled a foul odor. Baron Eric was lying on the bed. His body had rotted in many places. He said weakly, "Is it Lord Count Peter? I'm sorry, I'm so rude. But I can't get up anymore. My condition has been getting worse and worse recently, just like my father's condition. In the dead of night, I often feel that I'm not the only one in this room. I always feel that there is someone standing in front of my bed. But when I opened my eyes, I found nothing." Sunan turned the arcane superintuitive ring he was wearing, used the wizard's spiritual vision, and saw a golden evil spirit standing in front of Baron Eric's bed. This evil spirit was staring at him viciously at this moment, both fearful and resentful. Baron Eric looked at Sunan with envy. "Our fathers both died of the same disease, but I really envy you. Lord Count Peter, you don't seem to be affected at all." Blom glanced at Sunan, then said to Baron Eric, "Perhaps there is indeed a second person standing in your room all the time." Sunan looked at Baron Eric and said, "Have you spent all the gold coins your father left for you? If you can return the money, I may be able to help you get rid of your illness." This is a black magic spell cast by a half-step Second Ring Wizard, and Sunan can't get rid of it without a counter spell. And more importantly, by observing Baron Eric, Sunan found that this black magic spell still existed on him. In other words, he was also cursed. The only problem is that the tax-collecting evil spirits sent by the Golden Wizard are too weak to shake him at all. Even if they just approach him, they can't withstand his magic pressure. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time, so he had nothing to do. As for Baron Eric's situation, it would be meaningless, even if he removed the evil spirit for him. As long as the curse was still there, the second and third evil spirits would come soon. But if Baron Eric could return the gold, he could help him remove the curse. Although the Golden Wizard never thought that the transaction could be cancelled, it was an objective theorem that the transaction could be cancelled. As long as he grasped this point, he could crack his entire black magic. Baron Eric smiled bitterly. "I've spent it all. Wealth comes too easily, so people won't care about it or cherish it. That gold really hurt me. But there is one thing left, a worthless ceramic vase. It feels like an antique. It was a container used by my father to store the gold." Baron Eric pointed to the head of his bed. "This is it. If you want it, take it. If possible, can you pay me some money? I can use it to buy medicine." Sunan walked over and picked up the ceramic vase. The curse on his body suddenly became active the moment he touched the vase. Then the evil spirit was full of resentment and wanted to pounce on him, but Sunan released a little bit of the magic pressure on his body. The whole room was filled with magic pressure lines. The golden ghost wailed and actually disintegrated directly. Sunan looked at the antique vase in his hand and found a line of words written inside it. It seems that no one in Baron Eric's family can read this kind of wizard language, but Sunan understood it. It means that every gift from fate has a price already marked behind it. Those who easily spend all the gifts from fate will not have enough value to repay the transaction from the gift giver in times of crisis. Sunan said in a voice that only he could hear, "So, this is the abomination of loan sharks. After a long time, the golden wizard turned himself into a loan shark through studying magic. Use gold to exchange for life. It's still in the form of usury, harvesting people's life. His main research direction is also black magic. And it is very likely that he harvests through black magic, creates golden ghosts, and increases his own army of undead. This is the second black magic master that Sunan has met. The last black magic master Brutus had already been calculated by Anthony Wizard and Milgott, so he basically didn't cause much trouble for himself. But now this golden wizard is his main opponent. Sunan thought about it and realized that it was the end of the month and he could attend the gathering. Before entering the ruins of the golden wizard, it would be best to ask his friends at the gathering if there were any treasures that could replace or offset the curse. In fact, he had already been cursed by the golden wizard, but it had not been activated. In this case, he was more likely to be cursed. Sunan looked at the bottom of the vase, where a lotus pattern was painted. This lotus is composed of 6 concentric circles, each of which has some architectural patterns on it, and in the center of the lotus is a wizard tower. Sunan frowned, thinking that maybe he could ask the old wizard chariot in the gathering for help. He is a wizard who studies the history of magic, and perhaps he can see the deeper ways of the golden wizard and the specific meaning of this pattern from this pattern. Sunan looked at Baron Eric and said, "I'll give you 10 gold coins, and you give me this vase. Although this vase itself is not very useful to me, but I hope you can save some money. After all, as long as you keep waiting, even if life is hard now, there will be a turnaround in the future." If he took over the remains of the golden wizard, all the black magic curses harvested outside would disappear. Baron Eric would be able to recover. But Sunan looked at him with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Can a prodigal son really restrain himself after getting money? But this has little to do with him. Sunan turned and left, and said to Blom, "Arrange the carriage, I'm leaving the royal capital, and heading to the Bulgar area." Blom walked out of the house of Baron Eric's family, and on the street, he smiled to Sunan. "Some people will be relieved to see our carriage leaving Stormwind Castle." Sunan said, "It doesn't matter, we will come back anyway. There are enough warlocks here. I want to break through to the second ring wizard, and I need a large number of warlocks, even a large number of 5-star and 6-star warlocks, to make medicine. Besides, I left enough things in the queen's mind. It will take a lot of time for the energy world to solve this trouble alone." Chapter 281 7 First Ring Wizards, Storm Gathering Transaction. Sunan's carriage left the Storm Castle, which attracted the attention of many parties. First of all, there was the Kingberry of the Storm royal family and the King's Council composed of the middle-level lords of the energy world. This meant that Sunan would not appear in Storm Castle for the time being, and they could focus on dealing with the Storm Church. The second was Prime Minister Cavendish. The Prime Minister's mansion of Cavendish was the key to keeping the Storm Kingdom running. There was also the Storm Church and the various nobles in Storm Castle. Even the Rost family who had now surrendered to Sunan, and the Tuval family who had completely turned into vampires and surrendered to Sunan. In the Tuval family manor, the vampire Cole was now sitting in the main seat and gave orders to a group of vampires. The master means that the war will continue even when he is not in the royal city. What we vampires have to do is to use our identities to deceive the trust of the vampire warlocks, invite them to come as guests, and let them drink the wolf poison potion. Any objections? All the middle-level vampires had no objections. The moment they joined Sunan and saw Sunan increase Cole's power, all vampires would become Sunan's diehard fans. Count Tuval suddenly saluted Cole and then said elegantly, "Perhaps we can also convert some noble vampires to overthrow the royal city." Cole looked at him and said, "Master, I knew that some vampires would make this suggestion, but the master meant that this would stimulate the Storm Church. Let the church and the puppet royal family conflict for the time being. All our current tasks are just to gather the vampire clan back as much as possible, and not let any vampires be loyal to the energy world." Count Tuval immediately saluted. "Master is really wise. His wisdom is beyond the imagination of vampire barons like us." Count Tuval realized that Sunan had already anticipated the plan he had just thought of. Vampire Elder Methuselah, as a vampire who has lived for more than 2000 years and never dared to show off, he very much agreed with Sunan's cautious and patient plan. The master's plan is long-term and effective. Very wise. We will try our best to recover all the vampire warlocks and make them pure-blooded vampires. Although if Sunan's plan is very radical, the vampire elder, Methuselah, will also follow loyally because he recognizes his ancestors. After all, Sunan reorganized the loose system of vampires and minimized the possibility of betrayal. But at this moment, the vampire elder, Methuselah, sincerely believes that this strategy is good. Vanessa Van Helsing looked at Cole, who was once the most ordinary vampire under her command, with some jealousy. She was a little eager to show her loyalty to Sunan. After all, she knew that Sunan would always pay attention to the meetings of their vampire group through the wolf pack effect. Vanessa said, otherwise, we can just kidnap the queen for the master. Sunan immediately rebuked in the wolf pack effect. Vanessa, don't do unnecessary things. Queen. Now we are chess pieces of the energy world. Don't do stupid things like taking the chess pieces off the chessboard. Vanessa immediately bowed her head and apologized. I know, master. I was reckless. I will first find a way to make all the vampire warlocks slowly return to our side. Sunan entered the storm gathering through a pit in the wilderness in the Bolgar area. At this time, the sky above the storm gathering was flashing with storms. This time, many heavyweight newcomers appeared in the gathering, including the old insect curse wizard from the insect curse valley, and the hermit witch, who called the first ring witch of their school's witch house, the rubber witch. And, the priestess called her first ring wizard friend, who claimed to be an iron shield wizard. In other words, 3 new first ring wizards appeared in this gathering, one of whom was an insect curse wizard recruited by Sunan himself, and the other 2 were recruited by the members of the gathering. What surprised Sunan the most was that the witch justice had already been promoted to a first ring wizard, becoming a first ring shaper school wizard of dark energy quantum. There were now 7 first ring wizards in their gathering. They had completely become a first ring gathering organization. Sunan said to Justice, congratulations. The petrified witch also laughed. Justice, what a surprise. We have someone else to walk with us on the path of magic. Justice said to Sunan and others, it's all thanks to the azure potion that Moon gave me, which helped me develop my talent and lifted the black magic curse on me. The eyes of the newly joined formal wizards suddenly became hot. Sure enough, in this storm gathering, there are people who can refine potions that can help wizards break through. If Sunan can refine potions that help wizards break through to formal wizards, then it means that Sunan will also have a great chance to refine potions that can help wizards break through to second ring wizards in the future. The rubber witch said to everyone, I didn't expect that in this era there would be such a gathering. I found that a witch in my school was improving very quickly. I learned that I could actually trade potions that can increase mental strength in this gathering. I have signed the gathering contract and joined this gathering. In the future, we must get along well. The old wizard of the insect curse was a little timid and greeted Sunan and other first ring wizards. Hello everyone, I'm a wizard from the insect curse school. The Iron Shield wizard thanked the priestess and said, Priestess, thank you. The quality of this gathering you recommended is indeed very high. You still have a lot of resources. After all, you are of a higher status. The priestess coughed quickly. Sunan looked at the priestess curiously. The real identity of Justice is a member of the royal family of Nicomedia. So what is the real identity of the priestess under the mask? As the organizer of the gathering, Sunan greeted the 3 new members and comforted the first class wizard apprentices who were a little panicked. He told them that everyone was equal in the gathering and first ring wizards could not force others to rob or sell. Moreover, Sunan suggested that, before becoming a first ring wizard, they could choose an identity in the tarot cards to protect themselves. Of course, first ring wizards like them did not need to do this. Although, if they wanted to, they could do so. The gathering officially began. Since there were 7 first ring wizards this time, everyone had many strange and bizarre things to share in the first anecdote stage of the gathering. However, in the anecdote stage, basically no specific person would take the initiative to pay for the magic stone. It was just a sharing of resources, intelligence, and anecdotes. If you are willing to say it, then say it. If you are not willing to say it, forget it. However, because the atmosphere of the gathering was good, everyone was happy to share intelligence. It can be seen that our wizards attach great importance to this first ring wizard level trading gathering that was organized with great difficulty. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Forum. 69 Book Forum publishes a novel for the first time. Reading Sunan at 69 Book Forum noticed that the Witch of Justice shared the recent crazy behavior of King Berry of Storm Kingdom. The Witch of Justice sighed. King Berry is really going crazy. He seems to want to transform his country into the country with the least moral and common sense restrictions in the world. The Rubber Witch interrupted and said, I can feel that the air in the Storm Kingdom has changed. There is a strange magic changing. Since I'm a wizard of the change sub-direction of the School of Spells, I may be more sensitive to this than the first ring wizards present. I can sense there is a kind of deteriorated magic in the air of the capital of the Storm Kingdom. This magic seems to be producing something. The Rubber Witch thought about it. This kind of magic, it seems that, as long as it is combined with people's depression, it will produce something. More than 2000 years ago, I have read similar books, and it is not that such things have never happened. As long as a country is close to extinction, more and more strange phenomena will appear. The deteriorated magic is very likely to give rise to terrible dangers. So, there is even a special school of wizards who study the process of national collapse. This school is called the Doomsday School. The Iron Shield Wizard also interrupted and said, yes, I have heard of the Doomsday School. It is quite notorious. Later, they were strangled by the former Truth Council, and then they seemed to be extinct. The Lightning Wizard smiled and said, if they were not extinct, they fled to a certain place and joined another force. Sunan remained silent throughout the whole process. Compared with these first ring wizards, he was still too young. Even the Justice Witch, Mary Ballier, had more experience in the magic world than him. Therefore, he only needed to remain silent and listen to their communication to increase his knowledge. Finally, everyone concluded that it was better not to enter the Storm Kingdom recently, especially the Storm Castle area, because something felt wrong there. Speaking of this, the Petrified Witch and the Justice Witch, as well as the Lightning Wizard and the Old Wizard of Insect Curse, all looked at Sunan involuntarily. Sunan commented on this, it's okay. There are many good alchemy materials in Storm Castle. Everyone began to think involuntarily about what alchemy materials Sunan was talking about. The Iron Shield Wizard said, speaking of this, I also have a strange story, which is something I encountered in the Bulgar area. I found that in the Bulgar area, there are some families that are not wizard families. They control a power to curse others through poisonous insects. These families have become more and more present recently. I suspect that there is an out of control magic power in the Bulgar area. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the Iron Shield Wizard said, I think that in the Bulgar area, a wizard failed to break through the realm, so that the magic went out of control. So, I have been avoiding Storm Castle Bulgar area recently. Sunan looked at the Iron Shield Wizard, knowing that what he said might be true. That may be related to the Golden Wizard. Because now, some families that are developing the Golden Wizard's ruins do have the ability to curse, but they are not wizard families. According to Wolf 3's surveillance and investigation for a week, only 2 wizard families are competing for the Golden Wizard's wizard ruins. They seem to have been mining for decades. But it seems that they have been around the Golden Wizard's ruins and have not been able to break into the core area. Sunan looked at the Iron Shield Wizard. The Iron Shield Wizard briefly introduced himself before. He is a wizard of the Protection School. So, according to his knowledge, the Golden Wizard failed to break through the second ring and the magic has gone out of control. Is it completely different from the situation of the Oak Wizard? However, this issue did not receive much attention from everyone. The gathering soon entered the second stage of intelligence exchange under Sunan's organization. Sunan looked at the Old Wizard Chariot who had remained silent. At this time, the Old Wizard's mental power, with the help of his own magic potion, was already 79. Soon, he will also have magic pressure. Sunan took out the vase he had obtained from Baron Eric's family and handed it to the Old Wizard Chariot. Chariot, help me take a look. Do you recognize the pattern on this vase? The Old Wizard Chariot looked at the concentric circle pattern at the bottom of the ceramic vase and blurted out, Mandala System. Chapter 282, The Three-Ring Wizard Organization, Tower of Samsara, and the Magic of the Void. In the gathering, All the wizards looked at him, and Sunan asked, "Chariot, what is the mandala system? Is it a power system? If you know this part, I can trade with you for a bottle of flash potion." Chariot's eyes were very eager. Of course, he needed the flash potion very much. With Sunan's potion, his originally stagnant realm began to make progress. It can be said that, if a wizard organization has a great pharmacist, the entire wizard organization will be reborn. Chariot was very fortunate that the magic encyclopedia he memorized could help him now and get to know Sunan, the great pharmacist. The old wizard Chariot said, "The mandala system is not a power system, but a conceptual system of magic path proposed by the ancient three-ring wizard school, Tower of Samsara, that has disappeared. I know that no one knows much about the Tower of Samsara now. The Tower of Samsara is an ancient wizard school on the eastern plains. Their heyday was 5,000 years ago. More than 2,000 years ago, the inheritance of their school had been scattered, and almost nothing was left. This is mainly because the magic path taken by the Tower of Samsara was found to have serious problems in later generations. It was a dead end. So the three-ring wizard organization that was once glorious slowly disappeared on its own. After all, the biggest factor that determines the vitality of a wizard organization is their magic path. One of the core theories of the Tower of Samsara is this mandala system. The old wizard Chariot said to Sunan, at that time, the Tower of Samsara proposed a theory to the wizard society. Death is a matter of constant reincarnation, and all souls will return to this world and exist in the form of various creatures. It's not like what the gods claim, that people go to heaven after death and leave this world forever. The rubber witch suddenly spoke. Is it a universal? That's great. The value of a universal is even higher than that of a first ring wizard. However, I have also done some experiments. I think that after the death of creatures, the soul does appear to stay on the earth for a long time. The claim of the gods is seriously problematic. Of course, as for whether there is such a thing as reincarnation, I'm not a professional necromancer. I'm afraid that ordinary first ring necromancers are not very clear about this. Sunan said briefly, in the process of transforming the dead, I often find that there are many souls that stay on the land for decades. It's just that the souls stay for so long that they basically become soul fragments. The view of the Tower of Samsara may not be completely wrong, but it may not be completely right either. Chariot, then what about this mandala system? It seems that the Golden Wizard should be related to the Tower of Samsara. He may have come into contact with the inheritance of the Tower of Samsara. After all, it was once the inheritance of the Three Rings, so it is more worthwhile to go to his ruins. The old wizard Chariot said, the Tower of Samsara believes that life and death are a cycle, and the cycle of life is endless, so all living beings are pitiful, and will always accept the pain of death reincarnation. Life is painful, and death is also painful. The Samsara school puts forward a hypothesis based on this theoretical model of life and death. If someone breaks away from this process, he will get real salvation. It is worth mentioning that in the eyes of the wizards of the Tower of Samsara, the gods are also suffering from eternal life and reincarnation. So the Tower of Samsara seeks to break the cycle of life and death and jump itself to a stage of emptiness. Empty means nothing. This is the core of the psychic magic of the Tower of Samsara. I just memorized this term, so I don't know much about it. I know they have been pursuing to turn themselves into nothingness. And the reincarnation wizard also claimed that he opened a door of emptiness. Behind the door of emptiness is complete nothingness. Then he walked in and never appeared in this world again. Or three-ring wizard of the Samsara Tower just disappeared like this. In the future, as long as a three-ring wizard is born in the Samsara Tower, after a period of time, that three-ring wizard will walk into the gate of emptiness by himself, and he will never be seen again. The old wizard Chariot said, the wizards of the Samsara Tower insisted that their mentor had found a better and more correct path than the high-ring wizards, and entered the real gate of escape. But from the perspective of the mainstream wizard society at that time, most wizards did not agree with this. Sunan raised his eyebrows. No wonder, after the prosperity of the Samsara Tower, it suddenly declined. If wizards keep pursuing and make themselves nothing, wouldn't it be that the higher the level on this magic path, the less contact with the outside world, and finally they might become nothing? If you keep pursuing emptiness, won't you turn yourself into nothing? Of course, if there is a chance in the future, maybe I can study where these 3 ring wizards of the Samsara Tower went. If they didn't evaporate and die, they must be somewhere. Perhaps it went to a special dimension. The old wizard chariot said, the mandala system is a system based on such ideas. There is a large amount of psychic magic at the bottom of the mandala. All people who die in it will have their souls confined to the mandala city. Then, according to the good and bad karma they have done in their lifetime, they will be assigned a status for their next life in the mandala city. The entire mandala city perfectly conforms to the magic road system of the Tower of Samsara, without any error, because whenever there is an experimental deviation, they will modify the mandala city to make it meet their magic theory system. Mandala cities should all be perfect circles, and they should be cities with concentric circles stacked on top of each other. The innermost circle means that the higher the blessings required for reincarnation, the better the welfare benefits. The people in the center of the circle can even get slaves, milk, and bread without working for their entire lives. And the people in the outermost circle can only be treated as slaves or paupers. So in the mandala, the poor can only accept that they are poor and do good deeds in the hope of going to the rich area in the center in the next life. Sunan was silent after hearing this. From this research method, we can also know that the wizards of the Tower of Samsara at that time were already insane. The old wizard chariot said, the Tower of Samsara uses this method to simulate reincarnation and life and death, and then let their wizard apprentices and first ring wizards find and feel the methods and ways to escape from reincarnation and life and death in this city. The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book 1 Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Liu Book Bar reads, there is the symbol of the mandala system inside this vase. According to the source of the General Magic School, the Supreme Wizard of Naturalism, the records of magic history show that the standards of the mandala system are magical in themselves. Therefore, this symbol cannot appear casually, because in order to create a world of life and death that conforms to its own magical cognition, the Tower of Samsara once set up a large number of black magic and curse magic under the mandala city. So you can't touch or draw the patterns representing the mandala system casually, otherwise it is likely to bring about a black magic curse. That's a very scary thing. The old wizard chariot returned the vase to Sunan a little scared. It's the first time I've seen this kind of thing. I didn't expect that this kind of thing still exists in this world. This kind of magic that has gone astray can mislead many people, as long as it appears in the world. The old wizard chariot said to Sunan, Moon, don't be deceived by the powerful spells of the Tower of Samsara. If you have obtained some inheritance, the special, void, psychic spells of the Tower of Samsara are powerful in the early and middle stages, and in the later stages, it will cause the wizards who learn them to get closer and closer to the void gate, which is like the most terrible black magic curse. But their magic is indeed the nemesis of the power of death and ordinary psychic schools. I heard that even the original death god before the current goddess of death was defeated by the earliest great wizard of Samsara with the psychic magic of the void. Sunan nodded. He will pay attention to this aspect, but in fact, as long as you don't sink into it and use this magic system as a tool, it is not bad. Especially the so-called magic of the void that restrains death. Sunan handed the old wizard chariot a bottle of flash potion. Wonderful magic appraisal. I hope you, chariot, can become an official wizard soon. The old wizard chariot scratched his head. With my talent, I can forget about it. Ha 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 ha. If there is a chance, then I will thank Moon for trading me the potion. Sunan said calmly in the gathering. Don't worry, everyone. There will be a basic benefit in the storm gathering. I can sell the azure potion to the regulars of the storm gathering, that is, the wizards who trade frequently, at the basic price. However, each person only has one such opportunity. Everyone's eyes lit up. Even those who are already official wizards have friends, apprentices, and relatives, and they will also need the azure potion. And everyone has seen the excellence of the azure potion in the petrified witch and justice. Even if there is only one internal preferential opportunity, it can greatly enhance the cohesion of the storm gathering, and everyone's loyalty to the storm gathering. Chapter 283 Explosive Spirit Potion and Reverse Curse. Next, the wizards exchanged information with each other again. Now there were more than a dozen wizards in the gathering, so this stage became more complicated and lengthy. Sunan remained silent throughout the whole process. When everyone had nothing to say, the third stage of magic resource trading began. At this stage, Sunan's flash potion and flash plus 1 potion were both hard currency. Sunan sold 50 bottles of flash potion and obtained 1000 magic stones, 20 of which were bought by wizard apprentices, and the remaining 30 were bought by the rubber witch. 15 bottles were bought. After all, she had a school to support. The old wizard of the worm curse bought 10 bottles, and the iron shield wizard did not seem to have a school, so he only bought 5 bottles. The Iron Shield wizard smiled and told Sunan that he only bought it for a young wizard apprentice he had recently accepted, and that guy was blessed. Unexpectedly, he could buy such a good thing with the magic stone. The 20 bottles of flash plus 1 potion were sold to 6 official wizards, who all use them. Sunan also obtained 1000 magic stones, and now he has 2500 general magic stones. These magic stones are hard currency, especially recently. He used his brain to calculate the second type of potion that acts as a basic gunpowder type, explosive spirit potion. Use 20 magic stones to make a universal explosive energy potion of the first ring level. Once exploded, the azure potion energy will expand outward at a high speed, forming a azure magic energy circle with a diameter of 10 meters. The power is smaller than the fire demon's wrath, and there is no special effect of fire magic. But the advantage is that 20 magic stones can make one explosive spirit potion, which is cheaper. 2500 magic stones can only make 125 bottles of explosive spirit potion. Therefore, the more magic stones Sunan has, the better. When encountering an enemy, he will use the magic potion learning spell and the flying stone ghost army to throw all these pre-made potions and blow up the opponent. Especially in the capital of Stormwind, the uncertain situation requires the reserve of these strategic resources even more. The Witch of the World took advantage of Sunan's transaction and handed over the 120 firefox skins she had accumulated to Sunan. The world said to Sunan, "Respected Master Moon, please give me 4 bottles of flash potion. The effect of your potion is really great. I will take it back to my wizard friends in the school to take together." Everyone wants to get the flash potion again. Sunan raised his eyebrows. The world could actually process so many skins in a month, which was beyond his expectation. The Rye Madam's craftsmanship has improved recently. This month, she has only produced a total of 100 firefox skins. It seems that the Witch of the World has probably pulled most of her herbalism school to process potion materials for her. It seems that having such a lower level wizard organization that specializes in processing potion materials is quite useful to him. According to the previous agreement, Sunan gave her 4 bottles of flash potion. After all, this way, he had a total of 220 processed firefox skins, and he could make 220 bottles of fire demon's wrath potion in a very short time and store them as strategic resources. At this rate, in a few months, he would have thousands of bottles of fire demon's wrath and thousands of bottles of explosive spirit potion. In this way, even if something really happened in Stormwind Castle, such as the ritual was successful, he would not care what ritual it was, and would first launch a magic bombing and blow it up. No matter what ritual it was, I would bomb it, and blow it up. After Sunan's potion transaction was completed, everyone started their own transactions. Sunan waited patiently for them to finish the transaction, and then asked, "Does any wizard know the magic or information that can specifically break the black magic curse without a counter curse?" Justice was a little surprised and said, "Moon, why are you asking this?" Sunan looked at the witch Justice. "Is this the law of Feng Shui? For some reason, I may have been cursed by a kind of black magic when I was very weak. This black magic will lower the threshold of the curse through a transaction with your family, forming a whole curse on all related bloodlines of this person. But it's not a big problem, because this curse can't get close to my magic pressure at all, and now my family is also protected by the wizard tower. This curse can't move me, but I think it's troublesome, so I want to solve it." Of course, Sunan wisely didn't say that the source of this curse might have the resources and manufacturing methods of the second ring wizard tower, or even a possible way to solve the entropy increase. There is no need to talk about this kind of thing now. The petrified witch felt a little creepy. What a vicious curse. But also stupid. How can such a curse be controlled? I'm afraid that in the end, the caster himself may not be able to control such magic. Moon, for reasons of justice, I have specially studied black magic during this period. I have an immature idea that I can tell you for free. After all, we are friends. There is no need to trade such things. The petrified witch said, I have recently developed a curse magic, root petrification curse, against black magic. This magic can find the curse body connected to the other end of the black magic, based on the black magic on you, and then find the wizard who cast the black magic through that curse body, and then pass my curse magic over. I call this mutual curse. This is a plan I prepared for dealing with wizards who are good at black magic in the future. Ah, I found it. The petrified witch grabbed the void in front of Sunan, and a golden spirituality fell into her hand. Do you want me to help you curse? Sunan nodded. A bottle of flash +1 potion. This kind of curse is also a consumption for the petrified witch. Her current mental power is only 130, so she must pay a certain amount of compensation for her to take action for herself. Only when there is a give and take can the relationship last. Moreover, it is also beneficial for Sunan to reverse the curse on the Golden Wizard, which can reduce the difficulty of Sunan to solve the Golden Wizard problem in the future. In addition, Sunan wants to confirm whether the Golden Wizard is still alive. The curse of the petrified witch is just a chance for him to test himself. The petrified witch muttered to herself. She ate the eyeball of a frog, chewed the teeth of a cobra with her teeth, and then the tail of a rat with plague. Then the petrified witch sprayed at the golden spirit she caught. I curse you. Everyone was stunned. This first level, root petrification curse, is quite unique to cast. About 5 minutes later, the golden spirit in the petrified witch's hand suddenly trembled, and something wailed in it. Sunan's eyes were cold, which meant that the golden wizard was still alive, but he was in a state that might not be a normal human form. The petrified witch thought for a moment, and said to Sunan, I feel that the thing I cursed doesn't look like a human being anymore. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. Read at 69 book bar. When I cursed it, I saw something. I will tell you through spiritual connection. The wizards also immediately avoided suspicion, and said they would not listen. After all, this was something that was obviously deeply related to Sunan, the organizer of the Storm Assembly. The petrified witch told Sunan in spiritual connection that when she cursed that thing, she saw a cave, and many silver objects were placed in each passage of the cave. The object she cursed seemed to be squatting in the cave, motionless, doing nothing, and it seemed to have been like this for a long time. Sunan nodded, indicating that he understood the information. The Justice Witch suddenly said to Sunan, if you can give me a bottle of flash +1 potion, I will go with you. Curse your origin. Sunan raised his eyebrows. A bottle of potion, replaced by a formal wizard's attack, is still a first-ring wizard with the innate talent of the Godman family with energy counterattack. Moreover, the Justice Witch seems to be very good at silencing and shattering the opponent's magic. Dark energy magic. So, it is still worth it. The Justice Witch looked at Sunan and added, this is to repay you for helping me last time in Corfu. Her voice became a little low. Besides, we are still friends. If a friend is in trouble, how can I stay out of it? Sunan has long felt that Mary Palealo is a very brave person, so he nodded. Okay, sure. I'll give you the address of the area where I'll be waiting for you. The Iron Shield wizard thought for a moment and said to Sunan, I'm a wizard from the School of Protection. Moon, I'm an expert on your matter. I can give you a first level magic scroll of the School of Protection, the strong dispelling spell. Sunan said to him, can you give me the spell model of the dispelling spell? I can buy it with the flash +1 potion. The flash +1 potion is just a 4-time sublimation potion. Now I can make 6-time sublimation potions, so this thing is not valuable to me. The Iron Shield wizard thought for a moment and said, okay, I can exchange it with you for 3 bottles of flash +1 potions. But this kind of thing takes a long time to learn, especially since you are not a wizard from the School of Protection. It's better to buy a protection scroll directly. If you learn it yourself, it will waste a lot of time, and you may not be able to learn it. Sunan nodded. Thank you for the reminder. I will use 3 bottles of flash plus 1 potion to exchange for the spell model of your school's strong dispel spell, and 1 bottle of flash plus 1 potion to exchange for the strong dispel scroll in your hand. After all, it is better to exchange for a finished product so that the intelligent brain can analyze and calculate, and the speed of quickly constructing this spell with potions will be much faster. The Iron Shield wizard thought about it and said, okay. The exchange was completed between the two. In this way, the storm gathering ended perfectly, and everyone returned with a full load this time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Sixth Sublimation of Werewolves and Insect Swarms. After the storm rally, Sunan asked the intelligent brain to analyze the first protective spell he had obtained, the powerful Dispel spell. According to the effect of this magic, this kind of spell of the protective school is actually very restraining to the necromancer. A Dispel spell is probably to dispel the undead collectively. Ordinary necromancers are still at a disadvantage when facing wizards who are proficient in the defense of school. Sunan's carriage was driving near the Bulgar area. The area bordering the Bulgar area and Storm Castle has many traditional settled cities that originally belonged to the Eastern Human Empire. Some cities even have a population of tens of thousands. Therefore, even if you walk in the Bulgar area, you can still see many cities and towns. Sunan's goal is to find the entrance to the Golden Wizard ruins in the hilly area, in this area where grasslands, mountains, and jungles are mixed. Moreover, there are 2 wizard families and more than a dozen families who claim to be sorcerers all year round, mixed in this hilly area. These existences have always been hidden within the sphere of influence of Bulgar. Generally speaking, they are trying their best to pretend that they are a normal village. When heading to those mountain villages, Sunan began to make 6 sublimation potions on the way. First, upgrade the existing Werewolf Hunter potion to the advanced Werewolf Hunter potion, and upgrade the existing legendary Death Knight potion to the advanced legendary Death Knight potion. Upgrade the legendary Sun Mark potion to the advanced legendary Sun Mark potion. The same is true for the legendary Sacrifice Stone potion. However, this time it is not like before. The 4th sublimation and the 5th sublimation are a huge threshold, but there is only a difference in quantity between the 5th sublimation and the 6th sublimation, not the quality difference. Therefore, the difficulty of refining and digesting these potions will be lower than before. Sunan has already obtained the refining method of the ancestor blood from Vanessa. The refining method is to absorb a large amount of human blood to produce high quality vampire blood, and then add the spirituality of the patron saint according to the ratio of 1000:1 to form the ancestor blood. For the advanced Werewolf Hunter potion, each bottle of potion needs to use 5 drops of ancestor blood separately, so as to form a comprehensive enhancement of the Werewolf Hunter's magic pressure shell, which is expected to increase the magic pressure to the equivalent of magic pressure shell with a mental power of 500. In this way, the single melee attack of the advanced Werewolf Hunter can reach a strength of more than 1.5 rings, and with a series of skills, it may reach a strength of more than 1.8 rings of single force attack. With the dark energy killing intention fluctuations, it can even play a force magic with a maximum output close to 1.9 rings. But it is obviously too late to refine the blood of the ancestors now. Besides, refining the blood of the ancestors requires both the spirituality of the church's patron saint and the slaughter of a large number of civilians. So Sunan found a way to replace the blood of the ancestors through the intelligent brain. That is, to use the blood essence of a 5-star warlock to replace the 5 drops of the blood of the ancestors. In the carriage, Sunan successfully refined a bottle of high-level Werewolf Hunter potion. He poured the potion into a glass bottle. The color of the potion in the glass bottle was bright red. However, because there is only one 5-star warlock's blood essence at present, there can only be 1 bottle of high-level Werewolf Hunter potion. Alas, I still need more corpses of high-level warlocks, or prisoners. It's a pity that the high star warlocks who act at night in Stormwind Castle have greatly decreased recently. When I go back, I must think of a way to anger the energy world again. Sunan looked at Warwick beside him and said, Mr. Warwick, drink this potion. Warwick drank the potion and asked Sunan curiously, what are the digestion conditions this time, little master? Sunan said, there is not much difference between the 5th and 6th sublimation. It's just a comprehensive strengthening of the basic attributes and the magic pressure shell, so that the werewolf has a stronger body. So you only need to go through a certain degree of battle to digest it, or use time to get through it. Warwick felt that his physical strength began to increase again and nodded. Then, Sunan began to refine potions to upgrade the swarm. The advanced legendary Sun Mark potion required 200 milliliters of blood from a senior first-ring wizard with a spiritual power of more than 500. Therefore, he could refine a bottle on the carriage and feed Jinx to strengthen the reproduction capacity of the swarm again, and increase the mutation speed of the swarm. As for the Death Knight potion series and the Sacrifice Stone series, they require the body of a senior first-ring level undead body and high energy gems. Sunan did not have them at the moment, so he could only upgrade a werewolf hunter and a swarm. The way of magic especially requires the consumption of resources, so he had to explore the wizard ruins everywhere. A day later, Sunan's carriage entered the deep mountains and came to the legendary evil ghost village in the Bolgar region, Grady village. At the same time, Sunan also refined the advanced legendary Sun Mark potion and used the Nit reversal spell to send it to the worm capital in the Rye underground area and feed it to Jinx. At this time, Jinx has evolved into a scarab queen beetle with a shape like a sun and a body as large as a building. At the same time, the body of the queen of the swarm is no longer an enlarged floating version of the brain and reproductive system. The queen's body gradually begins to produce a streamlined body and grows insect limbs with chitin claws, resembling a large insect in the shape of an upright dinosaur, which is very majestic. Sunan got off the carriage and looked at the deep mountains in the distance and the town located in the deep mountains. He said, there is no other way. I can only harvest resources while refining 6 times sublimation potions. This time, the accumulation is not enough, and I can't upgrade all the troops immediately. Warwick and Vasilian followed Sunan, while Cole and Blum were still in the capital of Stormwind Castle, sitting there. However, as long as I leave Stormwind Castle, the energy world and the Storm Church will directly conflict, and both sides will not have the energy to deal with me. Warwick found a passing mountain villager and asked him, we want to enter the deep mountain ahead, and want to hire you. The young and strong villager wearing patched fur clothes immediately showed a look of fear on his face when he heard this. No, no, no. We can't enter the deep mountain ahead. The people there are bad people who will curse others. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar first publishes a novel. 69 Book Bar read Sunan looked at him and said calmly, a storm gold coin. The Bulgar region also uses storm gold coins. After all, this quasi-state Bulgar kingdom has no economic foundation. It can only use the currency of nearby countries with economic foundations. The mountain dweller was stunned, then he gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll go anywhere, if I have money. I'll lead the way for you adults. It's just that, you adults, you are all big shots who call the shots outside, but in our mountains, we need the wisdom of many small people. So later, if we meet those people behind the mountain, please let us talk to them. Those people are from one family after another, and they are particularly xenophobic. And if you say the wrong thing, they will put a curse on you. There was a girl in my village who went crazy 2 weeks later because she rejected the proposal of a young man from Grady village on the other side of the mountain. It's terrible. Don't accept the food and gifts given to you by the people on the other side of the mountain. Sunan glanced at him calmly. Warwick said, how can there be so many black magics? Black magic is still quite advanced. However, if, as the Iron Shield wizard said, there is an out-of-control magic accident above the first ring level here, it's hard to say. The mountain man took the gold coin thrown to him by Sunan and said to Warwick and Sunan with a smile, gentlemen, there are many rules in this mountain. Sunan signaled him with his eyes to lead the way. Then, the mountain man didn't say much. However, the carriage could not enter the deep mountains, so Sunan asked the 4 servants of the Peter family to return the original way and wait for him at the foot of the mountain. In the carriage, there was a special rune of the ecological niche reversal spell left by himself, so he could determine the location of the carriage at any time. As long as the 4 servants stayed near the carriage, no animals would dare to approach, which was very safe. The group followed the mountain man and entered the deep mountains. Chapter 285, The Village of Evil Ghosts, Grady's Village. As they went deeper into the mountains, the trees were covered with leaves. The entire village of Grady was surrounded by dozens of hills and surrounded by a large number of forests. Therefore, it was gloomy all day long and there was no sunlight. The dense forests covered many things under the overlapping tree canopies. In ancient times, this was the northern border of the Eastern Human Empire. But in the Storm Kingdom era, because the national strength was far inferior to the peak period of the Eastern Human Empire, this area had long fallen into the hands of the Bulgars or other nomadic tribes. The nomadic tribes could cross this barrier and easily go south to attack Stormwind Castle. Moreover, with these towns near the mountains, the nomadic tribes essentially had the characteristics of settlement. The nomadic tribes themselves were not terrible, because their organizational structure was scattered, and no matter how powerful they were just a wave of robbery. But with the feudal organizational structure of nomads, they could attack cities and plunder land. Sunan was walking in the mountains, and noticed that a kind of miasma had appeared in the mountains, which was composed of poisonous fog, gloomy environment all day long, and out of control black magic. All the air in this area has a special miasma. This miasma is not good for the body of mortals. Living here will probably lead to a short life and many illnesses. Sunan even saw a highly condensed miasma under a tree. Next to this tree, there was a skeleton, which seemed to be left by the residents here. Once a mortal falls into this green miasma, it will directly corrode his flesh, leaving him with only a skeleton. The mountain dweller looked at the skeleton and the green miasma, and was so scared that his teeth chattered. See, I told you this place is weird. Everyone be careful, don't step into that green mist. Ah, sir, you actually put this disgusting thing into your bottle. Sunan opened a bottle of white flax tree stable sap potion, introduced the green miasma into it, and stored it. He shook the potion, and found that the miasma did not change much in the white flax tree sap. It seems that the effect has been stabilized. It's not bad to study this miasma occasionally. Maybe you can discover a new ring of magic, and you can apply it to other things. People can't limit themselves. Sunan said to Vasily, and Warwick beside him, how do you feel? Vasily said briefly, Master, I'm fine. Warwick said, a little uncomfortable, but I quickly adapted to this environment. Sunan said, keep walking. They walked for about half an hour, and at this time the mountain dwellers' legs and feet were a little weak. Along the way, they encountered many poisonous snakes and insects, but these poisonous snakes and insects were nothing to Sunan now. These things were crushed to death by the magic pressure on Sunan before they could get close. Along the way, there were insects killed by Sunan's magic pressure everywhere. Sunan did not hide his magic pressure of 503. After all, if there was a powerful first ring wizard here, he should take the initiative to come out and negotiate with him. If not, then he could do whatever he wanted. He was here to harvest the magic resources here. Of course, Vasily and Warwick disguised themselves, which was a necessary backup. Soon, a poisonous arrow fell in front of the mountain people's feet. A mountain man with a bad face, scars on his face, and a monkey-like appearance was seen holding a bamboo tube for blowing arrows in his hand. He looked at Sunan's mountain guide and shouted angrily, how dare you enter here? This is our family's territory. Outsiders are not welcome. Leave here quickly. This is the last warning. If you don't leave, you will be covered with rotten flesh and die in your own bed at home. His mountain guide was so scared that his face turned pale, and he looked at Sunan again and again. My lord, we'd better leave here. These people from Grady village are all terrible. Sunan looked at the mountain people from Grady village for a few seconds and suddenly laughed. Mortal, arrogant. The next moment, Sunan's magic pressure was concentrated on the bamboo tube used for blowing arrows in the other party's hand. In just a moment, the bamboo tube was crushed by the magic pressure and broke into dozens of pieces. Then, Sunan just took a look, and all the bamboo tube fragments burned directly in front of this mountain man. A large ball of fire burned on the chest of the mountain man from Grady village. He repeatedly put out the fire in front of him, and then looked at Sunan Peter in horror. Are you a sorcerer? Sunan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. The next moment, in Sunan's eyes, the wind element condensed into a knife, and cut his cheek. I want to go to Grady village, lead the way. The miasma here is heavy and the terrain is complex. It is indeed difficult to determine the location of Grady village for a while. The mountain people of Grady village and the mountain guide looked at Sunan in horror at the same time. They all thought Sunan was a sorcerer in the mountains. Sunan looked at the mountain guide who led the way before, and threw him a gold coin. This is your reward. Go back along the original route. Sunan summoned Cole with the traversal spell, and then Cole looked at him with eyes that forced him to forget everything. So, Sunan looked at the mountain people of Grady village. The mountain people of Grady village did not dare to offend Sunan. Master Sorcerer, I will take you into our village. Don't kill me. With this original villager leading the way, Sunan soon found a village in the miasma. The village was located between the miasma and the mountains, in a place where there was barely any miasma. At the same time, most of the people in the village looked weak, and they kept coughing. Sunan saw the core area of the village. The core area of the village was where two families gathered. The stone houses and wooden houses had their own family emblems, which seemed to be the emblems of ancient noble families. In this era, they had become extinct. Sunan was still standing on a hillside and saw that there were at least 200 wells in the village of Grady. A large number of villagers tied a hemp rope around themselves and then jumped into the wells. Some people watched from the wells. The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar first published a novel 69 Book Bar read that someone had just jumped into the well and someone had already climbed out of the well, carrying a large bag of things on his back. Then he scattered these things on the ground, most of which were copper, and a small part was gold. Sunan raised his eyebrows. I see. The Golden Wizard's black magic system uses gold to harvest life. His magic path believes that gold can be traded for life to achieve a certain purpose. Therefore, under this system, a group of people who try to find treasures from his wizard's ruins every day will inevitably be cultivated. These families have been passed down from generation to generation, using their own lifespans to exchange for the Golden Wizard's treasures bit by bit. But the Golden Wizard needs so many lifespans to gather on him. What is he going to do? His current physical condition does not seem to be a normal living person. In the past 2000 years, how many years of life has he gathered using this method? The next question came to Sunan's mind. If the lifespans he gathered were not spent by him, could he take them away and use them to refine potions? And there should be a large number of high-level undead in the Golden Wizard's wizard ruins, and he needs the corpse of a wandering undead creature. Sunan led his men down the hillside and came to the wellhead on the south side of Grady village. Looking at the villagers who were tied with hemp ropes around their waists and trying to go down the well, he said to Warwick, the residents of this village are essentially descendants of tomb robbers. Yes, it seems that everyone has practiced tomb robbing skills. I'm beginning to like them. Warwick thought for a moment and understood why Sunan liked these tomb robbing villagers. These villagers can use their mortal bodies to break into the ruins of the half-step second ring wizard here, so they can definitely dig other ruins for Sunan around the world. Sunan looked at the brass ring on his left thumb. This was something that the justice witch gave him at the market that day. There are two in a set, which are used to communicate with each other. Now, Mary should have found herself following her magic pressure. Sunan looked behind him and saw Mary, who was wearing a black and white dress, standing behind him. She crossed her arms and said, Sunan, this place is quite hard to find. There is some strange energy that prevented me from finding this place. Now Mary is also a formal wizard, so she doesn't call him sir. The two of them are friends on the same level, but their relationship is actually more familiar than before. Sunan smiled and looked at Mary. Your mental power has reached 200. How did you do it? Mary smiled and said, it's thanks to the help of your flash +1 potion, and Mary restrained her expression and said, ever since I discovered that my divine talent and the path of a wizard have been successfully combined, I told my eldest brother Michael VIII. He found a way to arrange a series of powerful curses for me and then help me to solve them and strengthen my strength. Sometimes, I feel that he seems to have only cold rationality. In his eyes, the relationship between people is a transaction. He didn't consider my feelings at all. But then again, as the biggest beneficiary of the wealth of the Nicomedia Empire, I really shouldn't say these words. Mary said, am I too ungrateful, Sunan? Sunan looked at Mary Paleologus and said, I don't know. But Mary, now you are a first-ring wizard, and you are also a divine man of the Paleologus family. I noticed that the special power of the god of law in you is even stronger. I think the god of law doesn't mind you being a wizard. On the contrary, he loves you even more. Show your courage, justice, just like the card you chose in the tarot cards. Tarot cards are a popular spell of divination. Sunan believes that tarot cards have special meanings. Wizards have special spirituality, and the tarot cards they choose casually can often represent their personality and future. Mary Balia smiled and said, that's right. I'm a god after all, and a first-ring wizard. I can make the decision for myself. Chapter 286, to Cursed Wizard Families. As Sunan and the others were talking, the villagers of Grady village noticed the presence of Sunan and the others. They all glared at him and gathered dangerously. Among these villagers who looked like tuberculosis patients, there were 3 people who were dressed slightly better and had special family emblems on their cuffs. Sunan felt a little magic power from these people, and one of them was actually a second-class wizard apprentice. The second-class wizard apprentice looked at Sunan warily. He just felt that this group of people was unfathomable, and he couldn't see their details at all. The second-class wizard apprentice said vigilantly, this Grady village is the territory of our 2 wizard families. What do you want to do here? I can see that you are also wizards. But our Jubal family and the neighboring Logs family are not easy to mess with. We have a large number of people here. Everyone step back and don't conflict with them. The villagers of Grady village have always been domineering among the mountains. This is the first time they have heard that the people of the Jubal family ask them not to conflict with others. Sunan ignored him directly and walked to the wellhead and looked down. Sure enough, the wellheads here all lead directly to the wizard ruins of the Golden Wizard. The second-class wizard apprentice of the Jubal family looked at Sunan nervously. When he saw Sunan looking directly at the underground where the wellhead led to, his pupils suddenly shrank. You are here to find the Golden City. The next moment, he suddenly raised a special stone statue in his hand and pointed it at Sunan. The stone statue had many hands and its head was covered by a red cloth. As the second-class wizard apprentice chanted a spell and cursed Sunan, the wizard apprentice of the Jubal family suddenly screamed, and red rashes began to appear on the exposed skin of his body. A group of villagers hurried over to surround him and help hold down his hands that were scratching his skin. You can't scratch this rash, otherwise the black magic will become more and more serious, and you will eventually die of suffocation, sir. Shouldn't the red rash black magic be used on those outsiders? Why, now it is the sir of the black magic family who has this thing on him. Sunan raised his eyebrows. His magic pressure is 503, and the other party is just a wizard apprentice with only 10 mental power, and he actually used a black magic curse on himself. This is really not afraid of death. Although the black magic is powerful, it is also extremely easy to be backfired. At this moment, the vengeful spirit did not dare to attack himself, so it directly attacked its owner. In short, the black magic is out of control. Sunan walked over, and the villagers passively gave way in fear. Sunan squatted down to carefully examine the wizard apprentice, and confirmed one thing. That is, they all have the curse of the Golden Wizard. Therefore, the people in this whole village have been cursed. They can't live to old age, because their lifespans are used to pay the Golden Wizard's gold. However, these people were not collected as badly as the original owner's father and old Baron Tarek. Sunan glanced at the villagers around him. So that's how it is. The earliest ancestors of the 2 wizard families should have been cursed, and then they chose some villagers as part of their help to pay off their debts. In other words, it became a wizard who borrowed usury and then collected usury from mortals, forming an industrial chain. I'm afraid that the ancestors of these 2 wizard families still hope to gradually conquer the wizard ruins, but this is a fantasy. The ancestors of these two wizard families should not have become first-string wizards, and there is no one in this family residence who can compete with their magic pressure. So, how can a group of wizard apprentices conquer the ruins of a half-step second-ring wizard, or a wizard who may have part of the inheritance of the Tower of Reincarnation? Therefore, they can only collect a small amount of things every year in the outer areas of the ruins. Outside the crowd, a large group of wizard apprentices soon came. Obviously they were all from the two wizard families. Sunan directly crushed them with magic pressure, which made the patriarchs of the two families change their faces. Then, they all showed respect to Sunan. Chief Kolber was a first-class wizard apprentice without magic pressure, and the patriarch of the Loke family was at a similar level. The life level of the two of them was only in their 40s, but they were already old and frail, and had to be supported by their young tribesmen to walk normally. With the support of their tribesmen, Chief Kolber and the patriarch of the Loke family saluted Sunan, and they looked at Sunan's young face with envy. The head of the Lox family said, "You are the official wizard. Your power is too terrible. To be honest, we can't even crack the secret realm here. There is a golden city underground, which is full of treasures, but if you touch the things inside, you will age as quickly as me. Some spells can be inherited occasionally. Our two families are stationed here in a competitive and cooperative relationship. Now that a formal wizard is here, perhaps you can solve the tragic fate of our two families." In the puzzled eyes of the tribe members, the head of the Kolbel family said to Sunan, "In the eyes of outsiders, we may be two very glorious local tyrants in the mountains. But in fact, we are all cursed poor creatures." Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Everyone, as long as our family leaves these mountains, we will all die of old age within a month. Everyone, we have lived here for generations, studying black magic, and searching for relics. Do you think we are, we are really greedy for gold? You didn't understand, when you were in your 20s. You thought that the gold that you could get every day without any effort was a gift, and that black magic was your ability. But when you are 40, you will age rapidly, and die within a year or two. We search for the inheritance of black magic just to break this curse, and we search for the relics, just to find a way to solve this problem of our family. Alas, but we are getting less and less able to do it. Even if we use many methods, the people of our two families can only live to 43 years old at most. Chief Kalbal glanced at the ordinary villagers around him with a dark look. These people are the solution their family came up with. Otherwise, the people of their two families would probably not live past 25. For thousands of years, their two families have been confined to this place, and have done nothing. Chief Kulba sighed to Sunan, "Our ancestors were just two ordinary third-class wizard apprentices. Perhaps they shouldn't have coveted the gold from the beginning. Now, we are the only ones being targeted." Sunan denied, "No, you are increasingly unable to satisfy the appetite of that relic. In fact, outside this mountain, some cracks leading to the Golden City have appeared. Others have also fallen into the trap. Your place is at best just an ordinary entrance to the Golden City. The Golden City's appetite is far more than that. I'm afraid it is trying to replicate your situation in other places, and it is very likely that it has already replicated it. It's just that your side is the most successful, and has been preserved." When Chief Kalba and the head of the Lokes family heard Sunan's words, their eyes revealed great despair. It turned out that the efforts of their family generation after generation were nothing more than an ant trying to shake a tree. The next moment, they set their hopes on Sunan and others. Chapter 287 Bronze Blood Potion. At the request of the patriarchs of the two apprentice-level wizard families, the Kalbel family and the Lox family gave Sunan the information they had mined the Golden City for the past 600 years. At this time, Sunan looked at a well in the center of Grady village. There was also a faint miasma in the depths of the well. According to the two families, the miasma would only dissipate at noon every day, when the sun was a little more abundant. At this time, people had to cover their mouths and noses and enter the well to enter the underground treasure tunnel outside the Golden City. As long as you pass through the tunnel and find a way to bypass a series of monsters wearing golden armor, you can pick up some treasures from it. Among the two wizard families, some people with magical powers had gone deep into the tunnel, and finally they saw a golden city in the tunnel. Mary looked at the bottom of the well and said to Sunan, "Do you want to go down now? With our magic pressure, even if it is not noon, we can still go down and protect the people we bring down." The two families will each send out 3 young and powerful second-class wizard apprentices to lead the way for Sunan and others. At the same time, this behavior itself is also a reward for leading the way. Let Sunan lead them to solve the problem that has troubled the 2 wizard apprentice families for 600 years. At this time, the 6 young people also looked at Sunan with curiosity. Sunan pondered for a moment and said, "Don't worry. Just wait for an hour. I will use an hour to analyze the main components of all the miasma here." Everyone was slightly surprised. The 2 clan leaders looked at Sunan in surprise. These miasma are part of the environment of this mountainous area, just like the special landforms here. It's like a natural gas well in a swamp. But Sunan said that he can analyze the main components of these miasma in just 1 hour. The 2 clan leaders looked at each other. This is really the big troubles of their family for more than 600 years seem to be just small problems in the eyes of the formal wizards. No wonder their 2 families have spent more than 600 years, but they can only wander around the periphery of the Golden City and can never enter the core area. An hour later, Sunan and the intelligent computer worked out the main composition of the miasma and designed a first level spell, Toxic Miasma. After becoming a senior first level wizard, Sunan's understanding of magic became deeper, and he could construct ordinary first level magic very quickly. Moreover, this spell was originally constructed by himself. He was a pioneer, so he naturally learned at an amazing speed. Sunan used his magic power and transformed it into miasma, which surprised the people around him. Mary's eyes flickered. At this moment, she clearly understood that, even though they were both first level wizards, there was a huge gap in talent. The patriarchs of the 2 families, the young people, and the villagers looked at Sunan with more respect. It only took Sunan an hour to control the miasma here. Sunan looked at Vasily and said, "I'll give you this spell model, and you can quickly construct it. After it is constructed, we will enter the Golden City. No hurry." The black curse had been on him for more than 6 years, so he was naturally not in a hurry to solve it. In fact, if the curse had not been cast on him when he was weak, he could have directly removed the curse with his current magic pressure, although he could easily suppress it now. In this half day, Sunan set up a crucible and used the conversion spell to convert his 3 hounds, namely Wolf 1, Wolf 2 and Wolf 3. In this half day, Sunan used the crucible to refine 6 bottles of bronze blood magic potion and gave them to himself and the other 5 werewolf hunters respectively with the conversion spell. With the bronze blood magic, the werewolf hunters can turn their blood into bronze, boil the fire element of the blood, and then wrap it around their bodies with dark energy killing waves to form a body mixed with 3 magic element. Half a day later, Vasilian used the warlock's blood to quickly replenish his mana, and in the shortest time, he constructed the first level spell, Toxic Miasma. With these 2 spells to manipulate miasma, you can walk in this area full of miasma and basically not encounter any danger. At this time, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Chief Kalbal said to Sunan with some concern, "With the help of others, officially, wizards, at night, the miasma is the strongest." Sunan raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry, I have overcome the miasma problem. Or rather, I already have a way to deal with it, but the miasma is very interesting, so I analyzed and learned it in advance. In the future, it will be very useful against the enemy." Sunan used the first ring protection school spell model, strong dispelling spell, that he built a few days ago. Suddenly, his magic power turned into a crystal-like and glittering spiritual light in the palm of his left hand. This spiritual light turned into a comet and smashed into the bottom of the well. In an instant, the miasma that was so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of you all dissipated, revealing the dry bottom passage of the dry well. Warwick turned into a werewolf hunter and jumped down. Since he knew that Sunan had been cursed, he was extremely anxious and just wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible. Sunan and others also entered one by one. The young guides of the 2 families, encouraged and entrusted by the patriarchs of the 2 families, also entered the bottom of the well. They will bear the fate of the family and follow Sunan and others to solve the curse that has been entangled with them for more than 600 years. Moreover, the two patriarchs agreed that this was the closest moment for their two families to solve the curse in 600 years. Since the miasma at the bottom of the well had been dispelled, Sunan and others did not encounter any danger when they passed through the tunnel at the bottom of the well. The 6 indigenous wizard apprentice guides were whispering. They did not expect that they could enter the cursed land of the Golden City, even if it was not at noon. It can be seen that they are in a state of awe for the Golden City. Sunan walked to the end of the tunnel and then jumped into a cave. As soon as he jumped down, he heard the sound of stepping on something hard. He snapped his fingers and used the light spell to light up the cave. Suddenly, the whole cave was emitting colorful brilliance. The whole cave was full of diamonds. Sunan raised his eyebrows. Golden Wizard, where did you collect so many treasures? Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel first. Read at 69 book bar. Diamonds are just what I need to sacrifice the stone golem. Take them. Just as Sunan was about to reach out and put the diamonds into his own bone land, he felt that these diamonds contained a curse. The guides of Kalbal said in panic, "You can't take them. You can't take them. The only thing you can take away in the Golden City is gold. These diamonds are all to confuse us." Someone took the diamonds before, and they immediately turned into diamonds themselves. This is the rule of the Golden City. The rules of the Golden City are greater than the sky, higher than the gods, and more important than the king of Bulgargrass. In the Golden City, if we take a wrong step, we will die. Even if we don't die at the time, we will die afterwards. Sunan realized that these diamonds were indeed cursed, and they were triggered. But Sunan did not slow down and directly picked up a diamond. The rules of the world are defined by the strong. Therefore, I can take away everything in the Golden City. I came, I saw, I conquered. I will take away all the treasures here. The next moment, the curse was triggered, and the diamond pile in the entire cave exuded amazing magic power, which was completely superior to the power of the wizard apprentice. This curse fell on Sunan. But the next moment, Sunan erupted with even stronger magic pressure. The curse on the periphery of the Golden City can only work on wizard apprentices at most. It is impossible to work on wizards with more than 500 mental powers and the magic pressure of senior first-ring wizards. The powerful magic pressure, in turn, suppressed the magic on the diamonds in the entire cave. Then, Sunan used a powerful dispelling spell, and a shining comet was emitted from Sunan's palm and hit the ground of the cave. In an instant, all the curses were removed. Mary felt Sunan's magic pressure and sighed. What an exaggerated magic pressure. Sunan, you are getting stronger and stronger. Even as a first-ring wizard, I feel that your magic pressure is a bit depressing when I stand next to you. The faces of the 6 indigenous wizard apprentice guides were already covered with sweat, and their faces were all pale. Just now, Sunan's full-strength burst of magic pressure only lasted for more than 7 seconds. But as long as Sunan continued for a while, they might faint directly or die of cardiac arrest. The senior first-ring wizard has reached the point where the full-strength burst of magic pressure is enough to kill the surrounding mortals and low-level wizard apprentices. Warwick, Wolf 1, Wolf 2 and Wolf 3, they quickly put the diamonds into the hole in the bone land opened by Sunan, and put a large number of diamonds into the surface town. Sunan doesn't have to worry that the residents of the surface town of the bone land will fight for these diamonds. Anyway, he is basically the creator to the undead residents of that world, and he can do whatever he wants. The diamonds are still in that town after all. Soon, the cave entrance, which was originally full of diamonds, was completely emptied by Sunan, leaving only the bare rock surface of the cave entrance. Warwick smiled with satisfaction. The Peter family has become even richer. Sunan said, the geese passed by and nothing is left. Sunan snapped his fingers, and suddenly light fell on the wall of the cave. Sunan saw lines of words like murals appearing on the wall of the cave. Greedy pedestrians, you must pay the price for your greed. There is no gift that does not have a value behind it. People always have to pay a greater price for their greed. Sunan waved his hand, and all the murals on the rock were completely destroyed in an instant. What price can a wizard who lends money at high interest talk about here? Long-term unequal transactions are the greatest destruction of the concept of transaction. That is not a transaction at all. That is cutting leaks. Chapter 288 The Golden City at the End of the World. Sunan continued to walk down, and they entered the second cave, and found that the cave was full of ruby trees and sapphire trees. Soon, Sunan realized that there was also a curse on these treasures, so he immediately used the dispelling spell to remove the curse, and moved everything here into the land of bones. The wizard apprentices of the Carlbell family and the Locks family were speechless. Sunan simply plundered wherever he went until only the land was left. They were a little worried. They used to be very careful in this place, for fear of triggering any curse, and they dared not take anything other than gold, which was not worth it. At this time, Sunan saw the mural text appearing again in the cave. A temporary gain will only make it easier to lose later. Next, the third cave was filled with pearls, and there was an underground river in this cave. According to the information obtained before, if you pass through this cave again, you can enter the pile of gold. In this process, the people from the two families had to be very careful. We also need to be careful of any fool in the team who secretly takes away 1 or 2 pearls, gems, and other things. As usual, Sunan moved all the pearls in the cave. Then, a line of mural text appeared in this cave. Now is the time of loss. Sunan realized that the curses of the previous 3 caves were all accumulated together and accumulated in this cave, forming a more powerful curse power. In the underground river of the cave, a water column erupted towards Sunan like a high-speed bullet, but was blocked by the black knife condensed by Vasily. Then, 5 huge water columns erupted in the underground river in succession. It seemed that the curses of the 3 caves gathered here, strengthening the ability of a certain creature in the underground river, allowing it to temporarily have the attack power of the first level ocean school spell. However, this attack power is still relatively reluctant. All attacks were easily blocked by Vasily. Sunan waved his hand, and a magic potion lightning fell into the underground river, and the electric current jumped in the river for a while. Soon, a shell creature as big as a carriage surfaced, seemingly stunned by the lightning of Sunan's magic potion. After Sunan used the 100 years sleeping potion to seal the shell creature, he asked Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 to carry the shell creature into the land of bones for further research. It was impossible to let it go, because from this shell creature, perhaps many things related to curse magic could be studied. The 6 indigenous wizard apprentices recovered from their surprise, and they looked at Sunan with some fear. This wizard really would not leave anything behind, as long as it could be lifted or taken away. Next, they jumped over the underground river, and entered the 4th cave. The 4th cave was full of gold coins. There were gold coins from various periods. Sunan looked at the huge pile of gold coins, and did not expect that the golden wizard had collected so many gold coins. Sunan and his companions passed through 3 caves filled with gold coins. In addition to gold coins, each cave was filled with thick miasma. In the 2nd and 3rd caves, there were some skeletons that were turned into bones by the miasma. Sunan noticed that as they went deeper and deeper, the gold products in each cave became more and more valuable. In the 3rd gold cave, there were not only some gold coins, but also gold-shaped carvings. At the same time, in the middle of the 4th gold cave, a huge golden dragon sculpture appeared. As usual, Sunan took all the gold in the first 4 caves. When they arrived at the 5th gold cave, a warrior made of gold suddenly swung his sword at Langda. The next moment, the golden sword of this golden wizard was broken under the powerful body of Langda. Then, the furious Langda used the magic blood to charge, and with a backhand claw, he hit the head of the golden warrior away. As the golden warrior fell to the ground, Sunan looked at the front of the cave, and then asked his 6 guides, "Is the golden city ahead?" At this time, the 6 native guides looked at the huge phantom of the city in the distance, and their mouths opened wide, revealing disbelief. They had only heard the elders describe it before, and this was the first time they saw the golden city. However, at the end of the 5th cave, there was a huge deep pit, which was so deep that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. It was like a huge cliff. But in the deep pit of the cliff, there was a huge golden city floating. The golden walls of the golden city rose and fell, as if on the other side of the distant bank. Compared with the splendor of the entire golden city, the gold piled up in the cave here was simply not worth mentioning. The gold coins in the 5th cave were covered with many golden centipedes that looked like candied whores, but under Sunan's magic pressure, they could not get close at all. Sunan even used the sleeping spell to capture a golden centipede. A Kalbal native wizard apprentice guide explained to Sunan, these golden centipedes will be mixed in with the gold coins and taken out by us. But once they are taken out, they will start killing and cause great damage to us. But now, in front of Sunan, these monsters that brought many horrible memories to the two wizard families were not threatening at all. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publish a novel. Read at 69 book bar. Sunan drove away the golden centipedes and recovered all the gold coins. He even found many spell scrolls in the pile of gold coins. It seems that the magic inheritance found by the two wizard families in the ruins came from this cave. Most of the spell scrolls are apprentice level magic. Moreover, Sunan saw that the content of these magic spells has left many traps. In other words, this last golden cave was used by the golden wizard to create the leak wizard apprentice. After learning the magic here, it is estimated that the entire magic road is full of traps set by others. But Sunan still carefully read the 5 apprentice level black magic spells. Because from these magics, you can reversely see the clues of the magic road of the golden wizard. The huge golden city that appeared in front also left a deep impression on everyone who came here. Sunan looked at the apprentices of the wizard family. Do you know how to enter the golden city? The apprentice guides all shook their heads in confusion. The wizard apprentice guide of the Kolbel family said to Sunan, the road is cut off here. Our ancestors have never found a way to enter the golden city here. There is no road here that can lead to the golden city. We can only keep wandering around the periphery of the golden city. My lord, can you find the way to enter the golden city? Sunan asked Mary, Vasily, and Warwick. What do you think? Mary, with your knowledge and years of experience in plundering wizard ruins, do you think? Sunan paused, because at this moment, 2 Marys appeared in the crowd. The first was the Mary who had been following them. The second was another Mary who came out of the cave behind them. This Mary said to Sunan and the others in astonishment, Sunan, we got separated before. You left before I even waited for you. How come I'm among you? Sunan raised his eyebrows. Chapter 289 Entering the Golden City. Sunan laughed at the 2 Marys who were staring at each other. This is ridiculous. Do you think that it will work if you imitate the official wizards and try to deceive us? You forgot something very important. That is the defense of the official wizards. The next moment, Mary's face changed drastically, and then in just a moment, Sunan's magic potion hit the 2 Marys at the same time. Mary and the team screamed, and her body gradually turned golden. Her body turned into something like liquid gold. Just like a ball of slime. The electric current seemed to force it to remove its deformation ability. This made the ball of golden slime roar. Damn, the next moment, it pounced towards Sunan, but was blocked by Wolf 2's claws. Wolf 2 turned on the hunting fury and amplified the dark energy killing intention fluctuations. Suddenly, the killing intention fluctuations descended on the body of the ball of golden slime, causing the body of the ball of golden slime to become turbulent in an instant and unable to remain in its original state. But this group of slime, because its body disintegrated, was not destroyed by Wolf 2's claws. Wolf 2 was also confused. For a moment, he looked at the pile of golden liquid that he had broken up, not knowing what to do. However, Wolfbug reacted faster than him. He immediately used boiling blood to turn all the blood in his body into fire magic element. Then he cut his arm and turned the blood into flying blades, hitting the golden slime. Suddenly, the golden slime burned. Then, it burned into gas and disappeared. Seeing this, Sunan said with some regret, "It's a bit of a waste. We should have caught it and studied it." Wolfbig shook his tail guiltily. Sunan looked at Mary and said, "Justice, I'm sorry, this is the fastest way." Mary shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter. Official wizards have a permanent defense force field, so this method is indeed the fastest way to detect the authenticity." Sunan, do you have a way to get to that golden city? Sunan turned and looked at the golden city behind him. These wizard apprentices have not been able to find a way to land in the golden city for 600 years. I think it's because the golden city is not here at all. Look. Sunan used the magic potion to generate lightning and hit the golden city floating above the abyss. As a result, the magic potion generated lightning and hit the golden city. The Golden City's phantom only fluctuated for a moment and then returned to normal. Mary suddenly realized. It turns out to be just a mirage. But the real Golden City is. Sunan and Mary looked down at the bottomless abyss. The real Golden City should be below this abyss. Warwick jumped down without hesitation. Sunan raised his eyebrows. Mr. Warwick, you don't have to be so anxious. The curse on me is not that urgent. Warwick responded in the wolf pack effect. It's better to solve it as soon as possible, little master. Soon, Warwick sent back a message in the wolf pack effect. He landed on a piece of golden ground. Sunan, Mary, and Vasilian looked at each other, then jumped down. After a long landing time, Sunan and others also landed on the ground. As for the 6 wizard apprentices, they didn't dare to jump into the abyss at all. Sunan didn't force them. After all, they had already used up their all in leading the way here. Ahead was a place they had never discovered. Sunan and others met up with Warwick. The place where they fell was indeed a golden ground. Sunan used the light spell and saw the golden city looming in the distance. A golden bridge also appeared in front of him. On the golden bridge, there was a line of words written, Reincarnation Bridge. Walk across this bridge, and you will enter the land of reincarnation. On both sides of the golden bridge, there were many soldiers holding huge golden axes. They all looked down at the golden bridge, as if they were watching the people entering. And on the golden bridge, there were actually 3 corpses, all of which had been chopped up. Looking at the scars, they were very similar to the marks of an axe, and these 3 corpses were relatively fresh. All of them had just died not long ago. It seems that someone has entered the Golden City from other entrances. Judging from the degree of decay of the 3 corpses, they should have died about a week ago. Mary said to Sunan, Sunan, those golden giants are alive. They are not golems or similar things. They should be a special creature like the golden slime before. Sunan said, they are soldiers created by the golden wizard using the mandala system. I'm afraid the entire golden city is an alternative mandala system world. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. 69 book bar read Warwick. Go and get rid of them. At this moment, Warwick has digested part of the higher level werewolf hunter potion. He rushed out directly and landed on the golden bridge. Sure enough, the 10 giants on both sides of the golden bridge moved. These giant soldiers all raised their axes and chopped at the bridge. It was like chopping vegetables. Warwick shuttled between the 10 huge golden axes. Then, he activated the magic blood charging, hunting fury and boiling blood, and also activated the bronze blood, transformed into a bronze body, and strengthened his defense. Then he hit a golden giant on the head with a wolf claw, and the golden giant wailed immediately, and his whole head was smashed in an instant. The remaining 9 giants were even more angry, but soon they were also solved one by one under the power of the high-level werewolf hunter. 10 golden giants fell beside the golden bridge, and then the souls in these corpses suddenly soared into the air, and then a spiral golden door opened on the rock wall behind the golden bridge. On the stone wall of the golden door, it was written, those who have experienced the test of the golden guard can enter the golden city and accept the road to a higher realm. Sunan swept across the stone wall, and sure enough, the golden wizard had begun to try to become a second ring wizard. Then, the souls of those golden giants cheered in the sky. I can become an even more powerful golden creature. Thanks to those who killed us. As long as we die for the golden city, our soul level will become higher, and the next time we reincarnate, we will become even more powerful golden creatures. I feel it. A powerful force is calling us in the depths of the golden city. In the golden city, we are not afraid of death. Guests, welcome to the golden city. Come in together and enjoy the most perfect life in the world. Sunan looked at the spiral door in front of him and said to everyone, the real entrance to the golden city should be in front. Everyone, it's still not too late to exit now. Seeing that no one spoke, Sunan let Wolf go in first. After making sure there was no problem, he led everyone into the so-called reincarnation door. Chapter 290, Second Ring Wizard Tower and Lone Shark Plain. After Sunan and others stepped through the gate of reincarnation, they found that they had come to an unfamiliar plain. The land of this plain was very barren. Almost all of it was stone. There were no animals or plants. The trees were sparse, and the farmland was full of gravel. These plants all grew in the gravel. On the road, there were stone statues of a short man everywhere, with God of Gold written on them. Mary said to Sunan, This is no longer a subspace, this is a plane. The Golden Wizard actually has a plane. Although it's just a small plane. I've heard that some forgotten schools control planes that are larger than subspaces. But I didn't expect that there would be a small plane in a mere wizard ruins here. But this small plane is too barren. Sunan also realized that this barrenness not only refers to the land, but also to the plane itself. Because if the content of the 5 elements that make up the plane, wind, water, fire, earth and ether, is too barren, it will cause this plane to be barren in all aspects. The 5 elements of this plane are very thin and have a lot of impurities, so this plane cannot be rich. Moreover, the magic power here is several times thinner than the current situation of the main material plane. Sunan suddenly felt like he had come from a pond to a small puddle. The magic power here is too thin. So much so that he couldn't use his full strength here. Sunan pointed to a huge golden tree in the distance and said, It seems that the golden tree over there is the wizard tower of the golden wizard. That wizard tower should be the second ring wizard tower. The black magic is generated from that golden tree, which has the effect of fixing, strengthening and rule changing the entire small plane. So that's it. Sunan saw the second ring wizard tower and realized that the biggest difference between the so-called second ring wizard tower and the first ring wizard tower is the transformation of the surrounding environment. If this is the case, this may also be the difference between a first ring wizard and a second ring wizard. If this is the case, then the path to becoming a second ring wizard will be clear. The huge golden tree that Sunan pointed at was emitting a charming golden phantom, and there was no sun in this world. It might be because this small plane could not accumulate enough fire element and ether element to produce the sun. Therefore, the light of this plane came from the light of a 2-ring wizard tower. The entire plane was only about the size of a prefecture level city in the previous life. So it was easy for them to see the boundary of this plane, which was composed of an invisible wall. The wall was the color of white clouds and blue sky, like a curtain covering the sky above this plane. Sunan speculated that the original edge of the plane should be just an elemental wall composed of chaotic element. The appearance of the edge of the plane now should have been modified by the golden wizard. Mary asked Sunan, Are we going to the second ring wizard tower? Sunan said, There are many scattered settlements in this plane. Let's go to these settlements first. This plane is very likely to have been transformed into a world of the mandala system by the golden wizard. Moreover, look at the footprints on the ground. Someone has entered this plane within a month. Mary, Warwick and Vasilian immediately saw a series of footprints on the ground. These footprints were large and small, so it was estimated that another group of people had entered this golden city. Sunan walked forward for more than 500 meters and found a family of 3 living in a wooden house. When he walked in, he saw that the people living in the 3 wooden houses were actually humans. These people were praying to a statue of a golden wizard, chanting the name of the god of gold. From Sunan's point of view, the golden wizard looked like an ordinary short old man, only about 1.2 meters tall. Sunan was a little suspicious whether he was a dwarf or had dwarf blood. But the 3 families were very pious about this. They were almost naked, probably because they lived in extreme poverty, but they still seemed to spend a lot of time every day praying to the golden wizard. Seeing Sunan and his friends coming in, the farmers in this small golden plane looked extremely confused. But after looking at the clothes of Sunan and his friends, they became extremely enthusiastic. They knocked their foreheads on the ground and kissed their toes. Mary immediately stepped back and dodged. The male owner of this farmer's family saw Sunan and his friends and clasped his hands together devoutly. Thank you, God of Gold, for letting us see the nobles. The God of Gold said that people like us, because we did evil in the past, can only be poor farmers in this life. But as long as we worship the nobles and offer gold, we will be blessed, and our class will be better in the next life. Oh my God, we are so lucky that we can see the nobles in the countryside of Golden City. Nobles, you must live in Golden City, and you must live in the core area of Golden City. The place where you live is the place where the great good people who did 10 good deeds in their previous lives can reincarnate. Sunan was a little speechless and secretly released the fluctuation of mana to record the characteristics of this small plane. Sunan said to the farmer, Can you tell me what the god of gold has done for you? Sunan was testing the legend of the golden wizard in this plane. Formal wizards, especially wizards like him who are half-step second ring, have very powerful powers. In this small plane, they can indeed be said to be godlike existences. I'm afraid that, when you reach the second ring wizard, you will have the ability to transform the small plane. And the half-step second ring wizard like the golden wizard already has some of the abilities of the second ring wizard, so he can also transform the environment of the small plane. The male owner of the farm really thought that Sunan was testing him. He said excitedly, the god of gold created this world and set rules for this world. Kind people will be reincarnated into the golden city, and those who are not kind will be reincarnated as poor outsiders. If you still do evil, you may not be able to maintain your human appearance, and can only become insects, slimes, etc. That is, those golden centipedes, golden slimes. Sunan and Mary looked at each other. It turned out that those special golden creatures outside the golden plane came from this. The male owner of the farm said, I have memorized all the teachings of the Church of the God of Gold. Golden nobles, I will definitely be a better person in my next life. As long as you keep doing good things, you can even be reincarnated as one of those powerful golden noble creatures. You can become a giant, or even something better than a golden giant, the golden dragon in the center of the golden city. Hearing about the dragon, Mary shook her head and whispered to Sunan, impossible. The weakest adult dragon has a strength of more than 3 rings. With the level of a golden wizard, you can't come into contact with dragons. Sunan looked at Vasilian and said, it may not be a pure-blooded adult dragon. It may be something similar to a dragon, or something related to a dragon. My guess was right. This entire plane has been transformed by the golden wizard into his mandala system. His mandala system, the people cursed in the Storm Kingdom and other areas, are just a little extra money. The 2 cursed wizard families are unexpected gains. And this small golden plane, a completely transformed plane, is his real base. It's just that as a wizard, he is engaged in this kind of feudal superstition, promoting himself as a god, and collecting the power of faith. It's really unpleasant. He should want to use this method to become a second ring wizard, but now it seems that he has failed. Even if he really wants to use the way of God to break through, the first ring wizard is still a little far from the level of the gods. Mary also nodded and said, as a wizard, he is close to the gods, and he is not even a real god. He can only deceive mortals here. The scale of this small plane cannot form a slightly more complex advanced animal. It must be someone he plundered from the main material plane, imprisoned here, and formed a small world according to his ideas. This should be his laboratory. Sunan shook his head slightly. I don't think it's just that, so I have to do an experiment. At that time, the male farmer listened to them talking and felt something was wrong. He became angry. You are not nobles of the Golden City, and you dare to question the God of Gold. No, I will kill you. Although he said so, there was not only anger in his eyes, but also more excitement and greed. As long as I kill you and fight for the God of Gold, I will become richer in my next life. The next moment, he picked up a hoe, but before he could get close to Sunan, he hit Sunan's head with the hoe, and his body exploded. Sunan looked at the farmer's body, only to see his soul leave the body, and at the same time a spiral reincarnation and transformed above the wooden house. Ha 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 ha. I can finally become a rich man. With money, I can donate to the Church of the God of Gold, and I will be able to reincarnate better and better. The next moment, Sunan grabbed his soul with his big hand and restrained it, forcibly interrupting his reincarnation process. The soul of the golden farmer suddenly stopped smiling, as if it was stuck. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. What have you done to me? Sunan observed his soul, and found that there was a black magic in it. So that's it. The black magic that the golden wizard spread outside is a loan shark that collects lifespins, and the black magic that is spread here is a loan shark that collects luck. Among the 5 apprentice level black magic spells that Sunan harvested outside, there is a bad luck black magic spell. After observing the bad luck black magic spell, Sunan observed the black magic on this soul, and found that it was a more advanced bad luck black magic. In other words, the golden wizard not only collects the power of faith, but also borrows the mandala system and uses black magic as support to harvest the luck of the civilians and the entire system and focus it on himself. Sunan said to Mary, Warwick and Vasilian, this mandala system is a small plane he created to break through the second ring. In the end, all the luck and faith will flow to him alone. The entire plane can be said to be firmly trapped by his loan sharking. Sunan imagined that a wizard who was half a step away from the second ring, with the magic tide declining step by step, could only pin his hopes on such an evil trick when he saw that there was no hope of breaking through. Sunan frowned. He used such a huge loan sharking system to deceive people in a plane and concentrate all the luck on himself. In this system, what he used in exchange was empty promises and gold. I'm afraid his magic path is not just to believe that gold can be exchanged for life. Instead, he believes that using gold can exchange everything in the death reincarnation system. But what is his current state? Why did the magic backlash happen? Sunan heard footsteps outside the door and immediately looked outside. He saw a first-class wizard apprentice wearing a wizard robe outside the door. His expression also looked surprised that he could meet an outsider here. But the next moment, he directly hit Sunan with a 0.5 ring magic golden spike of the golden school. Sunan grabbed the golden spike that shot towards him and instantly turned into a vampire viscount. He had used the human virtual machine to create a vampire module in his body, so he drank the vampire viscount potion. Sunan crushed the golden spike, and the next moment, using the speed of 50, which was almost the limit of the vampire viscount at this level, he came to the front of the golden school wizard apprentice, as if he was teleporting, grabbed his throat, lifted him up and said, "Who are you? You should not be from this small plane. This small plane cannot even support a second-class wizard apprentice. The magic tide of this small plane is too thin." Therefore, Sunan suddenly found that vampires have an advantage in fighting in such a place. After all, his vampire system does not need to rely on magic power when fighting. Although the werewolf does not need it too much, it needs to rely on the high concentration of magic environment around it when using magic blood charging, boiling blood, bronze blood and hunting fury. After all, when Sunan was creating the werewolf series of potions, the concentration of the magic tide environment around him was still increasing little by little, so he could use the magic in the environment. Similarly, Sunan was also ready to start the virtual machine and apply the Death Knight system to himself. In this way, as his 3 major potion series improve, his basic combat power will also increase at the same time. In Sunan's cold hands, this wizard apprentice of the Golden School coughed and said, why are there outsiders in the Golden City?" Sunan was not going to waste time talking to him, and directly used hypnosis to make him tell the reason why he was here. This wizard apprentice muttered to himself in a daze, I'm the apprentice of the Golden Sword Wizard Gorilla. Gorilla is the descendant of the Golden Wizard, and it is very likely that he is the most talented descendant of the Golden Wizard. At that time, the Golden Wizard had hundreds of mistresses and left hundreds of offspring. Gorilla is the descendant of these offspring. Gorilla believes that he should inherit everything that the Golden Wizard has here. So, he used the family treasure, a golden key staff, to teleport into the Golden City. This time he came to collect the second ring wizard tower in the Golden City. Sunan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there would be a first ring wizard who conflicted with his goal. Warwick asked Sunan, "Master, what should we do?" Vasilian simply said, "Kill." Sunan looked at the two. No need to be so violent. After all, I'm very good at communicating with people. If communication is not good, then it's not too late to kill. The justice which Mary Balia raised her eyebrows and showed a funny expression. Sunan used the hypnotic ability of the vampire viscount to look into the eyes of the wizard apprentice and said, "You and I hit it off at first sight. You are impressed by the erudition of the first ring wizard. Will you tell me the golden magic system?" The wizard of the Golden School began to mutter to himself. The essence of the Golden School of Magic is black magic. Through black magic, the opponent is put into a state of debt, and the opponent's body and soul are transformed into a golden creature. In addition, the energy difference formed by the harvesting of black magic is used to manipulate golden form and attack. The Golden School needs to be very rich, so Gorilla especially wants wealth. Because he imitated his ancestors and married too many wives, His money is no longer enough. He needs this golden city and the most expensive treasure in it, the second ring wizard tower. He reached a cooperation agreement with a half-step second ring wizard, the pure white wizard. He wants to sell the golden wizard's second ring wizard tower to the pure white wizard. In exchange, the pure white wizard will give him all the wealth harvested from the pure white wizard council and the 1,000-year wealth accumulated by the pure white school, and will also help him calculate the platinum commercial republic. Sunan was speechless. That Goral thinks a lot. So beautiful. Mary chuckled. After Sunan had acquired all the golden wizard's inheritance, he hypnotized him again and implanted a strand of his thoughts into the wizard apprentice, then hypnotized him to make him forget himself and return to Goril. This strand of thoughts allowed Sunan to directly control the wizard apprentice at critical moments, just like some kind of possession. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 The Golden Road, Gather Luck. Sunan and the others walked out of the farmhouse. Not far away, they saw a road made of golden bricks in the countryside and villages. There was a wooden sign next to the road. Golden Road, the ancient Golden Road, the glorious road leading to the Golden City. Setting foot on this road means that you are about to gamble your luck in exchange for the opportunity to go to the Golden Tree. Moving forward means the possibility of going one step further. In the Golden Road, you can get precious golden blood and obtain the sublimation of the level of life. Sunan looked at the road and saw that the road extended all the way forward and there were many branches in it. All the branches of the Golden Road spread to the distant Golden City. Sunan found that the Golden Road contained powerful black magic, or in other words, the entire Golden Road was essentially composed of one black magic after another, and the blood shed by countless strong men on the Golden Road over the past 1,000 years strengthened the Golden Road. As a result, the effectiveness of this Golden Road should have far exceeded the level that the Golden Wizard could control. Sunan said, I knew it. The design of this small golden plane must have conflicts and disputes. Because the Golden Wizard will harvest all living beings through death, reincarnation. This is a road for the strong in this small plane and the strong from the outside world, who are attracted to take, which is specially used to harvest the luck and life of these strong people. The Justice Witch Mary frowned and said, then should we go? Sunan thought for a while. Let's observe first to see if there are other ways to enter the Golden City, although I think it's unlikely. This Golden Road is obviously the core part of this transformed plane. Sunan looked at the two statues next to the Golden Road. One is a real dragon statue, and the other is a 1.2 meter tall Golden Wizard statue. Sunan frowned at this. On the other side of the Golden City, the 1.2 meter tall Goral was surrounded by 5 tall beauties and 23 wizard apprentices from the Golden School. Goral frowned as he looked at the golden giant who challenged him. Then he stretched out his right hand. In just a moment, a golden spike pierced through the giant's body and killed him. My ancestor, the Golden Wizard, I'm your most talented descendant. You summoned me with the family heirloom staff, but you want me to take this Golden Road, to go to the Golden City, and take over your inheritance. TSK, it's really troublesome. I don't understand the purpose of your arrangement. I should be your only heir. 5 beauties all surrounded him, singing and dancing, talking non-stop, saying that they all admired him, which made Goral, the dwarf, laugh. Goral laughed and said, forget it, it's just a little bit of trouble. Everything in this Golden City originally belonged to me. The soul of the golden giant flew out of his body, and he was a little sad. I am going to be demoted. In the next life, will I be reincarnated as an ordinary human? No. Most of his luck went to Goral, and a small part of it inexplicably dissipated into the air, but Goral didn't care much about it. Goral said, in this case, I will collect all the luck of the Golden Road. This can be regarded as a kind of benefit given to me by my ancestors. If I have so much luck, I will definitely become a second ring wizard in the future. As a person who became a first ring wizard at the age of 30, Goral has absolute confidence in his talent. The 5 beauties beside him immediately praised him. If it were Goral, he would definitely be able to do it. Goral is the best person. Sunan stayed outside the Golden Road for a whole day. At the same time, he asked Wolf 1, Wolf 2 and Wolf 3, as well as Vasilian and Warwick, to go to various places in this small plain to find other ways to go to the Golden City. As a result, except for a few small-scale conflicts in the plain, there was basically no result. The next day, everyone returned to the starting point, the small village. After a whole day of observation, Sunan also dismantled a part of the Golden Road and carefully observed the black magic inside. Mary, Warwick and others were discussing. Mary said, I heard that there is another way to enter the Golden City in a place called Windmill Village not far away. Sometimes there are some golden giant nobles in the Golden City who leave the city and go out to marry and look for golden brides. The golden bride may be the only way to enter the Golden City other than the Golden Road, but it is also easier than taking the Golden Road. Mary said, taking the Golden Road is too dangerous. Warwick also nodded in agreement. Miss Valial, thank you for your advice. I personally agree very much. You really have rich experience in exploration. It only took one day to find a way to enter the Golden City other than the Golden Road. Mary smiled and said, no, Mr. Warwick, I just happened to pass by the Windmill Village. It seems that in this small plane of usury, only marriage is the only way to quickly change one's status in the reincarnation system. Vasilian, who had been listening silently beside him, suddenly turned his head and looked at Sunan. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel first 69 book bar read at that time. Sunan had already stood up. No need. Using that method requires a long wait, and even if we use transfiguration to turn ourselves into beautiful women, it is difficult to determine the aesthetics and preferences of the gold nobles in the Golden City. Using that method, it will take too long. We can just take the Golden Road directly. Mary was confused. After all, she was not Sunan's subordinate, just a partner and friend. But if we take the Golden Road, wouldn't we be willing to put ourselves in the Golden Wizard's Black Magic Road? Sunan raised his index finger and said, I originally thought that this was a dangerous method. But after studying the black magic that makes up the Golden Road for a whole day, I suddenly found that this road is actually fair to everyone. Everyone fell silent and listened to what Sunan said next. Sunan said, the winner of this road can get all the luck on this road, and only the loser will lose everything. In other words, as long as we can keep winning, we can use this mechanism to gather enough luck on ourselves. Moreover, this road should be used to harvest losers, because the winners will enter the Golden City, and the Golden City is where the Golden Wizard harvests the real strong. Because Sunan walked on the Golden Road and said to everyone, walking on the Golden Road is not dangerous for us. What's more, I found a small loophole in the magic of the Golden Road built by the Golden Wizard by studying the black magic of this road. Sunan used the niche reversal spell to summon a queen of the 6 times sublimated arcane insect swarm and entered the Golden Road. As soon as the queen appeared, she immediately built an insect cavity building on the Golden Road and began to hatch larval scarabs in it, transforming cannon fodder scarab soldiers in it. Sunan asked the queen to kill a transformed scarab, and as expected, the luck of the transformed scarab did not change. Sunan said to all the people who had also entered the Golden Road, the luck of the swarm I created all lies in the will of the hive. The death of an individual will not transfer luck, or in other words, the swarm as a whole can be regarded as a separate individual. But every time a creature dies on the Golden Road, a luck transfer mechanism will appear, and it will be reborn as a lower level creature on the Golden Road. If the number of deaths in the swarm is large, and the luck is not transferred, then the luck of the entire Golden Road will be overdrawn. Because the death of an individual in the swarm will not contribute luck, but the death of an individual will be reincarnated in the Golden Road, and reincarnation requires luck. In the end, the Golden Road may collapse as time accumulates. Sunan lowered his head and thought, this should be a scam. Chapter 292 Comprehensive Simplification of the Werewolf Hunter Power System. On the Golden Road, the Queen of Insects quickly produced a large number of swarms. These arcane swarms moved forward, and Sunan also said that it would be better for them to go separately. Because it was not meaningful to walk together on the Golden Road, they walked separately and used the wolf pack effect to communicate. Sunan and Mary used brass rings to communicate. Even if they encountered danger, they could quickly gather together in this not so large plane, or support each other. Moreover, walking separately would make it easier to see the whole picture of this plane. So, Sunan, Warwick, Mary, Vasily, and Wolf 1, Wolf 2, and Wolf 3 all separated and walked in 7 different directions. Sunan walked alone along the Golden Road. In the wolf pack effect, everyone soon encountered the first enemy that blocked the way. They were all strong men who had walked on this Golden Road in the past and tried to go to the Golden City. They failed on the Golden Road, and as a result, they would always become reincarnated people on this road and became the tools of the Golden Wizard. Sunan walked about 1,000 meters, and the first enemy he encountered was a chimera in a bush. This chimera has a body and 2 heads. One head is a lion's head, the other head is a sheep's head. Its body is like a tiger. It has golden hair all over its body. This chimera's eyes turned red when he saw Sunan for the first time. Kill you. As long as I kill you newcomers, I can reincarnate upwards. As long as I can reincarnate as a human, I may be able to leave this hellhole. My family and friends are waiting for me outside, he said while attacking Sunan. Chimera is a typical one-ring creature with strong melee ability, and each head can cast spell-like abilities. So the lion head of this chimera spits lightning at Sunan, and the sheep head spits flames at Sunan. However, these 2 attacks could not break the defense of Brown's force field. The chimera was shocked. What? Then he tried to break through Brown's force field with his claws, but he couldn't shake Brown's force field at all. Sunan used the virtual machine to transform into the werewolf leader, then put on the hunter mask and use the Abyss network to transform himself from the werewolf leader to a werewolf warrior who specialized in fighting. Then the state was fully opened, and in just a moment, the chimera was cut in half. No, I don't want to transform into a lower level monster. No. The chimera wailed, and the soul left his body, and the luck contained in the soul was deprived. Most of it flew to Sunan, and a small part flew into the void. Sunan squatted down and looked at the corpse left by the golden chimera. This corpse should be able to be used to refine a good potion. Sunan put the corpse of the chimera directly into the land of bones. Speaking of which, this Golden Road should have many rare magical creatures, which were reincarnated by the strong who entered the Golden Road in the past. So for himself, it is indeed quite rewarding. Sunan continued to move forward. On the Golden Road, he killed 3 golden monsters that blocked the road in succession and plundered their luck. Then, Sunan came to a mountain. Standing on this hill, Sunan could see the wall of the Golden City under the golden tree in the distance. There were many golden winged people standing on the wall. Moreover, there were 1.2 meter high statues of golden wizards everywhere on the wall. Sunan turned around and looked at the owner of this hill. At the foot of this hill, there were many corpses of defeated enemies. The owner of the hill was a high-level undead of the first ring level, the Golden Abomination. The body of this abomination was pieced together from the strongest parts of different corpses. Each body part seemed to use the body area that a strong man had trained the most. The Golden Abomination looked at Sunan with pride in his eyes. Oh, there are another outsider, attracted by the treasure of the Golden City. But there are too few people who can enter the Golden City. People like us who are losers are the majority. I will kill you and pile your bones at the foot of my hill. Sunan noticed his mental state. You seem to have gotten used to living in the Golden Road in this small plane. The Golden Abomination laughed. Nonsense. When I first entered this road, I was just an ordinary wizard apprentice. Later, I was reincarnated on this road, going down all the way, and almost became the most ordinary hedgehog. But then I suddenly understood that on this road, you have to fight. As long as you fight, you can get everything. In this life, I'm already a one-ring creature. As long as you can keep winning, even if you lose a few times occasionally, the next reincarnation will be better. The next moment, the Golden Abomination smashed his butcher knife at Sunan. Sunan immediately used the human body virtual machine to transform into a vampire viscount, using the extreme speed of 50 to dodge the attack, and then use the knife to chop at the back of the opponent's neck. but Sunan retreated the moment his palm was about to touch him, because the abomination was wrapped in mosquito and black magic curse. The abomination laughed loudly. "I'm a high level undead." Sunan looked at it calmly. The problem is that the high level undead he wants to find is the undead with the level of senior first ring. Unfortunately, this abomination is just an ordinary first ring undead, and its level is not enough to be the material for refining high level legendary Death Knight potions. The next moment, Sunan used the human body virtual machine to transform himself into a werewolf leader, and then activated the magic blood charging, hunting fury, boiling blood and bronze blood, and smashed the abomination with his wolf claws in an instant. Sunan stepped on its soul fire. The abomination wailed, "The luck I collected, the luck I collected, all belongs to you." He killed a large number of competitors of the Golden Road here, and most of the luck he got flowed to Sunan at this moment. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publish a novel. 69 book bar read and Sunan collected the corpse of the abomination. Its corpse can at least make a 5-time sublimation Death Knight potion. Keeping it is useful, and his own Death Knight order will eventually use it. Next, Sunan temporarily rested on this hill for 3 days, and through the wolf pack effect, he asked everyone to send the bodies of the killed golden creatures to him through the ecological niche transformation spell. In just 3 days, hundreds of golden creatures appeared in Sunan's land of bones. At the same time, Sunan also used the magic of black magic to unify the boiling blood potion and the bronze blood potion by continuously dissecting golden creatures within these 3 days, and turned them into golden blood potion. Sunan drank the golden blood potion, while maintaining the state of the werewolf leader. Golden blood will have the characteristics of fire magic element and bronze school magic, and have golden energy like flames, and at the same time, it is as hard as bronze energy. Using this method, we can integrate the overly complex and scattered power of the werewolves. Sunan has seen the consequences of the complex and scattered power system, whether in the Leaping Land or on the Warlocks. Now the werewolf potion system is already complicated enough, and the only thing left is to simplify it again. After simplifying it to the limit, increase the complexity of the werewolf system's power, and then simplify it again. In this process, the power system can be tempered, and its compatibility with werewolves will be relatively high. This kind of power will hardly leave loopholes and be caught by others. Sunan once again used the materials obtained from the Golden Road to refine the Hunter's Claw potion, combining the werewolf's Caesar's Claw and the Hunting Claw together. Then, Sunan modified the original Hunting Fury potion formula and refined a pot of Hunting Fury potion again. After only a slight adjustment, he directly raised the crucible and poured the potion in the crucible into his mouth. Then, Sunan felt that the Hunting Fury magic power in his body had been combined with the golden blood. In other words, through the potion adjustment, Sunan simplified and strengthened the immature werewolf system he made when he just became a first-ring wizard. In the previous battle, Sunan discovered through studying the golden creatures that the golden blood was like a very good fusion agent. It was not powerful in itself, but it could allow many powers to coexist. From this point of view, the magic level of the golden wizard is indeed somewhat desirable. After Sunan optimized it, he combined the Hunting Fury, boiling blood and bronze blood through the golden blood, and the 3 physical function states of blessing magic, and turned it into golden blood magic. In this way, the werewolf has a 1.5 ring magic hunter claw, a 1.8 ring golden blood magic, a 1 ring dark energy killing intention fluctuation, a 1 ring hunter mask, and a magic blood charge. The original 8 1 ring magics were simplified and fused into the current 5 1 ring magics. Sunan remained in the state of incarnation of the werewolf leader, and checked his own state. At the same time, he began to look for targets. The new werewolf hunter system power needed to find enemies to test. Chapter 293 Hunting the Senior One Ring Witch. However, Sunan soon realized that he was overthinking about looking for a strong enemy. Because on this golden road, that has existed for more than 2000 years, there is no shortage of enemies who will take the initiative to come and cause trouble. Sunan looked at the top of the mountain. Standing in front of him, she was not wearing any clothes, but her whole body was made of gold. Even the surface of her body was flowing with gold, like a witch draped over her body like a gauze dress. Sunan sensed the aura of the first ring on her body, and at the same time, found that she was at the senior first ring level, and her mental power was actually over 500. Then, Sunan quickly realized that the other party was an undead creature. It's just that the body of this undead creature is gold, but this gold contains her resentment. Although she hid it well, Sunan could still recognize that the other party was a senior first ring level undead creature. Hello, I'm the Golden Witch. The Golden Witch scanned the mountain. The abomination's breath is still lingering on this hill. I originally wanted to come here to hunt it, but I didn't expect someone to get there first. But it doesn't matter. Since you have got his luck, then I'll just kill you. Sunan raised his eyebrows, as if he didn't care about the threat posed by the switch to him. I didn't expect that this golden road could breed a strong man like you. But did you know that the end of the golden road, the golden city, is another harvest? The Golden Witch said proudly. I know. I was not like this originally. I was a first ring witch who entered this place from the outside world in search of magical resources. But who knew that I would accidentally die at the hands of an abomination? But this is not bad. I have accumulated luck through 200 years of fighting, and now I have reached a level that I could not reach in my lifetime. Next, as long as I accumulate more luck, when I enter the Golden City, I will be able to gain the power to resist the harvest. The Golden Witch said, so even if I have the luck to leave the Golden Road now, I will not leave. Wizard, aren't you the same? But you seem to have never died on the Golden Road. This is not good. Before, no one could enter the Golden City through the Golden Road in the first life. The next moment, the Golden Witch raised her right hand, and her right hand deformed, turning into a golden spear that stabbed towards Sunan. Sunan detected that the opponent's magic pressure was even higher than his own, at least around 550. This should be the reason why the Golden Witch was confident and came directly to kill him. After all, the fighting power between wizards can be easily explained by magic pressure most of the time. The next moment, Sunan remained in the state of the werewolf leader, grabbed the golden war spear with his left hand, and then roared, and actually pinched a claw mark on the golden war spear. The Golden Witch said, the melee ability is better than I thought, but that's all. The next moment, she jumped behind Sunan, and her hands turned into two golden swords, slashing at Sunan in turn. Sunan realized that the seemingly ordinary golden sword contained powerful magic of the School of Change, which was enough to hurt the werewolf leader. Sunan used the hunter's claw, and his right hand suddenly expanded by about half, and at the same time, the claw was wrapped with powerful magic, and it directly confronted the opponent's golden sword. This time, there was a 1.5 ring of strength attack. Both sides retreated. The Golden Witch retreated 2.5 steps, while Sunan retreated 3 steps. This shows the strength of the Golden Witch's magic power. The next moment, the Golden Witch's body jumped flexibly in the air and attacked Sunan again. The spells of the School of Change are always full of variability and difficult to figure out, so the personalities of many wizards of the School of Change are also very treacherous and changeable. Well, I'll kill you now, werewolf wizard. Her golden sword confronted Sunan's right wolf claw, and at the same time, her left golden arm suddenly stretched out and went around behind Sunan, trying to pierce Sunan's back with the golden sword. Sunan did not dodge and directly resisted this penetrating attack. At the same time, the left wolf claw was wrapped with dark energy and killing intentions, and accompanied by the hunter's claw, it hit the Golden Witch's abdomen. Bang! The Golden Witch was knocked away. She fell to the ground, and when she got up from the ground, some golden blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. At the same time, the Golden Witch looked up at Sunan, her brows showing a puzzled look. First, Sunan pulled out the golden sword on his back and sealed it with a 100-year sleeping potion. At the same time, a lot of golden blood, the same as the Golden Witch, flowed from Sunan's body. Sunan said, the combat test was very successful. The normal combat power of the werewolf hunter using golden blood, dark energy killing intention fluctuations and hunter's claws is around 1.4 rings 1.5 rings. I haven't taken the 6-time sublimation potion to strengthen the 5-time sublimation werewolf hunter, but I use my own magic pressure to transform it into physical functions. In fact, the strength level is about the same as that of the 6-time sublimation werewolf hunter. And now, The magic power of the werewolf hunter incarnated by Sunan suddenly turned golden. These golden magic powers, entangled with Sunan's body, became like a tide. This is an abnormal state under the golden blood. It is the boiling state of the golden blood. The biggest benefit of Sunan unifying the werewolf's rage skills with the golden blood is that the golden blood becomes the normal physical function of the werewolves. But after the golden blood in the body boils, it will enter a state similar to rage. It can also increase all the strength by 0.2 rings. At the same time, Sunan put on the hunter mask in front of the golden witch, increasing his strength by 0.1 rings, and at the same time, used the abyss mesh progressive transformation to transform himself from a werewolf leader to a werewolf warrior who is more adept at fighting, and obtain the first level double-handed super sense of touch. The golden witch was about to speak, and the next moment, Sunan had come in front of her, waving a claw over. All states were fully turned on, plus wearing a mask, plus hunter claws, and killing intention fluctuations. This strength has reached 1.7 rings, even close to 1.8 rings. Bang, read the correct version in 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel, The Golden Shield, that the golden witch temporarily transformed with her golden hands was shattered by this claw, and was knocked away. The golden witch rolled on the ground for several times. How is it possible? My magic pressure is obviously much stronger than yours. Sunan did not give her a chance to breathe, and launched additional attacks on her continuously. Every attack hurt her. After more than a dozen times, cracks began to appear on the golden witch's body. It was because the magic was hit by 2 violent attacks, and was about to collapse. Sunan grabbed her throat, and pressed her to the ground and rubbed her. While running at high speed, he destroyed a permanent defense field on her body, and rubbed a huge gully on the top of the mountain. You don't think that magic pressure is everything, do you? You can better convert magic pressure into attack power, defense power, mobility and control power. The comprehensive performance of these is your real combat power. Unfortunately, all your strength comes from the golden road. That is the magic of the golden wizard, not your magic. Don't get me wrong. The level of your spell model is only at the weak level of an ordinary first ring wizard. Your magic pressure is much higher than mine, but it can't be converted into combat power. Sunan raised his wolf claws and smashed it on her head. Her golden head suddenly cracked with several cracks. Then, Sunan continued to attack and kept hitting her head. 5 minutes later, this guy was completely dead. Sunan said, but the defense of a senior first ring wizard is really strong. Even this kind of fake is not so easy to kill. With this corpse, we can use it to refine the 6-time sublimation Death Knight potion. Although Vasilian's own mental power has reached 500, taking the 6-time sublimation death potion can help him integrate his strength and improve his life level. For him, there are still many bonuses. Sunan did not move his position. He directly used the Nit reversal spell on the spot and summoned an ordinary werewolf from the Count Peter's castle outside this secret realm. This ordinary werewolf also held a crucible in its mouth. Sunan directly threw the body of the golden witch into the crucible and wanted to refine the body of the enemy he had just killed on the spot. And this ordinary werewolf messenger, seeing that Sunan had summoned it with great difficulty, immediately turned around happily on the spot, wagging its tail while turning, and kept peeking at Sunan. Chapter 294 6th Ascension of the Death Knight. Half a day later, Sunan had finished refining the Death Knight potion of 6 sublimations. At the same time, he used the Nit reversal spell to temporarily summon Vasilian and let him take this enhanced potion. After Vasilian took it, his whole body was shrouded in deep death magic, which covered him like a dark cloud. Sunan knew that he should be in a very painful state now, because to digest the Death Knight potion, one must overcome and pass through the pain, and use one's own obsession to overcome the pain, otherwise it will lead to a broken heart and death. But the tenacity of Vasilian's will was beyond his imagination, and the 6 sublimations were not an essential improvement. Sunan felt that Vasilian's current mental power had reached 530 with the help of the 6 sublimations potion. This was the first time that Vasilian's mental power exceeded his own. Of course, this was partly because he had also cultivated a lot of mental power, and partly because the basic magic pressure of the 6 sublimation Death Knight was 500. The magic pressure of the two parts was superimposed together to form a magic pressure of 530. After Vasilian digested the potion, he said to Sunan, "Master, I feel that my black knife and death barrier have become more powerful." Sunan nodded. This was also the biggest bonus of the Death Knight potion to Vasilian. The black knife and the Death Knight cloak were the results of his in-depth research on black magic and psychic magic. Since he had encountered a lot of magic in this area recently, the black knife, which had been sublimated 6 times, became more powerful. Sunan looked at the golden tree in the distance and found that the light of the golden tree had dimmed a lot. During this period, the arcane swarm branches reproduced wildly on this golden road and then attacked any non-friendly units and even attacked themselves. The swarm was like a thing without any output, but the golden road was cut by the swarm, constantly giving luck to the hive mind. So the hive mind was even happier and wanted to cut more leaks and even let ordinary Zerg individuals fight each other. The golden road is the core of this small golden plane, so in order to maintain the golden road, the wizard tower of the second ring of the golden tree can only continuously transfer the stored luck to maintain the existence of the golden road. Therefore, it can be seen that the brilliance of the golden tree has dimmed a lot. It can be imagined that, if the arcane insect swarm continues to multiply, the entire small golden plane, the mandala system carefully constructed by the golden wizard will collapse, because the luck has been harvested by the insect swarm. At this time, Sunan suddenly heard an explosion, and then he and Vasilian looked at the source of the sound fluctuations. The source of the sound was the golden arena in the distance. The golden arena itself was near the mountain, where the abomination was located. Vasilian wanted to rush over to see the situation, but Sunan stopped him. "No need. That location is where the descendant of the golden wizard, Gorel, is. I have implanted my mind into one of his apprentices. So, that guy has basically been under my surveillance." Vasilian said, "Did the golden wizard do all this for his descendants? Or did he start to hand over everything here to his descendants after he found that he could no longer digest everything here?" At this time, Sunan saw Gorel standing on a golden flying boat above the golden arena, hugging 5 frightened beauties on his left and right. On the golden flying boat, there were also apprentices of the wizard school he founded. Gorel looked at the golden 3-headed snake creature in the golden arena and sneered. "My ancestor's pet dared to attack me. How brave it is. But my wives, don't worry, or 3-headed snake is no match for me." He chanted a long spell and used the golden flying boat to avoid the poisonous mist sprayed by the 3-headed snake in the air. Then he used 300 golden swords without hilts to attack the 3-headed snake below at the same time. Under the attack of the 300 golden swords, the 3-headed snake wailed again and again. At first, it could still resist and continue to spit out some poisonous mist towards the golden flying boat, but soon, it fell to the ground. At the same time, its soul left its body, and its soul wailed in pain. Its soul began to split, and most of its luck was concentrated on Gorel. Sunan raised his eyebrows, because looking at Gorel from a distance, Sunan actually found that this short and fat Gorel had a magic pressure of more than 590. His magic pressure was higher than that of the golden witch he had met before. The next moment, Sunan saw 30 golden flying swords attacking him from a distance. Sunan frowned. That Gorel actually attacked me directly. Vasily condensed the black knife. He condensed the death magic to the maximum extent and then slashed at the sky. The death magic collided with the 30 golden flying swords, destroying 7, but the remaining 23 continued to attack Vasily. At the same time, Mary, Warwick, Wolf 1, Wolf 2, Wolf 3 and the arcane swarm branch of the entire golden road were attacked by about 30 golden flying swords. Obviously, Gorel finally discovered the outsiders in the golden road because he was standing on the golden flying boat, and his first reaction was to attack all the outsiders collectively. At the same time, on the golden flying boat in the arena, Gorel realized that the luck he had collected was enough to enter the golden city, and he laughed. "Although I don't know why there are so many outsiders, my wealth is all mine. So, we have to kill those outsiders, like we would crush ants. But it's hard to say. As long as they die once on the golden road, everything they have will become mine. This is the horror of loan sharks." As long as you enter the game once, everything you have will be locked up by loan sharks. Wives, let's go. Let's enter the Golden City. Goral said. Now we have money to pay off the debt owed to the old guy, the pure white wizard. That damn old guy. He's obviously not a second ring wizard, but he's much stronger than me, and his magic pressure is obviously only slightly stronger than mine. TSK, if I can beat him, I will never pay him back. I'm the descendant of the Golden Wizard. It's really a disgrace to my ancestors. The next moment, his golden flying boat disappeared above the Golden Road. That is, it disappeared outside the Golden City, and he went directly into the Golden City. A golden flying boat appeared above the Golden City. On the other side, on the top of the mountain, Sunan looked at Vasilian. Vasilian, how are your injuries? Everyone, how are you? At the same time, Sunan also used the brass ring to summon Mary. He thought about it. After all, Mary came to help him. If she died, he would still feel guilty. Therefore, Sunan also gave Mary a temporary permission, trying to pull Mary into the wolf pack effect. Of course, this temporary permission can only allow her to communicate with her alone. Mary quickly agreed to Sunan's request for mana contact with the wolf pack effect, and said to Sunan, I didn't expect that Sunan had this way to keep in touch. I originally thought that this was the magic that the prophecy school was good at. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. I'm not seriously injured, just a few superficial wounds. When those flying swords attacked me, I used the 5 golden giants around me as human shields to offset most of his magic. But the magic of that guy named Goral is really amazing. Another magic genius. Sunan comforted her and asked the other members of the wolf pack. Warwick said that he was almost not injured. He is now a 6-time sublimated werewolf hunter. Even if the power system has not been simplified and strengthened by Sunan, he can still rely on his powerful physical function to be almost unscathed in Goral's group attack just now. But Wolf 1, Wolf 2 and Wolf 3 were all seriously injured and almost beaten beyond human form. Fortunately, the werewolf hunters have 8 levels of immortality, so they recovered quickly and did not give the passing competitors of the Golden Road the opportunity to sneak attack them while they were seriously injured. The insect swarm was a bit miserable. First, the queen was killed. After all, the queen of the 6-time sublimation swarm was only at the level of a half-step first ring wizard. She died directly under the powerful spell attack cast by that Goral 595 magic pressure. Many swarms also died, but this caused the halo of the golden tree in the distance to become dimmer. After all, the golden wizard was a lone shark wizard, and the swarm was a robber. Only the swarm robbed others, and no one robbed the swarm. Sunan felt that the black magic of the Golden Road seemed to want to compete with the arcane swarm for the ownership of the queen's soul. But the arcane swarm, whose headquarters is currently located in the Rye underground area, is now at the level of a senior first ring wizard who has sublimated 6 times, but it just doesn't have enough time to accumulate. Therefore, the arcane rebirth, which has barely reached the level of a first ring, was used to pull the queen over with the rebirth magic. But this operation seemed to directly cause a bug in the Golden Road. In other words, it caused a bug in the mandala system plane set up by the Golden Wizard. Because, at this moment, the Queen Worm's body entered this reincarnation system, which meant that she voluntarily joined this reincarnation. But now that she is dead, her soul has not entered this reincarnation system. Arcane rebirth is not enough to compete with this golden small plane for the ownership of the Queen Worm's soul. But the problem is that the Queen Worm is only a small part of the hive consciousness. It is not a real individual soul. So, the golden small plane watched helplessly as the Queen Worm's soul was pulled back by arcane rebirth. The entire mandala system has produced the first, very huge bug. Sunan felt that the entire small plane was shaking. Cracks appeared on the ground, and many mortals in this plane were killed by mudslides, cracks, pits, and house collapses caused by the earthquake while screaming. Once these mortals died, they entered reincarnation again, and a lot of luck was plundered. This plundered luck once again tried to make up for the bug, find the Queen Worm's soul, and pull it into reincarnation. So, Sunan noticed that this small golden plane directly crossed the space distance and cast a death curse on his arcane swarm in the Rye underground. This seems to be a mechanism for the small golden plane to fix bugs. Jinx, the main consciousness of the hive in the Rye underground worm capital, was furious. The entire first ring wizard tower, the hive tower, was filled with life magic. A huge arcane psychic light column rose to the sky. It fought against the magic. This is the confrontation between the unrestrained expansion of life and the death curse that harvests life. Sunan did not expect that, because the arcane worm swarm had stuck the bug too hard. The small golden plane now had serious operating problems, and then, this situation occurred. However, this situation was not caused by himself. It was the descendant of the golden wizard, Goral, who killed the queen of insects himself, causing problems in the operation of his ancestor's small plane. Is this a kind of self-inflicted? Chapter 295 The Birth of the Mammoth. This black magic curse that gathered the entire small plane turned into a huge vengeful spirit, trying to parasitize the arcane swarm. However, due to the long distance, the curse was somewhat weakened. The arcane swarm constantly tried to use arcane magic to resist this death black magic curse, which seemed to be an instant death curse. The vengeful spirit formed a flying head and flew towards the Rye underground. Because the magic power was too substantial, many semi-arcane races in the Rye underground looked up and saw a flying head landing on the top of the arcane swarm. The entire arcane swarm is now equivalent to a state of abnormally large soul bodies with a mental mass of only 500, but a number far exceeding 500, so it still has a strong resistance to this instant death black magic curse. In particular, the hive mind has deployed a permanent defense field. Previously, the hive mind replaced the swarm's permanent defense field with a one-ring version of arcane rebirth. So now the swarm is using the power of arcane rebirth and the power of a large number of cannon fodder races to fight against this flying head black magic. One scarab after another died, squeezing the lifespan of the swarm towards this small golden plane. And Sunan also used the niche reversal spell to convert 10 queens on this golden road. The queens quickly expanded the swarm base, creating a large number of very weak, worm-like scarabs, deliberately letting these worms die themselves, and then wasting the luck in the small golden plane. On the other hand, the energy of arcane rebirth was also rapidly fighting against the flying head magic, constantly dying and reborn, and the entire swarm fully developed its reproductive power and constantly gave birth to new swarms. This was a tug-of-war. Would the swarm be destroyed by the flying head magic first, and the small golden plane would harvest the will of the swarm and solve the bug? Or would the swarm short the small golden plane first and completely blow up the usury situation set by the lone shark wizard? At the same time, the swarm, feeling the danger of being destroyed, began to rush into the Etherstone mining area under the influence of its huge reproductive power and survival power, knocking away the lizardman laborers and devouring the ether ore, using shape element to enhance their vitality. The core of the swarm, the bone spur cruiser and the tyrant, were also pushed out by the hive consciousness. These two core combat forces began to die. During this process, the tyrant underwent some kind of mutation. In order to resist the powerful black magic harvest, some tyrants began to develop towards a specialized type of vitality, becoming a heavy insect as big as a room, but with 50 layers of scarab cells all over its body, and a body like a chariot. This heavy insect looks like a mammoth, with 3 pairs of huge sickle-like mouthparts and a crown-like shell. Sunan named this insect Mammoth Insect. This seems to be a powerful biological weapon that the swarm has evolved again during its evolution. The confrontation between the swarm and the flying black magic curse lasted for about 18 hours. In the end, even the magic pool in the hive tower was almost dry. When it was really threatening the Queen Jinx, suddenly the golden tree in the golden plane lost its light in an instant. The entire plane fell into darkness. The mortals in the golden plane seemed to have noticed that the reincarnation system was starting to go wrong. So they were all trembling at home, hiding in corners, thinking that the world had ended. Or they were praying at home, praying that the golden tree would light up again. Sunan realized that the golden road was expelling them. It seemed that the golden road no longer had enough luck to maintain it, so it wanted to close it. The Zerg had used its super long health bar to cause problems with the golden plane's luck storage, so that the golden tree's second ring wizard tower no longer emitted light. but Sunan and Vasilian released their powerful magic pressure at the same time, with 505 and 530 magic pressure respectively, suppressing the expulsion of the Golden Road at the same time. Sunan said to everyone, "It is obvious that the Golden City wants to close the Golden Road and also close the entrance to the Golden City. However, it is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. Since they have invited us into the Golden Road, it is impossible to drive us away." Sunan has simplified the abilities of werewolf hunters in the past 18 hours. Warwick, Wolf 1, Wolf 2 and Wolf 3, their skills have been simplified. At the same time, Sunan ordered everyone, start slaughtering the entire Golden Road and the remaining golden monsters. Let the luck shrink further on us. I want to make the credit mechanism of the Golden Wizard completely bankrupt. Let the cycle of this golden small plane completely malfunction. So, all the werewolf hunters went to the rest of the Golden Road. The arcane swarm has exploded tens of thousands of cannon fodder swarms in a short period of time. Sunan brought Warwick to the Golden Arena. In the Golden Arena, there was the skeleton of the golden three-headed snake that was killed by the descendant of the Golden Wizard, Gorel. As soon as Sunan and others entered the Golden Arena, a whirlwind suddenly appeared under the huge skeleton. In the whirlwind, a soul entered the body of the golden three-headed snake with a surprised voice. "Ha ha ha ha. I was just an ordinary human before, but I didn't expect that after death I would become a powerful three-headed snake. Thank you, God of Gold. This is my blessing." The next moment, the golden three-headed snake saw two ferocious werewolves standing in front of him. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publish a novel. Reading at 69 book bar. Sunan originally wanted to recover the body of the three-headed snake. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the arena, the three-headed snake in the arena would be resurrected. But this is also good. It happens that Sunan can use this previous enemy of Gorel to test Gorel's strength. Gorel seems to be different from the Golden Witch. He may really be a wizard genius. Whether it is magic pressure or spell model, it seems very exquisite. Especially the golden flying sword he summoned. The combat power coefficient bonus of the spell model should be particularly high. Warwick fought with the three-headed snake. The three-headed snake itself was at the level of an ordinary first-ring wizard, constantly spewing venom. The special venom was actually very powerful, and it would cause serious corrosion if it came into contact with anything. It was just that when the three-headed snake fought with Gorel before, the poison mist never hit Gorel. Warwick used the agility of the werewolf hunter to jump around on the body of the three-headed snake while constantly causing damage to it. Then Warwick put on the hunter mask, then climbed to the position of the snake head and used the wolf claws to send out a wave of killing intent, hitting the leftmost snake head, and then another wave of dark energy killing intent, which penetrated the three snake heads at the same time. The three-headed snake fell to the ground. A huge earthquake occurred. After Warwick dealt with it, he said to Sunan, "My young master, this three-headed snake is much more durable than I thought. It took me half a minute to kill it, and the wizard Goria only took 1/3 of the time I took. He is indeed a trouble." Sunan pondered. "I understand, but that's not the case. When you fight in close combat, you will always spend more time moving. Gorel only needs one spell to cover the enemy. However, Gorel's single combat power should indeed be higher than yours." Chapter 296. The Golden Wizard appears. The Golden Dragon. Gorel walked through the Golden City and saw its prosperity. There were more materials and many magic resources inside the Golden City. The scrolls of the Golden School could be picked up everywhere on the ground. There were also various staffs and magic treasures on the ground. Gorel picked up a slender crystal staff from the ground and felt the crystal magic contained in it. Unfortunately, it was just a staff used by ordinary first-ring wizards and was not worthy of his current magic pressure. As Gorel's golden magic power was input into the golden staff actually had a tendency to crack. At the same time, Gorel's eyes turned to the core of the Golden City, the palace under the golden tree, and he immediately saw a golden magic mirror hanging above the palace. Gorel said excitedly, "Yes, that is the treasure in the ancestors' legend, the golden magic mirror. The treasure of the second-ring wizard contains a powerful mirror spirit. As long as you exchange gold with the mirror spirit, you can continue to obtain many treasures. It was after the ancestor obtained that treasure that he became the great wizard later, the golden wizard. I didn't expect that this treasure would be here. However, Goral still scanned the interior of the golden city in confusion and saw that the golden streets inside the golden city had signs of destruction. Many golden giants fell directly on the streets, their souls disappeared, but their bodies withered on the ground. According to the wizard's inheritance he obtained, the golden city should be a thriving place, where there would be a large number of creatures in the reincarnation system living here. But why, at this moment, the golden city seems to have become a dead city? Where did the creatures in the golden city go? The next moment, the brilliance of the golden tree suddenly disappeared, and Goral suddenly fell into a state where he could not see anything. What happened? His first reaction was to look for his 5 beautiful wives in the dark. After finding it, he was extremely angry. Damn it, let's go to the golden tree first. It's weird here. These are all my things, don't let anything go wrong at this time. If something goes wrong at this time, what can I use to pay the pure white wizard back? TSK. He didn't know that the creatures in the golden city died tragically because the arcane swarm shorted the golden plane. In order to maintain its existence, the mandala system of the golden plane could only forcibly drain the high-level creatures in the golden city. After all, these creatures, in essence, are all beneficiaries of this mandala system. The only purpose of the golden wizard allowing them to exist temporarily is to demonstrate the superiority of the mandala system. Now that the golden plane itself is damaged, it naturally cannot maintain enough magic power to maintain the existence of the privileged class of these golden planes. On the other side, on the golden road, Sunan hunted almost all the golden creatures on this road, and the entire golden road finally collapsed. The gold bricks that made up the golden road broke into pieces, and then Sunan and others appeared at the gate of the golden city at the same time. This meant that they had successfully passed the test of the golden road, although Sunan had destroyed the entire golden road. However, after the golden road collapsed, the golden tree once again emitted light, but the light was a little weak. At the gate, 2 golden giants fell to the ground, and the flesh and blood on their bodies almost disappeared, forming 2 huge mummies. At the edge of the golden city's wall, there were a large number of fallen golden winged people. They were originally the vested interests of the golden reincarnation system, but now even their bodies seemed to have been drained. They all fell powerlessly on the wall. A large number of arcane insect swarms appeared behind Sunan, and the insect swarms also came to the gate of the golden city at the moment when the golden road collapsed. Sunan looked up at the motto at the gate of the golden city. The wealth of the whole world belongs to one city. This is a glorious city, and in the center of this glorious city, a glorious king will be born. The resources of the whole world are completely concentrated on one wizard. That wizard will bear the fate of the whole world. Sunan raised his eyebrows. This was obviously what the golden wizard had done before, but he didn't know why he failed. Sunan and others walked into the golden city, only to see that the glorious scene inside the golden city had been destroyed at this moment. There were traces of fighting everywhere. This was a war that happened not long ago. Sunan walked to the side of a leader of the golden winged people. He tried to raise his head and looked at Sunan and others. The pupils shrank in an instant. We were also harvested. The god of gold harvested us, the immortal golden nobles, as well. It's horrible. Our world disappeared in an instant. We spent thousands of years here to build the moral system, belief system, and values, but they are all gone in the past 5 hours. God of gold, you deceived all of us. He tried hard to get up, his eyes fixed on the broken golden city wall, his pupils blank. Mary asked in confusion, what happened to him? The leader of the winged people, his magic power is several times stronger than mine, and is about to catch up with you. Is it so easy for such an existence to die? Sunan said, it should be, because we destroyed the energy cycle of this plane, so the small golden plane took the initiative to harvest the nobles in this golden city. The nobles in the golden city wanted to resist, so there are many buildings here that are damaged and collapsed. But in the end they still failed. Sunan said, these people are all deeply involved in the golden wizard's golden reincarnation system. They are the beneficiaries of the system, so they can't fight against the golden reincarnation, no matter how powerful they are. Sunan picked up an ice crystal wand on the ground. This place looks like there will be a lot of magic resources. Speaking of which, I don't have a magic wand that suits me. Sunan waved it, and under the infusion of magic pressure, the magic wand made a creaking sound, as if it could not bear the weight. They continued to go deeper into the Golden City, and saw that the Golden City was full of 1.2 meter high statues of golden wizards. At the same time, the streets and alleys of the city were filled with golden giants, golden winged people, and the bodies of golden elves. At the same time, the deeper they went, the more Sunan saw that the statues of the golden wizard had changed. At first, the statues of the golden wizard were obviously human, but later the left hands of these statues began to turn into dragon claws, and then his body showed the structure of dragon eyes, dragon ears, and dragon tail. They walked to the end of the city and came to the core area of the Golden City, that is, in front of the palace under the golden tree. There was also a statue in the open space in front of this palace. That statue was a thorough golden dragon. In front of this statue, Goral, his wizard apprentices, and his 5 wives were standing in front of the statue. He looked up at the statue with fanaticism in his eyes. He realized that Sunan and the others had come here, and his expression darkened for a moment, but he said to Sunan and the others, "Strange wizards, have you also come to this great city created by my ancestors?" Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel first. 69 Book Bar read see it. This is the last statue of my ancestor. In order to become a second ring wizard, my ancestor began to use the blood of strong creatures to transform his soul and body. In the end, he achieved success and turned into a golden dragon. Mary looked at him and then at the golden dragon statue. That's impossible. The weakest adult dragon has the strength of a third ring wizard or above. A golden wizard, even if he becomes a second ring wizard, he can't become a real dragon. Goral looked at Mary. Haha, you look good. Have you ever thought about becoming my wife? It just so happens that I have always wanted to have a first ring wizard wife, so that I can be worthy of a genius like me who became a first ring wizard at the age of 30. The image of this golden dragon statue is indeed my ancestor. Mary looked at him coldly. Goral looked at Sunan, his eyes gloomy again. As for you, this is the territory of my ancestors, a place with an owner. Are the wizards now so rude? Everything here is mine. Get out of here. Goral began to chant, and the powerful golden magic gathered towards him. He knew that Sunan and others must have ability to leave the golden road, but because of this, he was so murderous. This was the property of his ancestors and other wizards were not allowed to get involved. While chanting the spell, he walked in front of the golden dragon, placed his left hand on the golden dragon, and summoned 300 golden flying swords in the direction of Sunan. But at this moment, the golden dragon statue suddenly moved, and one claw stabbed into Goral's chest. Sunan's eyes suddenly condensed. The golden dragon said, "My descendants, why must the descendants inherit the ancestors, and not the ancestors inherit the descendants? Since you are my descendant, why don't you give me your body? I'm so lucky. I didn't expect that at this critical moment, a descendant would take the initiative to deliver himself to the door. The backup plan I set up casually at the beginning actually worked." The golden dragon turned his head to look at Sunan and said, "That wizard over there, you have destroyed my world too seriously. So serious that I want to restrain your soul as compensation to me." Roar! A huge wave of golden magic power gathered towards Sunan and others. Mary looked at Sunan with a serious look. "Sunan, this kind of magic pressure seems to be from another dimension. Is that a second ring wizard?" On the other side, Goral began to wail in shock and horror. "Ancestor, ancestor, don't kill me. I'm the most talented among your descendants. Don't kill me. How are you still alive?" Ugh. Goral spat out a mouthful of blood, and the golden dragon laughed. "The most talented among my descendants? Bah, you are so shameless." Goral panicked. "I became a first ring wizard before I was 30 years old. I may become a second ring wizard in the future. Ancestor, don't kill me. When I become a second ring wizard, I will help you become a second ring wizard. I have talent. I have talent that you don't have. I have." The golden dragon swept him with his cold dragon eyes and impatiently knocked the ground with his dragon tail. "This is ridiculous. You are a mediocre descendant of mine. That's not called talent. That's called my wisdom. I secretly cast a black magic curse on my entire bloodline, which will concentrate all the luck on one person. My descendant. The reason you can grow to this point is not because of anything else, but because I used a black magic curse to destroy my entire family of bloodline fellows and gathered their luck on you. So the first step is to make my family bloodline large enough. Only when it is large enough that I think it can become a first ring wizard will the black magic curse be activated. So, this result of yours appeared. Originally, I really wanted to do something for my descendants and train a useful descendant to help me. But my descendant, who made you come too late, so late that I had already lost control of my magic, failed to break through the second ring, and became what I'm now. It's too late, because I found that using the mandala system to harvest the luck of all living beings and gather them on me would have serious side effects. The golden dragon stared at Goral greedily. Hurry, give your body to your ancestors. As long as I have your body, I can start over. It just so happens that you are full of my magic, and you have learned my magic yourself. Our blood is so close, you are simply another me. I may not even need to make any adjustments to use your body. Chapter 297. You don't have a chance to start over. Roar. A huge airflow erupted from the feet of the golden dragon and swept around. Goral tried to resist, so he summoned all the golden flying swords that attacked Sunan, wanting to attack his ancestor, the golden dragon. Even after knowing the truth, and knowing that he was not the genius he imagined, Goral still wanted to live. Even because of his will to survive, his magic power became purer. His face flushed, and he saw countless golden flying swords falling on the back of the golden dragon. In such a pure desire to survive, his magic power actually increased a little. The full power of the magic pressure of nearly 600 was extremely impressive. But the golden flying swords fell on the golden dragon and broke one by one. The golden dragon laughed. Weak, 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 weak. Goral, you have already passed through every stage of my magic system without being perfect. Ordinary wizards cannot catch these weaknesses of yours, but you are facing me. The battle between wizards is a battle to find the weaknesses of the opponent. Now you have at least 10 weaknesses that I have mastered. What can you use to fight me? The golden dragon's tail rolled up, and the golden magic mirror in front of the golden palace in the distance automatically fell down and automatically floated behind the golden wizard, who turned into a golden dragon. The golden magic mirror suddenly burst into a fierce light, like the light of the sun. Wherever the sunlight passed, all of Goral's golden flying swords melted. Goral was terrified. His chest was still pierced by the golden dragon's claws. He never got rid of it. He realized that the golden wizard seemed to be doing something in his body, overcoming the last obstacle to transferring his body. Goral said to his wives behind him, "Wives, find a way to save me and my apprentices." The 20-odd apprentices on the golden flying boat were all hesitant at this moment. The golden dragon laughed. "I'm Goral's ancestor, and also the ancestor of your magic school. What reason do you have to resist me? When I occupy Goral's body, start over, and become a second ring wizard, you will have the benefits. I'm still your teacher, and even I am still your husband." The golden dragon glanced at Goral's 5 beautiful wives ambiguously, saying shamelessly. After hesitating for a moment, the wizard apprentices of the golden school actually considered it realistically one by one, without any action. In fact, even if they wanted to do something, they could not interfere with such a high-level battle. However, Sunan estimated that the golden dragon still existed, and after changing his account and being reborn, he would have some servants to serve him, so he wanted to see if he could convince those apprentices. Goral was dumbfounded. The most important thing was that his 5 beautiful wives actually started to flirt with the golden dragon. "Damn it, you old immortal, you are a bastard. Now that you are dead, you should die well. Strange wizards over there, come and save me. If my body is occupied by him, you will have no chance at all. I can feel that this golden dragon is not a real creature at all. It is just a dead thing with a false appearance." The golden dragon smashed Goral, who was under his control, with one claw. Goral recited a spell with sweat on his forehead, and then his body completely turned into gold. The dragon claw and his yellow forehead made a collision sound. It was deafening. Goral barely blocked the attack, but he was even more desperate to find that even his resistance was calculated by his ancestors. because after he turned his whole body into gold, his body was actually combined with the golden dragon, and he was absorbed by the golden dragon. Damn it, you old immortal. Only descendants can inherit the property of their ancestors. You actually inherited the body of your descendants. Damn it, damn it. The golden dragon felt that the situation was settled and laughed. I have no taboos. My style of doing things is to be useful. Now, you finally have a chance to be reborn. It's rare. After observing, Sunan suddenly said, I don't think you have a chance to be reborn. When you were fighting with your descendants just now, I observed something. Combined with my previous discoveries on the Golden Road, I finally know what happened to you more than 2000 years ago, and what went wrong with the mandala system you set up. In addition, that Goral, right? You make me hate you, and letting you be absorbed by your ancestors is only good for me. It will take some time for him to digest you. When he finds out that he has no chance to start over, he will go crazy. When he goes crazy, it will be easier for me to kill him, seize his second ring wizard tower, and make his body my mount for traveling. Under the control of the golden wizard, Goral was about to curse. He didn't expect that he, a wizard genius who was originally very cool, would have his talent exposed today. Then his apprentice wife betrayed him, and then his body would be taken away by the ancestor he worshipped before. The golden dragon moved his dragon pupils, and looked at Sunan with a cunning look. You said, I don't have a chance to come again. Ha 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 ha, joke. I created this mandala system, created the cycle of life and death, and changed the laws of nature. I reached the top in this mandala system, and all the luck was concentrated on me. I can be resurrected, because the luck is concentrated on me, the dragon. He roared at Sunan, and the magic power of the golden dragon went to everyone on Sunan's side. Mary even turned pale. This kind of magic pressure. Is he really a wandering wizard? It feels like another dimension. Sometimes, I can hardly feel the magic pressure from him. The golden magic mirror behind the golden dragon burst out with intense sunlight and swept over. Sunan and the others quickly transformed into werewolf forms, or used dark energy magic, or summoned skeleton dragons to avoid it. The dragon pupils of the golden dragon swept towards the skeleton dragon in the sky, and his eyes lit up slightly. A flying dragon skeleton that has been transformed into an undead. Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publish a novel. Read at 69 book bar. It's really crudely made. If I were to handle it, I could at least retain one ring of its combat effectiveness. High level undead over there, give me the skeleton dragon under your feet. The next moment, the soul-fire dragon breath fell on the golden dragon. Of course, the golden dragon was fine, but he felt insulted, and was very angry about it. The golden dragon soared into the sky, carrying Goral, a junior who had not yet fully combined with his left dragon claw, and rushed towards the skeleton dragon. But his dragon head was chopped directly by Vasily, who jumped down from the skeleton dragon, and held the black knife in both hands. Raw Vasily was knocked away by the dragon claw, but a cut also appeared on the head of the golden dragon. Vasily stood up from the ground, and took a deep breath. He is very powerful, stronger than ever before. But not that powerful, at least not as powerful as his magic pressure shows. Moreover, if he really had a real dragon body, he would not care about my mount. Sunan looked at the golden dragon in the sky and said, I noticed before that the golden dragon has no shadow. I boldly guess that it is not because the golden dragon has no shadow, but because the golden dragon itself is a shadow. The current state of this golden wizard is that he was forced to become the shadow of a real dragon because of the out of control of magic. And he is not a life, but a dead thing that must use luck to maintain his existence. This should be related to his previous attempt to use the blood of a powerful creature to break through the limit of his mental power. I guess after the failure, he became the shadow of a dragon. The shadow cannot exist independently, so the shadow can only be maintained by golden magic. But this requires a lot of luck to support his golden dragon shadow body. There is something abnormal about his magic pressure. That's because he borrowed the magic pressure of the real owner of the shadow, or the dragon's power. The golden dragon, the incarnation of the golden wizard, calmed down. He floated in the air and looked down at Sunan and others. It seems that you are not useless. You actually guessed part of the truth. That's right, the wizard who can come here and has not been harvested by my black magic is indeed not an ordinary person. Maybe, let me tell you, that what you are facing now is indeed the shadow of a real dragon. But don't underestimate the shadow of a real dragon. This is what I have done with great difficulty using black magic. When there is no hope of breaking through the second ring wizard, I found a way to find another way. Sunan understood, and he changed his job. Because there was no hope of breaking through, he changed his job from the Golden School to the Dragon Wizard School. Moreover, it seems that his skills are not good enough and he failed. The Golden Dragon exuded a stronger magic pressure all over his body, as if he was not pretending anymore, so he directly released all the dragon power. Suddenly, dense magic pressure lines appeared on everyone's body, as if they were trapped in a quagmire and unable to move. The Golden Dragon said, "Wizard, do you still think that I can't start over with the help of my descendants' bodies?" Sunan smiled. "You want to start over because you know that you have taken the wrong path. But what happened to you more than 2000 years ago? I boldly guess there are two reasons. First, you gather all the luck of everyone on you, and also attract the bad luck of some people. It is not visible at ordinary times, but at the critical moment, those bad lucks burst out all at once. Second, you didn't think of solving the entropy increase problem, but just wanted to skip this problem by converting to a true dragon with 3 rings when you become an adult. As a result, you didn't even skip this problem. So you still have serious entropy increase in your body, and you can only keep using other people's luck to fill this hole. I ask you, if your entropy increase problem is not solved, what's the point of changing your body? You don't have the chance to start over at all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 The Battle Between Dragon and Wolf. The Battle Between Individual and Group. Entropy Increase. The pupils of the Golden Dragon revealed a complex expression, which was a mixture of anger and fear. As long as I'm given a second chance, as long as I can start over, I will definitely be able to think of a way to solve the problem of entropy increase. Boy, you have never reached my level. How can you know my pain? The Golden Dragon shadow flew into the sky, and the powerful dragon power forced the skeleton dragon to land on the ground. The dragon power of the Golden Dragon shadow and the second ring wizard tower of the Golden Tree acted on the humans of the entire plane. Countless mortals died, and then these dead mortals contributed their luck, which was completely harvested by the Golden Wizard. These mortals are like the backup storage energy of this golden plane. Like the advanced creatures in the Golden City, they can be used to replenish energy at critical moments. These mortals are constantly reincarnated. The rich become poor, and the poor become separated from humans and become mammals. Then they die again, because of the dragon power, and are downgraded again, becoming insects, and then die again, becoming microorganisms. More than 100,000 people in the entire plane are constantly dying and iterating. The Golden Wizard can obtain this luck through black magic and gather it on him. At the same time, in the Golden City, Sunan saw that many magic wands scattered on the ground were vibrating. Sunan immediately understood the biggest weakness of the Golden Wizard's modified version of the mandala system, gathering luck on himself, and at the same time getting retribution from everyone. Then these retributions gathered together, and would attack the Golden Wizard at a critical moment. The most ridiculous thing is that the Golden Wizard knew that this was a dead end, but still had no way to get rid of it. The result of him gathering luck again was that all the retribution began to gather on him again. Even the fact that he could find the Golden City might have been attracted by the retribution on him. Sunan looked at the magic wands on the ground. Those magic wands were the weapons left behind by the enemies, killed by the Golden Wizard, or the wizards who were tricked into the Golden City by him. Mary said to Sunan, "No, his magic pressure is too high. I really can't move." "Sunan, do you have any ideas?" "Warwick and Vasilian can move. One of them is a melee fighter with extremely powerful body functions. The other is a death barrier, that is a permanent defense force field. It has the characteristics of the energy world, and can slightly resist the magic pressure of the real dragon." and Wolf 1, Wolf 2, and Wolf 3 can all move. Sunan completely unlocked the authority restrictions of the wolf pack effect for Mary. After all, now it is a full-scale confrontation. A wizard who has completely gone the wrong way and wants to start over has reached the limit of the wizard's limit. Sunan said to everyone, Warwick, Vasily, Wolf 1, Wolf 2, you guys make a tentative attack first. You have immortal bodies. Wolf 3, let the golden blood in your body boil and do your best to find the opponent's weakness. This is a tough battle, but as the golden wizard said, the battle of wizards is a battle to find the opponent's weakness. As long as we hold on, he will be defeated again sooner or later. Mary, you stay where you are and observe the situation. Mary smiled bitterly. With her magic pressure of more than 200, she couldn't move. The magic pressure of the real dragon borrowed by the golden wizard reached at least the level of the second ring. This magic pressure alone was enough to kill people. Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 use their special talents as messengers, extra golden blood boiling, and delayed golden blood boiling, and at the same time they turned on the magic blood charging, and then with dark energy fluctuations wrapped around their bodies, they rushed directly and bravely towards the golden dragon shadow. As a result, the two werewolf messengers were blown away by the dragon claws of the golden dragon shadow in an instant. The first and second wolves fell to the ground, their bones shattered. The current state of the golden dragon shadow is maintained in a very special state. He seems to have broken through to the second ring wizard, but has failed to break through. He should have died, but he can temporarily live because of the Mandragora system. However, he is also very anxious because the Mandragora system has been emptied by the arcane insect swarm. As a result, he wants to use the body of his descendant, Goral, to start over and get rid of this embarrassing situation. His current balance is seriously insufficient. He can only recover a wave of energy to continue to support the battle, completely eliminate Sunan and others, and then use his descendants to borrow his body to revive. As for the two major problems that Sunan said, he has not solved them at all, and he actually knows a little bit about it. But now he just wants to survive first. The dragon eyes of the golden dragon shadow revealed a trace of mockery. He looked at the two werewolf messengers whose bones he had broken. He actually stood up again, reorganized his bones, and put on the hunter mask. You are still very strong, which does not match your strength. The next moment, the Death Knight Vasilian holding a black knife appeared behind him. The black knife was wrapped with the sword of the dead and slashed on his dragon back again. On his left, Warwick, wearing a hunter mask, rushed out and used the plundering mouth to bite his dragon shoulder. Then, the frontal attack of Wolf and Wolfer. The next moment, after enduring so many attacks, the golden dragon shadow suddenly shook its dragon wings and flew into the sky. You are no match for the dragon. He flew high into the sky, got rid of the attacks of Wolf and Wolfer, and at the same time, he rotated in place in the sky and threw Vasilian off from behind him. Then he used the rotation force to spin the senior werewolf hunter Warwick down as well. But Warwick bit the golden dragon's shoulder tightly, and at the same time, he not only used the plundering mouth, but also used the dark energy killing wave to cover the golden dragon. The golden dragon shadow used the dragon claws and dragon tail to slap his back continuously, but Warwick never let go, even if his back was broken. This made the golden wizard a little angry. If it were an ordinary creature, he would have killed them all in the previous battle. The problem is that the werewolf's immortal ability is really too difficult to deal with. Let go. I'm a creature that has accumulated everything under the mandala system and is at the top. I'm an existence that is capable of breaking through the second ring barrier. Let go. My evolution level is completely different from you weak werewolves. Warwick looked at the ferocious dragon skull that was very close to his head. If the golden dragon shadow stood at the center of the mandala system, gathered everything, sacrificed everything, and concentrated all the luck on one unit, it would be a domineering existence. Then the werewolf hunter is just a simple protector of the wolf pack. He is never alone. The werewolves firmly believe that the power of the group should be greater than the power of the individual. The progress of the group should be greater than the progress of the individual. The next moment, the golden dragon shadow continued to rise into the air, but it seemed to hit something, and it was like hitting a wall, making a bang. Then, the golden dragon shadow found that they had already flown to the top of this golden small plane. He even hit a big hole in the sky of the golden small plane that he had set up, and the violent element were exposed in the hole. The golden dragon shadow kept slapping Warwick's back with his dragon claws and completely smashed Warwick's back. It can be said that all the bones in Warwick's body were completely smashed, and he himself became a ball of rotten meat. But the problem is that, even though everything was broken, Warwick's mouth was not broken, and he was still biting him. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. This is the ultimate move of the werewolf with a magic pressure of 500, which can break the defense of the golden shadow dragon. Even the plundering bite is still plundering the luck that the golden wizard has finally harvested. The golden shadow dragon didn't understand. You are like this. Even if you bite me, what's the use? Let me go. The next moment, the golden dragon shadow saw the smile on Warwick's face. He turned his head suddenly and saw about 1,000 bone spur cruisers of the arcane swarm that had completely recovered their ability to move because of his rise, resulting in insufficient magic pressure on the ground. There are also tens of thousands of cannon fodder swarms. The swarm has entered the golden city and they are still killing each other in groups. The death of the swarm consumes luck, allowing the mandala system to help them reincarnate. The swarm is shorting him again. And the 500 bone spur cruisers fired 0.7 rings of bone spur attacks at him at the same time. Because the swarm is in the 6th sublimation stage, the bone spur attacks of the swarm's bone spur cruisers have reached the general level of 0.7 rings. At this moment, in just 5 seconds, the bone spur cruiser of the Zerg swarm fired 50,000 0.7 ring bone spurs into the sky. The entire golden plane was somewhat unable to withstand this violent attack. A large number of artificial skies collapsed, revealing the original chaotic element barrier boundary of this small plane. The golden wizard at the center of the attack was the one who endured the most violent attack. Even if a single attack was not a big deal, 0.7 ring spell attacks were no joke. It was like 50,000 mosquitoes biting a person. When the smoke cleared, many fine cracks appeared on the golden dragon shadow, and it looked like he was also injured. Warwick was almost blown into a ball of rotten meat, and he opened his mouth powerlessly and fell from a height of 5,000 meters. However, he was immortal, and this level of injury could be recovered as long as he was given a certain amount of time. But Warwick, who was about to fall, suddenly exchanged his body with Vasilian. So Warwick appeared on the ground, beside Sunan, while Vasilian came to the bottom of the golden dragon shadow, raised the black knife, and stabbed it directly. The golden dragon shadow was immediately furious. You invincible flies are really troublesome. You have so many methods, but what's the use? This way of consuming me bit by bit is nothing. Before you consume me completely, you will be killed by me. The next moment, his eyes were bloodshot. Because he saw the cold and ruthless side of the arcane swarm, the hive mind immediately ordered all of them to commit suicide after thinking that the bone spur cruisers had fired all the bone spurs and had no effect for the time being. So the mandala system began to work again. Because the level of the bone spur cruisers is relatively high, according to the reincarnation principle of the mandala system, the reincarnated person will only be reduced by 1 level each time. So the suicide of these 1,000 bone spur cruisers is definitely a further huge consumption of the golden wizard's luck storage. At the same time, Vasilian also used frost nova on him. A ball of frost energy exploded on the body of the golden dragon shadow and instantly covered the golden dragon's body with a thin layer of frost. No matter how powerful an individual is, his weaknesses are relatively fixed. Even if the group is weaker, they can make up for each other's weaknesses and form a tactical attack. The golden wizard's point of view does make sense. The battle of wizards is to find the opponent's weaknesses. Therefore, he can quickly defeat Goral. Therefore, now he is attacked by the werewolves and the death knights, and the arcane swarms. He is shorted by the arcane swarms, hurt by the arcane swarms, controlled by the werewolves, and finished off by the death knights. At this moment, the golden dragon looked at the ground, and saw a potion lightning, that passed through a height of 5,000 meters and hit his dragon belly. Potion lightning consumes a bottle of 4 times sublimation potion and transforms it into potion energy lightning, but as long as a high level potion is consumed, the power of the lightning can be increased. Sunan had just consumed 10 bottles of Fire Demon's Fury, which had been sublimated 5 times. The result was a powerful magic potion that could attack with lightning that penetrated 5 kilometers. A huge ball of electricity enveloped the golden dragon, and then the golden dragon itself fell from the sky. The dragon was knocked down. Bang! The golden dragon shadow fell from the sky and hit the ground, creating a huge pit on the ground. Chapter 299 Great Magic, the power mastered by the second ring wizard. The first and second wolves immediately followed and jumped into the giant pit, wanting to attack further. Fighting in this plane is beneficial to the werewolves, because the magic tide of this plane is seriously insufficient, and the power of all magic has decreased. But the melee strength is almost not affected. If it is the previous werewolf system, it is actually still affected, because the charging of boiling blood, bronze blood and magic blood is quite dependent on the external environment. But after simplifying the werewolf power system with golden blood, this has led to the rise of the werewolves in this environment of lack of magic energy. Sunan began to consider whether to increase the ability of dispelling magic to the tree people. In the future, when fighting with wizards, first dispel all the magic around you, reduce the density of environmental magic, and then let the werewolves rush up and defeat the enemy. Roar with the deep pit, where the golden dragon is located as the core. A powerful golden wave swept around in the form of a ring. Wherever it passed, the land collapsed, and the gravel turned into powder. The entire small plain actually had a tendency to collapse. Mary asked Sunan, "What kind of magic is that? How powerful is that?" It doesn't seem to be ordinary magic, but a magic that can affect the stability of the plane. Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 were beaten and flew out of the deep pit, their bones shattered, and the hunter masks on their faces also shattered a little bit and disappeared from their faces. The surface was no longer completely smooth, but a scarred golden dragon walked out of the deep pit and walked to the ground. His dragon eyes were full of violence. You haven't seen it. This is the fighting method of the second ring wizard. Great magic. The first ring wizard has a permanent defensive force field, while the second ring wizard has great magic that can change the surrounding environment. Although I failed to break through the magic I'm best at, the golden ripples, has shown the characteristics of great magic as I'm in this embarrassing situation. Okay, I won't play games with you anymore. You are indeed quite capable. But it's a pity that you will be killed by me anyway, so no matter how capable you are, it's useless. In the past, I have eliminated countless genius wizards who had made enemies with me in advance. The young wizard over there, do you know the idiot oak wizard? What you just used seems to be his most proud spell, the niche reversal spell. The eyes of the golden dragon shadow turned. I have some relationship with the oak wizard. If you are his descendant, then you can leave. I don't want to kill his descendant. Leave. Sunan sneered. You are being funny. Are you afraid of me, so you want to get rid of me? The golden dragon immediately laughed coldly. Ha 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 ha, idiot, then you die. You are right. The old bastard oak wizard is a rare wizard who has borrowed power from me, but can still find a way to escape from my usury magic. I was very unhappy with him. I wanted to harvest him after I broke through and became a second ring wizard. I didn't expect that time would pass so quickly. In a blink of an eye, or 1,000 years have passed. Young wizard, let me ask you one last question. How is the Truth Council outside now? Without waiting for Sunan to answer, he shook his head. From your expression, I know that the Truth Council outside no longer exists. That's good. I don't have to worry about being targeted by the old bastards of the Truth Council for killing a wizard genius. The next moment, the golden dragon flew towards Sunan, and at the same time, a layer of golden ripple magic enveloped his body. With him as the center, the golden wave continued to sweep around. Wherever the wave touched, all the land would collapse. Although Sunan didn't know what this great magic was, and what its essence was, he could feel that this magic was fundamentally different from ordinary magic. Just like industrial civilization facing agricultural civilization, it could produce a crushing effect. Sunan shot a magic potion lightning at him, but before the lightning got close to the golden dragon shadow, it was destroyed by the golden wave wrapped around the golden dragon shadow. This great magic Sunan guessed that it should be something that only a second ring wizard could touch. The next moment, the golden dragon had come in front of Sunan and collided with the 30-fold brown force field. Although the brown force field successfully stopped the golden dragon's impact in front of the golden wave on the golden dragon's body, the 30-fold brown force field actually disintegrated inch by inch. The golden dragon looked surprised. I didn't expect that your magic pressure is not that good, but your permanent defense force field is so durable. My original plan was to smash you into a pulp. The next moment, he swung the golden dragon tail and smashed it towards Sunan. You are the core of these people. And you are a human wizard. You are easier to kill. Kill you, and the rest are just chickens and dogs. Mary quickly used dark energy flash and appeared behind the golden wizard. She used the brass dagger with dark energy silence to smash his dragon neck. At this moment, Wolf 1, Wolf 2 and Warwick were trying their best to recover their bodies and could not help at all. Wolf 3 could only give up his observation duties and ran directly to the dragon's legs and bit it. And Vasily, because he fell from a high altitude and was recovering, he could only release a frost nova at a distance to the golden dragon. Unfortunately, because of the extremely large magic golden ripples, the frost nova was directly disintegrated by the ripples. Vasily roared, "No! Power! I need power! I need stronger power! I want more! I want everything!" Facing the danger of Sunan being killed, Vasily was furious from the bottom of his heart. This anger made his fire of revenge even stronger, which was in line with the way of the Death Knight and the characteristics of death magic. Then, Vasily was wrapped in death magic, and the broken armor on his body healed rapidly under the effect of death magic. Vasily was undoubtedly a genius of psychic magic. In this extreme anger and fire, he felt a kind of energy hidden in his body through the Death Knight potion. Then, a group of black souls appeared from his body. His body stayed in place, but this group of black souls turned into the appearance of an armorless warrior, holding a black knife, and rushed towards the golden wizard with the momentum of thousands of troops. This is the Death Knight, when he was completely angry, burning the fire of revenge, giving up defense, and turning into a pure offensive Shura mode. That is, Vengeance Heavenly Soul. This is a magic that is directly summoned from the heart of revenge, based on Vasily's personal talent and the Death Knight's potion. It is a magic that Vasily modified with the help of the Death Knight's power system. At the same time, he, who has transformed into a vengeful warrior, came to the back of the golden dragon in a moment, then raised the black knife and slashed it hard on the dragon's neck. Stop. The golden wizard himself was also ruthless. He was a little bit embarrassed. The other side had more people than him, although each one was very weak compared to him, but the power of unity was actually promising, and each one seemed to discover their own talents and potential in the battle, and gained new power. He was afraid that, if he didn't destroy them quickly, he would not be able to fight them later. Therefore, after he broke the permanent defense field on Sunan's body with his dragon tail, he immediately released the golden ripples, trying to use the golden ripples to crush Sunan's body and soul. Who knew that the oak magic suit appeared on Sunan's body and soul? The oak magic armor at least resisted for a while, and the first and second golden ripples were broken before the third golden ripple arrived. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Reading the golden dragon at 69 book bar was extremely angry. You really know the oak wizard? Could it be that the oak wizard revealed my location to you? That old guy has been bad since he was a child. Arsehole, he actually revealed my location to such a dangerous wizard. If it weren't for you, I would be enjoying the body of my offspring and his wives now. Look, I'm going to kill you. But at the same time, the revenge warrior Vasily's attack speed was very fast, and the black knife, like a storm, fell on the back of the golden dragon shadow. Every blow released death energy and frost energy. After a long time, it actually cut many scars on the back of the golden dragon. Vasily tried to kill the golden dragon shadow before it launched the third golden wave against Sunan, so he was ruthless. On the other side, Warwick's injuries had not fully recovered, and he could only move his head, like a patient with high paraplegia. He tried to raise his head, and said to Sunan, "Young master, quickly use the reversal spell, to exchange your position with mine. It's not a pity for me to die, young master." That's right, Warwick's injuries were too serious now. After all, he was not simply seriously injured, he was injured by the magic of the Golden Wizard. The Golden Dragon Shadow transformed by the Golden Wizard, even if it was just an ordinary dragon claw attack, contained huge golden magic power. Even if he didn't use mithril, he could suppress the eightfold immortal body of the werewolf hunter. And Sunan also knew this. Now, except for Wolf 3, other werewolves would be killed by the Golden Wizard, as long as they transformed. As for the werewolves outside the secret realm, because of the long distance, they needed a longer time to condense magic power and reverse, which was impossible in this kind of battle. The oak magic suit on Sunan's body was also broken. The next moment, the dragon's tail swept towards his chest, trying to crush him to pieces. Bang! The next moment, Sunan caught the tail of the Golden Dragon Shadow with both hands. The Golden Dragon was stunned. What? Sunan was now half vampire and half werewolf. He even grew a pair of claw wings on his back, that is, wings with a pair of claws at the end of the wings. His pupils turned into golden ring pupils, and at the same time, the golden ring pupils became as beautiful as diamonds. While maintaining the state of werewolf, Sunan half opened the vampire virtual machine, causing him to be in the initial superposition state of werewolf and vampire. He roared, and the vampire's fangs appeared in his wolf mouth. The power generated by the combination of the 5-time sublimation of the werewolf hunter and the 5-time sublimation of the vampire viscount was all transformed into the magic pressure shell. This strengthened the magic pressure shell, allowing the body's functions to exceed the limit and reach another level. As a result, Sunan can now use only his physical body to directly receive the attack of a real dragon's shadow. Sunan looked behind the Golden Wizard, and he seemed to see the spirit of a bound real dragon, roaring and crying. The real dragon was dead, but his shadow was usurped by a weak person. The real dragon was extremely angry, but because he was dead, he could not do anything. Therefore, the spirit of the real dragon kidnapped by the Golden Wizard was crying in a place where the Golden Wizard himself could not see. Sunan sighed. After he became a vampire werewolf hybrid, his voice changed. The original young man's voice became as hoarse and majestic as that of a middle-aged man. The dragon is crying. Golden Wizard, you can't hear it. The dragon is crying? The golden dragon incarnated by the Golden Wizard showed an expression of incomprehension. What are you talking about? I'm the dragon. Sunan shook his head. No, you are not worthy of being a dragon. In that case, let me, as the immortal lord, the commander of all the Dark Knight races, the king of the night, untie the dragon. Chapter 300, Vampire and Werewolf Hybrid. The Golden Dragon Shadow's eyes were cold. Then you must have seen it wrong. I'm a dragon, and I will never cry. Besides, I will attack seriously next. I will not leave you alone anymore. As expected, I will still do my best to deal with you. The act of trying to save luck has given you an opportunity instead. It is simply a waste of more luck. He continued to swing his dragon claws at Sunan 3 times in a row, each time at a very fast speed, and each time faster than the last. The magic pressure belonging to the dragon might, was condensed on his dragon claws. Every time the extremely condensed magic pressure attacked Sunan, every attack had the powerful magic pressure that killed the mortals in the entire plane before, which would reduce Sunan's reaction speed and dodge speed. But no matter how fast the dragon claws were, Sunan could always dodge at the critical moment and hit the Golden Dragon Shadow in the chest. Sunan is now a vampire werewolf hybrid, with the advantages of both sides, but because of the superposition state, he does not have all the weaknesses of both sides at the same time. In other words, theoretically, the hybrid of werewolf and vampire now has a more perfect immortal body. Sunan's current speed is probably far beyond the limit speed of the vampire viscount, and he has the power to surpass the werewolf hunter. In addition, he has completely transformed his magic pressure into the magic pressure shell, resulting in his current power surpassing the 6-time sublimated vampire count and the high-level werewolf hunter. At the same time, the Golden Dragon Shadow noticed a problem, while constantly waving the dragon claws and dragon tail to attack. I can't sense the opponent's magic pressure, just like when those werewolves attacked me, but now this strange creature is a greater threat to me. Every time I attack, it's like hitting an empty place. I can only use my eyes to confirm whether I have hit the opponent and whether the opponent is injured. The opponent has no magic pressure at all. Damn, This young wizard is too tricky. Sunan took advantage of the gap between his attacks and calmly drank a bottle of Warlock's blood to restore the mana he had consumed before. At the same time, he used the niche reversal spell to exchange his position with the vengeful soul Vassalan. Suddenly, the hybrid appeared behind the golden dragon shadow. The hunter's claw, accompanied by the dark energy killing intention fluctuations, hit the golden dragon shadow, and the golden dragon shadow was shrouded in a huge group of killing energy fluctuations. The vengeful soul took the opportunity to use all the death magic power, poured it into his black knife, and chopped it on the dragon's head. Then, with the sound of the black knife breaking, the head of the golden dragon shadow exploded with a bang sound, and a huge wound appeared, and a large amount of energy drifted out of it. And Vassalan also lost all his mana, because of the vengeful soul, and suddenly returned to his armored body. Then he knelt on one knee on the ground, holding the black knife, and the red light in the eye socket of the head armor disappeared. Because he lost too much energy at once, the Death Knight Vassalan temporarily lost his ability to move. On the other side, the golden dragon shadow was shrouded in the dark energy killing wave. At the same time, Sunan immediately connected a magic potion lightning and used a single powerful injection spell to inject a bottle of fire demon's wrath into his body. The golden dragon shadow wanted to use the great magic golden ripple to cover all the above magic and cancel it. But at that time, the Justice Witch Mary suddenly flashed with dark energy and came to his head. Then a dark energy silence, along with the brass dagger, hit his dragon head, temporarily preventing him from using the golden ripple. He didn't have time to use the golden ripple, so naturally he couldn't cover all the combined magic attacks that Sunan had previously applied to him. Mary snorted coldly, "Seize your weakest moment and silence your spells. I still have to do this. As long as you can't cast spells, even that great magic, no matter how powerful it is useless. Don't underestimate any one ring wizard." Golden wizard. Sunan couldn't help but praise Mary for her courage and carefulness. At this moment, Sunan used the explosive spirit potion and injected it into the body of the golden dragon shadow with the single injection spell again. Mary used dark energy to flash and retreat, and Sunan also used arcane to flash and retreat. At the same time, the fire demon's wrath and the explosive spirit potion exploded on the body of the golden dragon at the same time. Raw, the golden dragon shadow flew out of the explosion, and at this time, his chest and dragon back had been blown out by the explosion. The golden color of his whole body was no longer dazzling, but rather a little tattered, with cracks all over the surface of his body. The golden dragon shadow no longer tried to fight on the ground. He tried to fly into the sky and use the advantage of being able to fly for a long time to attack Sunan and others on the ground. Golden dragon breath. The golden dragon shadow spewed dragon breath towards the ground, and the dragon breath turned into balls of golden flames, falling towards Sunan and Mary on the ground. Mary was on the ground, constantly dodging with dark energy flashes, and Sunan didn't indulge him. He used the claws and wings that grew on the back of the hybrid to fly into the sky and follow the golden dragon shadow. One big and one small, one dragon and one wolf, started a chase in the sky. Sunan let the golden blood in his body boil, and his body surface suddenly turned golden red. This made Sunan's speed increase suddenly, and by vibrating his claws at high speed, he caught up with the golden dragon shadow in the sky and grabbed his dragon tail. "Let me go," the golden wizard said angrily, and he didn't even realize that there was a little more panic in his voice. He swung his dragon tail, trying to shake Sunan off. However, Sunan appeared behind him in an instant, and was not swept by the dragon's tail, but hit the dragon's back with his wolf claws. The golden dragon turned over in the air, causing violent air shocks, trying to attack Sunan. But now Sunan is not only a werewolf, but also a vampire. Borrowing the extreme speed of the vampire and the boiling golden blood of the werewolf, Sunan once again used a teleportation method to go around the back of the golden dragon and hit him on the back with the hunter's claws and the dark energy killing intention fluctuations. As Sunan continued to hit the same place on the dragon's back, a huge golden pit appeared on the dragon's back. The golden dragon shadow was extremely angry. During the air chase, he tried to attack Sunan with his dragon claws, but Sunan dodged them all at high speed. After failing 5 or 6 times, and being hit by 5 claws by Sunan, he then tried to use the extremely powerful magic golden ripples to blast Sunan away again, and at this moment, he grabbed Sunan with his dragon claws and killed him in his claws. However, at the moment, when the golden wizard tried to use the golden ripples, Sunan suddenly came to his dragon head at high speed and looked into the dragon's pupils with his eyes. The hypnosis of the vampire viscount. However, Sunan still noticed that there was a maze-like thinking barrier in the brain of the golden dragon shadow. The hypnosis ability of vampires is a magic weapon for bullying weaklings, but it is very limited against opponents of the same level or even half a level higher. But Sunan only needs to seize this moment, the moment when the golden wizard is in a trance due to hypnosis. He stroked his face with the wolf claws of the hybrid, and a red striped mask appeared on the hybrid's face. Then he transformed all his magic power into attack power. Sunan swung his wolf claws and hit the dragon face of the golden wizard with one claw. Bang! With a loud bang, the dragon was knocked to the ground again, creating a deep pit. The hybrid incarnation of Sunan rode on the dragon head of the golden wizard and continued to claw at his dragon face, even making many cracks on his golden dragon face. Now, the whole golden dragon shadow was full of cracks, and a large amount of magic power dissipated into the air. The golden wizard has reached his limit. Enough. The golden dragon shadow suddenly got up from the ground and attacked Sunan with dragon claws. Sunan used the hybrid's extreme speed to dodge all his attacks and retreated easily. The golden dragon shadow was obviously a little anxious. In that case, I don't have to save my last bit of magic power. I still have a second ring wizard tower. Have you forgotten? It's foolish to fight a wizard near a wizard tower. The golden tree in the distance suddenly burst into a huge light, and a magic composed of thousands of golden flying swords attacked Sunan. Each golden flying sword was much larger than the golden flying sword summoned by Goral. If the golden flying sword summoned by Goral was the size of a normal sword, then the golden flying swords fired by the second ring wizard tower at this moment were the size of a carriage. Bang bang bang! Thousands of golden flying swords of this size attacked Sunan, and the terrain had already changed. The golden tree of the second ring wizard tower was also exhausted, and the last bit of magic power was transferred to the golden dragon shadow, allowing the golden wizard state to return to its peak. A huge sound like the collapse of heaven and earth. The entire golden small plane has basically been destroyed by his own magic. At least the entire mandala system is completely destroyed. This made the usury plane that the golden wizard spent thousands of years designing truly finished at this moment. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel first. Read at 69 book bar. But when the dust dispersed, in the thousands of deep pits, the golden dragon flew high in the sky, scanning the ground, and found that Sunan's body had been torn into pieces in the previous attack. As a mixed blood, Sunan only had half of his body left. The upper half of his body was still inserted under a huge golden flying sword, which continued to suppress the magic power. The golden dragon shadow flying in the air had completely recovered from its injuries, because it received the last magic power supplement from the golden tree. It became golden again, and the whole body emitted a flawless golden light. The golden dragon shadow chuckled. You lost. However, you have also consumed all my inventory. I can only recover a little luck by killing you. Otherwise, I don't know what to do next. It's my bad luck to meet you. Even if I win, it won't help. You don't have what I need. I just need treasures that can help me be reborn and break through the second ring. Sunan maintained the state of a hybrid. Although he was seriously injured, his magic power did not decrease but increased. Because the previous fusion state of werewolf and vampire was a sudden idea of Sunan, which was temporarily thought of during the battle. It was a preliminary fusion state. And now, after experiments and explorations in the battle, werewolves and vampires have almost perfectly merged. However, it is also a fact that he is suppressed by the golden flying sword now. But Sunan was not panicked at all. He looked up and said to the golden dragon shadow, "Is this the power of the second ring wizard tower? It is indeed extraordinary. With the help of the second ring wizard tower, your magic can be amplified, and in an instant, you can exert a magic attack with more than 10 times the combat power. Even the terrain of this plane has been permanently changed by you." The golden dragon shadow said, "This is the power of the second ring wizard, and it is also what I dream of. However, all this has nothing to do with you, because only I can continue to pursue the possibility of the second ring. Sunan smiled. Because after more than 20 minutes of fighting just now, Warwick, Wolf Big and Wolf 2 had basically recovered. At least they could stand up. And Vasily continued to lose consciousness because of consuming too much power. This is definitely the most tragic battle that Sunan has experienced so far. Until this moment, the balance of victory and defeat has not tilted to either side. Sunan looked at the golden dragon shadow and said, "You only defeated me, but you didn't defeat the wolf pack." And the werewolf Warwick stood behind him and continued, "Wolves never fight alone." The golden dragon shadow turned his head and showed contempt. "I have long felt that you have basically recovered to the state where you can fight again. It's just that you haven't recovered completely. You can tell what's going on by looking at your damage magic pressure. And I'm the absolute strong one standing at the top of all the creatures in the mandala system." The golden dragon shadow burst out with a cruel magic power. In his magic power, countless creatures were like a pyramid, supporting him. At the bottom of the pyramid were countless mortals and ordinary animals and plants, and above them were slightly stronger golden creatures. Above them were golden giants, golden winged people, golden witches and the like. And at the top of all the golden creatures was the golden dragon shadow who dominated the world. He was the focus of the luck of the entire plane. At that time, Warwick's eyes were solemn, and he pressed his wolf claws on his face. "It doesn't matter who you are. For me, my duty is to protect the wolf pack. So, I will fight to the last moment. And in this battle, the wolf pack is also constantly improving." He put on a hunter mask with red patterns, and a pair of golden ring wolf pupils looked at the golden shadow dragon through the mask. Abyss Network Progressive Transformation, Hybrid. Golden Shadow Dragon. What the hell is this? An abyss energy egg wrapped around Warwick, and there was a crimson unbalanced scale pattern on the eggshell. The scale pattern released an unknown and extremely aggressive force. Then in an instant, the eggshell shattered, and Warwick, who had transformed into a hybrid, walked out of it. Wolf and Wolfer also used the hunter mask to transform themselves into hybrids. Sunan smiled. The moment he became a complete hybrid, it meant that he became a werewolf mutant subspecies. So, this means that werewolf hunters can use the power of the abyss to transform into hybrids. After turning on the hunter mask, what surprised the golden dragon shadow even more was that Warwick came to Sunan at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the magic power of the two synchronized in the wolf pack effect. The two began to merge. A hybrid and a hybrid, a werewolf. A powerful magic power descended into this operation. Sunan raised his middle finger to the golden dragon shadow who had recovered to his peak state in the sky. "You have always been alone, but we are different." The golden dragon shadow was so angry that he wanted to continue attacking, but at that time, the 30 newly developed bone spur cruisers from the arcane insect swarm branch harassed him. The golden dragon shadow breathed out a dragon and burned all the harassing insects to ashes, but Sunan and Warwick had already completed the fusion. It became Sunan Warwick. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.